Good evening, dear friends, and welcome to tonight's bedtime story. As the gentle embrace of spring wraps us in its vibrant beauty, we hope you've enjoyed a day filled with the warmth and renewal this season brings. Spring is the perfect time to unwind and let the enchanting tales of the night gently sweep you into a world of peace and tranquility. As you prepare to drift into dreams, remember that relaxation is the key to opening the door to sweet slumbers. May these delightful stories set the stage for a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Sweet dreams and cozy listening. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, peculiar things began to happen. This village, with its cobblestone paths and quaint, thatched cottages, was cradled by towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets in the gentle breeze. The air was often filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest floor, a symphony of fragrances that played on the senses like a beloved melody. It was a place where the sunrise painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and the nights were serenaded by the symphony of nature, where crickets played their nightly sonatas and owls hooted softly under the canopy of stars. It all started with the littlest of signs, a misplaced toy here, a missing pair of socks there. The villagers, accustomed to the occasional absent-mindedness that came with living in such a dreamlike setting, shrugged it off, assuming their own forgetfulness was to blame. They often joked about the forgetful fog, a mysterious haze that seemed to settle in their minds when they were surrounded by so much beauty. But then the oddities grew more noticeable. Books, once neatly lined on dusty shelves, disappeared only to reappear in the most unlikely of places, like the branches of a tree or nestled among the reeds by the babbling brook. Freshly baked pies, their golden crusts still steaming, seemed to vanish into thin air before they could cool on the windowsills, leaving only the tantalizing scent of cinnamon and apples lingering in the air. And strangest of all, at night, the villagers swore they could hear faint giggles echoing through the trees, like whispers of joy carried by the wind. Young Willow, an inquisitive girl with sparkling eyes and a heart for adventure, was determined to unravel this curious mystery. Her curiosity was a flame, ever burning, fueled by stories of old and the wonders of the world around her. She was known for her boundless energy and imagination, often dreaming up fantastical adventures as she wandered the forest paths. With her dearest friend Oakley, a wise old oak tree gifted with the magic of speech, she set out to investigate. Oakley's bark was rugged and ancient, etched with the passage of time, yet his voice was warm and reassuring, a deep rumble that resonated with the wisdom of the ages. "Oakley, have you noticed anything unusual lately?" Willow asked, settling against the tree's sturdy trunk, her fingers tracing the patterns of his bark as if seeking answers in their intricate designs. Oakley's branches rustled thoughtfully, a gentle caress of leaves that danced in the sunlight. "Why, indeed I have, my dear. Just last night I witnessed a trail of tiny footprints appear in the soft soil, only to vanish into the brush moments later." Willow's eyes grew wide with wonder, a spark of realization igniting within them. Could it be? Before she could finish her thought, a sudden rustling in the nearby bushes made them both start. Out hopped a tiny creature, no bigger than Willow's hand. It had pointed ears, a button nose, and mischievous eyes that twinkled like stars. Its skin shimmered with iridescent hues, reflecting the light in a kaleidoscope of colors. "A pixie!" Willow gasped in delight, her heart skipping a beat as her childhood stories danced vividly in her mind. She recalled the tales her grandmother had told her by the fireside, of magical creatures that lived in harmony with the forest. The little pixie giggled, a sound like tinkling bells, and did a somersault in the air before landing gracefully on a toadstool. The toadstool itself seemed to welcome the pixie's presence, its cap a vibrant red dotted with white spots, a throne for this whimsical creature. "Greetings, friends," the pixie chirped, her voice as light as a feather on the breeze. "I am Zinnia, and I must admit, we pixies have been having a bit of fun at your expense." Oakley chuckled, his deep laughter rumbling through the earth, sending gentle vibrations through the roots that connected him to every living thing. "So you are the culprits behind all the curious happenings," he exclaimed, amusement dancing in his voice. Zinnia nodded, her delicate wings fluttering like the petals of a flower caught in a gentle gust. We meant no harm, truly. It's just that your world is so fascinating to us, with all its interesting trinkets and delectable treats. We couldn't resist exploring and, well, borrowing a few things here and there. Willow smiled, her initial confusion melting away like morning mist. Her heart swelled with the realization that the magical world she had always dreamed of was real and vibrant. I should have known pixies were behind this mischief, but you must be careful. The villagers were starting to worry. Zinnia's expression turned contrite, her eyes softening with regret. You're right. We didn't mean to cause any distress. Perhaps we can make a deal? If you promise to leave out a few treats for us from time to time, we'll be sure to return anything we've borrowed. Willow and Oakley exchanged a glance, amusement twinkling in their eyes like shared secrets. It's a deal, Willow agreed, offering her smallest finger to the pixie. Zinnia shook it solemnly with her tiny hand, sealing their promise with a touch as light as a whisper. From that day on, the villagers noticed the strange occurrences had ceased, and every now and then they would find a little plate of crumbs or a stray button as a token of the pixie's gratitude. The villagers, aware of the newfound harmony with their magical neighbors, began to leave small offerings of honey and berries, welcoming the enchantment into their lives. As the bond between the villagers and the pixies deepened, Willow found herself spending more time in the forest, learning from Oakley and befriending the other creatures that called it home. She discovered that the forest was a tapestry of life, each creature and plant a thread woven into the grand design of nature. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to brilliant shades of amber and crimson, Willow ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was cool and carried the scent of pine and damp earth, invigorating her senses. She came upon a hidden glade, bathed in soft, dappled sunlight, where the rustling of leaves was like a gentle lullaby. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone circle, the stones weathered and covered in moss. It was a place of quiet power, where the earth's magic felt palpable and alive. As Willow marveled at this discovery, she sensed a presence beside her. Turning, she found Oakley had extended one of his roots to join her, his presence a comforting warmth. "This is a special place," Oakley rumbled. "The heart of the forest, where all magic is born and returns." Willow felt a deep connection to the land, a sense of belonging that filled her with peace. She closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her, and in that moment she understood the delicate balance of their world. It was a revelation that sparked a new determination within her, to protect and cherish this harmony for generations to come. As she sat in the glade, Willow recalled stories of the ancient stone circle she had heard from her grandmother. It was said that the circle was a gateway between realms, a sacred place where the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary was thin. This knowledge filled Willow with a renewed sense of purpose. She decided then to become the guardian of this magical crossing, ensuring that the harmony between her village and the magical world continued to thrive. Whenever Willow caught a glimpse of a pixie darting through the trees, she simply smiled and waved, knowing that her cozy village had formed an everlasting bond with the magical creatures of the forest. And all was well, thanks to the power of understanding and a little pixie mischief. In time, the village became a sanctuary where the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurred, reminding all who lived there of the magic that exists when hearts are open and kindness prevails. Story 2. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the leaves like golden fairies, there lay a woodland known to its inhabitants as Evergreen Hollow. This was no ordinary forest. It was a realm where the lines between the seen and unseen blurred, and every rustle of leaves or whisper of the wind held secrets untold. Here, creatures of all sizes and shapes thrived, each playing their part in the delicate tapestry of life. On a crisp morning, when the mist draped itself like a silken veil over the mossy ground, a little hedgehog named Brindle awoke from his slumber. The air was fresh with the scent of pine and earth, promising a day filled with gentle adventure. Brindle, with his quills softening in the morning dew, stretched and set out on his usual stroll. As Brindle waddled through the forest, he marveled at the world around him. The towering trees stood like ancient guardians, their bark etched with the stories of ages past. The gentle murmur of a nearby stream filled the air, its melody a soothing balm to the soul. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving an intricate symphony that celebrated the dawn of a new day. Brindle met his dear friend Luna, a wise and gentle owl perched on an ancient oak. Luna's feathers were as soft as the night sky, speckled with stars, and her eyes held the wisdom of ages. She greeted Brindle with a soft hoot, and he replied with a cheerful chirp. "Good morning, Luna. Have you heard the news from the winds today?" Brindle asked, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Luna fluttered her wings softly and replied, "Ah, the winds whisper of a change, dear Brindle, a change that comes with the turning of the seasons. The time for the great gathering is near, where all creatures come together to celebrate the harmony of our land." Brindle's heart leapt with joy at the thought. The great gathering was a sacred event where every creature, from the tiniest ant to the grandest stag, joined in a festival of unity and gratitude for the forest's bounty. As they spoke, the sun climbed higher, casting its warm glow through the canopy, painting the forest floor with patches of light and shadow. Brindle and Luna decided to visit their friend, Finn, the wise old turtle who lived by the babbling brook. Finn's shell was etched with the stories of the forest, and his gentle spirit was a beacon of calm and knowledge. When they arrived at the brook, they found Finn basking in the sun, his eyes half closed in serene contemplation. The water sang its soothing song, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers blooming nearby. "Good day, Finn," Brindle called, his voice mingling with the melody of the brook. Finn opened his eyes slowly, a smile spreading across his face. "Ah, Brindle and Luna, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you to my riverside today?" "We come with news of the great gathering," Luna replied, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "We must prepare, for it shall be a celebration like none other." Finn nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, the great gathering is a time to honor the balance of our world. Each creature, each leaf, and each drop of rain plays its part. We must remember the wisdom passed down to us, to cherish and protect the harmony we share." The conversation turned to memories of past gatherings, each event a vibrant tapestry of shared stories and laughter. Brindle recalled his favorite memory of a previous gathering when a young fox had regaled the crowd with tales of his adventures in the distant hills, his words painting vivid pictures of lands unexplored by many of the forest dwellers. The fox's tale had sparked in Brindle a yearning to explore, a desire to understand the vast interconnectedness of their world. As the day wore on, the trio enjoyed each other's company, sharing stories and laughter that echoed through the forest like a gentle lullaby. The sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, as if the forest itself was sighing contentedly. In the days that followed, the creatures of Evergreen Hollow busied themselves with preparations for the great gathering. The bees hummed as they collected nectar, the squirrels gathered acorns, and the birds wove garlands of flowers to adorn the trees. The forest, alive with activity, seemed to glow with anticipation. Yet, amidst the preparations, Brindle found himself pondering deeper questions. As he watched the bees busily flit from flower to flower, he wondered about his own contribution to the forest. What role did he play in this grand tapestry? He voiced his thoughts to Luna one evening as the two sat beneath the stars, their soft glow reflected in the quiet pond nearby. "Luna, do you ever feel like we're just a small part of something much larger? I mean, look at the bees and the birds. They all seem to have such clear roles. But what about me?" Brindle asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Luna gazed at him with understanding. "Oh, Brindle, every creature in this forest has a purpose, a reason for being. Sometimes it's not as obvious as carrying pollen or building nests. Your role might be to bring joy, to share stories and laughter, to connect us all with your warmth and curiosity." Brindle nodded slowly, his heart lightened by Luna's words. Perhaps, he thought, his place in Evergreen Hollow was not to perform grand acts, but to cherish the simple moments that brought them all together. In the days leading up to the gathering, Brindle decided to embark on a small quest, hoping to find a unique offering for the celebration. He ventured deeper into the forest than he ever had before, where the trees grew denser and the path less trodden. The air here felt different, charged with a mysterious energy that both excited and unnerved him. During his exploration, Brindle stumbled upon a hidden grove, a sanctuary untouched by time. The grove was illuminated by soft, luminescent plants that glowed with an ethereal light, casting a gentle luminescence that danced across Brindle's quills. In the center of the grove stood an ancient stone, covered in moss and lichen, yet undeniably majestic. It exuded a warmth that seemed to whisper secrets of the ages. Brindle approached the stone, feeling a pull, as if the very essence of the forest was calling to him. As he placed a paw on its rough surface, a vision unfolded before his eyes. A vivid tapestry of the forest's history, its trials and triumphs, its seasons of plenty and scarcity. He saw himself amidst it all, a tiny figure weaving through the grand narrative, yet somehow integral to its unfolding. The vision left Brindle breathless, a deep understanding settling within him. He realized that his journey, his curiosity, and his connections with others was his true gift to the forest. With a renewed sense of purpose, he gathered a handful of the glowing plants, intending to share their light with his friends at the gathering. As he made his way back, Brindle encountered an unexpected sight. A young fox, the very one whose stories had inspired him in the past, appeared lost and a bit forlorn. Sensing the fox's distress, Brindle approached cautiously, offering a gentle greeting. "Hello there, friend. You seem a bit out of sorts," Brindle said softly. The fox, whose name was Jasper, sighed and nodded. "I've been away exploring, but now I find myself unsure of how to return for the gathering. The forest has grown unfamiliar to me." Brindle, with a newfound sense of purpose, guided Jasper through the forest, sharing stories of his own adventures and the wonders of Evergreen Hollow. As they walked, Jasper's spirits lifted, reminded once more of the beauty and camaraderie that awaited him at the gathering. Finally, the gathering arrived. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the forest. Creatures from every corner of Evergreen Hollow made their way to the clearing, where a great bonfire crackled warmly, its flames dancing like spirits in the night. Brindle, Luna, and Finn stood together, their hearts swelling with pride and joy as they looked around at their friends and neighbors. The air was filled with the sound of laughter and song, a symphony of life and love. As the night wore on, the elder of the forest, a majestic stag with antlers like the branches of the oldest trees, stepped forward. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying the weight of countless seasons. "We gather here to celebrate the harmony of our land, to give thanks for the bounty it provides, and to pledge our care for its future. Let us remember that we are all connected, each one of us a thread in the great tapestry of life." The creatures nodded, their hearts united in understanding and gratitude. As the firelight flickered over their faces, a gentle peace settled over the gathering, a reminder that in this forest, where magic and reality intertwined, they were all part of something greater than themselves. With a soft smile, Brindle stepped forward, presenting the glowing plants he had gathered from the grove. Their light added a mystical glow to the gathering, and the creatures marveled at the beauty of his discovery. Brindle's heart swelled with pride and contentment, knowing that his small offering had touched them all. As the night deepened, Brindle found himself enveloped in a profound sense of belonging. The realization that his presence, however small, was vital to the spirit of Evergreen Hollow filled him with a newfound purpose. He understood now that the essence of the great gathering was not just in the celebration itself, but in the unity it inspired. The moon watched over the forest as the gathering continued, its light a soft embrace that held the promise of many more seasons to come. And as the first light of dawn began to break, the creatures of Evergreen Hollow returned to their homes, their hearts full, and their spirits intertwined with the wisdom of the forest. In the days that followed, the forest thrived, its harmony a living testament to the unity and love nurtured within its bounds. And Brindle, Luna, and Finn continued their gentle journeys, knowing that in their world, where magic danced with the mundane, every creature mattered, and every moment was a gift. The seasons turned, as they always did, bringing with them new challenges and blessings, but the spirit of the great gathering lingered, a reminder that together they could overcome anything. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, life blossomed in its eternal dance, a symphony of balance and beauty, forever cherished and protected by those who called it home. In the weeks after the gathering, Brindle found himself compelled to explore further the mysteries of Evergreen Hollow. His journey to the hidden grove had sparked a curiosity that burned brighter each day. He sought out places he'd never ventured, discovering hidden nooks where sunlight filtered through in golden shafts, illuminating the forest floor in a dance of light and shadow. One afternoon, while traversing a particularly dense part of the forest, Brindle stumbled upon an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its roots like serpents weaving through the earth. The bark was rough beneath his paw, etched with strange symbols that seemed to pulse with an inner glow. As Brindle studied these markings, he felt a tingling in his quills, as if the tree was alive with the stories of eons past. Intrigued, Brindle decided to consult Luna, whose knowledge of the forest was unmatched. He found her that evening, perched high in the oak, her silhouette stark against the setting sun. "Luna, have you seen the tree with the glowing symbols?" Brindle asked, his voice filled with wonder. Luna ruffled her feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, the Tree of Echoes," she replied. "It's said to hold the memories of the forest, a living archive of all that has transpired here. Few have seen it, and fewer still understand its secrets." Brindle's eyes widened with excitement. "What do the symbols mean?" "Some say they are the language of the earth itself, a script that binds the past to the present," Luna explained. "It is believed that those who truly listen can hear the stories of our ancestors, the wisdom of the ages." Inspired, Brindle returned to the Tree of Echoes, determined to listen with all his heart. As he sat beneath its branches, the world around him faded, and he was enveloped in a serene silence. Slowly, he began to hear whispers, faint and distant, like a breeze carrying tales from long ago. Images danced in his mind, grand migrations of creatures past, ancient dances under the moonlight, the birth of the first spring. Days turned into nights as Brindle visited the tree, each time feeling more connected to the essence of Evergreen Hollow. He realized that every creature, every plant, was a part of this grand narrative, each contributing to the legacy of the forest. With this newfound wisdom, Brindle's role in the community began to shift. He became a storyteller, sharing the tales of the Tree of Echoes with his friends and neighbors. His stories were not just of past glories, but of the continuous cycle of life and the importance of harmony within their shared world. As the seasons changed, Brindle's stories brought the community closer, instilling a deeper appreciation for the beauty and fragility of their home. The creatures of Evergreen Hollow, guided by the lessons of the past, worked together to ensure their forest thrived, cherishing each day as a gift. And so the legacy of the Great Gathering continued, a living testament to the power of unity and the enduring spirit of the forest. Brindle, Luna, and Finn, along with all the inhabitants of Evergreen Hollow, found solace in their shared journey, their lives forever intertwined with the magic and mystery of the world they called home. Story 3. In the starry expanse of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stardust wove through the cosmic tapestry like threads of gold, two planets orbited a twin sun. One was Luminara, a world of shimmering waters and floating crystal cities, inhabited by the gentle Luminarians. The other, Eridax, was a rugged planet of towering red canyons and intricate caves, home to the hardy Eridaxians. On Luminara, the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of lilac mists, and the light from the twin sun danced upon the crystal towers, creating a symphony of colors that delighted the eye. The Luminarians, with their ethereal glow and graceful wings, spent their days tending to the gardens of light that floated above their cities. They were known for their wisdom and tranquility, but rarely ventured beyond their own world. The crystal cities suspended in the sky were a marvel of architecture, with spires that caught the sunlight and refracted it into dazzling rainbows. The Luminarians believed these rainbows were messages from their ancestors, guiding them with wisdom and foresight. In contrast, Eridax was a land of stark beauty. The sky was a canvas of swirling reds and oranges, and the wind sang through the canyons, creating melodies only the Eridaxians could truly appreciate. These robust beings, with their rocky skin and fiery eyes, were masters of the earth, forging intricate sculptures from the minerals that lay beneath their feet. They valued strength and endurance, thriving in their demanding environment. The caves of Eridax were a labyrinth of wonders, each chamber filled with mineral formations that glimmered with a light of their own, as if the planet's heart was alive and breathing. The story begins on a day much like any other, yet destined to change the course of two lives. A young luminarian named Orin, curious about the universe beyond his luminous home, embarked on a journey to explore the stars. His heart fluttered with the thrill of adventure, and the gentle hum of his spacecraft vibrated in harmony with his excitement. The ship, crafted from the crystal of his world, shimmered like a living being, reflecting Orin's anticipation in its prismatic surfaces. Meanwhile, on Eridax, a daring Eridaxian named Kava was preparing for a different kind of journey. She was tasked with discovering new mineral deposits in the uncharted caves of her world, a challenge she embraced with stoic determination. Her spirit was as unyielding as the rocks she sculpted, yet there was a spark of curiosity within her that mirrored Orin's own. Kava's hands, calloused from years of carving, moved with practiced ease as she packed her gear, her mind focused on the unexplored territories that awaited her. Fate, however, had different plans for these two explorers. A cosmic storm of unprecedented ferocity swept through the galaxy, tossing Orin's spacecraft like a leaf in the wind. His navigation systems flickered and failed, and he found himself drawn into the gravitational embrace of Eridax. As Orin's craft descended, the skies of Eridax blazed with the fiery hues of sunset, and Kava looked up to see the unfamiliar shape cutting through the heavens. With a mix of fear and awe, she followed the craft's descent, her heart pounding like the relentless winds that carved the canyons. The wind carried with it a scent of earth and iron, grounding her in the reality of the moment. Orin's landing was less than graceful. The spacecraft skidded to a halt on a plateau, its gleaming surface marred by dust and rock. Stumbling from the cockpit, Orin blinked against the harsh light, his wings drooping under the unfamiliar weight of gravity. He was far from home, and the world around him was as alien as it was daunting. The air tasted sharp and metallic, a stark contrast to the sweet mists of Luminara. Kava approached cautiously, her eyes narrowing as she took in the sight of the luminarian. To her, Orin was a creature of fragility and light, so different from the sturdy forms of her own kind. Misunderstanding flared, fueled by the ingrained wariness of strangers. "Who are you?" Kava's voice was like the rumble of distant thunder, firm and unyielding. Orin, sensing the tension, raised his hands in a gesture of peace, his voice barely a whisper against the wind. "I am Orin, a traveler from Luminara. I mean no harm." Their first exchange was fraught with uncertainty, each misunderstanding the other's intentions. Yet, beneath the surface, a flicker of recognition sparked, two souls, yearning for connection, yet divided by worlds. In the days that followed, Orin and Kava found themselves bound by necessity. The storm had left Orin's spacecraft damaged, and he needed Kava's help to repair it. Reluctantly, Kava agreed, her innate sense of duty overcoming her initial mistrust. She brought Orin to her village, a community carved into the rock face of a canyon, where the echoes of their lives reverberated with the strength of the stone. As they worked side by side, the barriers between them began to crumble. Orin marveled at Kava's strength and skill, while Kava found herself drawn to Orin's gentle nature and the way he saw beauty in all things. Their conversations, though halting at first, soon flowed like the rivers of Luminara, revealing a shared curiosity about the universe. Additional scene. One afternoon, while resting from their labors, Kava invited Orin to witness an Eridaxian tradition. Her people were gathering for a festival to celebrate the coming of the twin suns, full alignment, a rare celestial event that marked a time of renewal and hope. The village was abuzz with activity, the air filled with the scent of roasted roots and the sound of rhythmic drumming. As dusk settled, the villagers assembled in a circle around a towering bonfire. Flames danced against the night sky, casting flickering shadows on the canyon walls. Kava explained that this was a time to honor the planet's strength and seek guidance from the ancestors. She offered Orin a small, intricately carved stone, a symbol of unity and strength. Touched by the gesture, Orin embraced the tradition, sharing a luminarian custom in return. He produced a small vial of luminescent liquid, a gift from Luminara's gardens of light, and poured a few drops into the fire. The flames flared with vibrant colors, a bridge between their worlds. The festival continued into the night, a tapestry of shared laughter and stories. Oren and Kava found themselves at ease, their friendship solidifying in the warmth of the firelight. As the night wore on, Oren's thoughts wandered to the galaxies beyond, and he marveled at the serendipity of finding a place to belong so far from home. The next day, as they ventured deeper into the canyon to gather rare minerals for repairs, they stumbled upon a hidden chamber. Its entrance was concealed by a cascade of shimmering stones, and within, the walls glistened with an array of unfamiliar crystals. The air was cooler here, carrying a faint hum that resonated with a strange energy. "This place," Kava said in awe, as her fingers brushed against the glowing crystals, "it's like nothing I've ever seen. It feels alive." Oren nodded, captivated by the ethereal beauty surrounding them. "Perhaps these crystals hold the key to repairing my ship. They seem to pulse with energy." As they carefully extracted the crystals, they spoke of their dreams and fears, their voices echoing in the chamber. Oren revealed his longing to bridge the distances between worlds, to understand the universe in all its vastness. Kava, in turn, shared her desire to bring her people's artistry to new heights, to create something enduring in the stone. In the days that followed, they faced challenges together. A sudden sandstorm that threatened to bury Oren's craft, a treacherous climb to retrieve a rare mineral needed for repairs. Each trial tested their resolve, yet also brought them closer, weaving a bond as strong as the hardest stone, yet as delicate as the light that danced through Oren's wings. Through their shared journey, Oren and Kava discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was not just about overcoming obstacles, but about understanding and accepting each other's differences and finding harmony in those differences. Their friendship was a testament to the power of connection, a reminder that even the most unlikely companions can find common ground. As the spacecraft neared completion, they spent a final night under the twin suns, reflecting on their journey. "I never imagined that I would find a friend in the stars," Oren admitted, his voice filled with awe. Kava nodded, her eyes reflecting the myriad hues of the sunset. "The universe is vast, but perhaps the greatest journey is the one that brings us closer to understanding ourselves and others." In a moment of quiet reflection, Oren and Kava sat beneath the sky, their presence a silent testament to the bond they had forged. The stars above seemed to twinkle in approval, as if acknowledging the new connection that spanned their vast distances. During their last evening together, Kava led Oren to a hidden grotto she had discovered during her exploration of the canyon. The grotto was a serene oasis, its walls lined with luminescent stones that bathed the space in a gentle, otherworldly glow. A small pool of water lay at its center, reflecting the light in shimmering patterns across the ceiling. "This place," Kava said, her voice echoing softly, "is where I come to think and find peace. I wanted to share it with you before you leave." Oren gazed around in wonder, the tranquility of the grotto enveloping him like a comforting embrace. "Thank you for sharing this with me, Kava. It's beautiful." As they sat by the pool, Oren's thoughts drifted to the lessons he had learned on Aradax. The strength of Kava and her people, their perseverance in the face of adversity, had taught him to see the value in resilience and determination. In turn, Kava had come to appreciate the Luminarian's appreciation for beauty and connection, finding solace in the idea that even in the vastness of the universe, one could find kinship. When the day finally came for Oren to leave Aradax, there was a bittersweet joy in their parting. The storm had passed, and Oren's spacecraft was ready to soar once more. As he prepared to depart, Kava stood by his side, her eyes reflecting the colors of the dawn. "Thank you, Kava," Oren said, his voice filled with emotion, "for your help, your strength, and your friendship." Kava nodded, her heart full. "And thank you, Oren, for showing me that even the stars are within reach if we dare to dream." With a final smile, Oren's craft lifted into the sky, its silver form glinting in the morning light. Kava watched until it was a distant speck, her heart warmed by the knowledge that no matter the distance between them, the threads of their friendship would remain, shining brightly across the universe. And so, beneath the twin suns of Aradax, two unlikely companions parted ways, forever changed by their shared journey. Their friendship, forged in the fires of challenge and lit by the light of understanding, was a beacon of hope, a reminder that the universe was vast yet full of possibilities. And in that vastness, they had found each other, a luminarian and an Eridaxian, bound by the enduring magic of friendship. Story 4. In the heart of the sprawling Andromeda cluster, where stars shimmered like a sea of diamonds against the midnight tapestry of space, there existed a quaint, little-known planet named Quarilla. It was a world of lush emerald forests, sparkling sapphire rivers, and skies painted with endless hues of sunset golds and violets. The air was rich with the scent of blooming flora, carrying a symphony of fragrances, jasmine, citrus, and an earthy musk unique to its soil. A gentle breeze, cool and refreshing, whispered ancient secrets through the towering trees, each rustle and sigh a reminder of the planet's ageless existence. Life thrived in every corner, but among its most fascinating inhabitants were the gentle Quarillians, known for their soft, luminescent skin and eyes that glowed like moonlit lakes. The Quarillians lived in harmony with their environment, their villages seamlessly integrated into the forest, with homes carved into the trunks of ancient trees. These dwellings were adorned with bioluminescent plants that glowed softly at night, creating a serene ambiance. The walls seemed to breathe with light, casting ethereal patterns that danced with the shadows. Their culture revolved around storytelling, music, and a profound respect for nature's cycles, with each generation passing down tales of the planet's origins and the spirits believed to dwell within its elements. Their songs echoed through the woods, each note a tribute to the life that teemed around them. On one crisp evening, as the twin moons of Quarilla ascended in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the land, a curious event was unfolding. A spacecraft, sleek in silver, descended through the atmosphere with a soft hum, its landing cushioned by the dense foliage. The craft belonged to a traveler from the distant planet of Xerion, a place of endless sand dunes and azure skies, where the Xerionites, known for their shimmering metallic exoskeletons, dwelled. Xerion was a world of stark beauty, where the sun painted the sands in shades of gold and the wind sang a haunting melody. The dunes shifted like waves under the sun's embrace, constantly reshaping the landscape in a dance of time and wind. From the ship emerged a Xerionite named Laura. She was on a mission of exploration and discovery, seeking to understand the diverse life forms that populated this part of the universe. Her arrival, however, did not go unnoticed by the Quarillians, who, while peaceful, were wary of outsiders. Among them was a young Quarillian named Fen, whose curiosity was as boundless as the universe itself. Fen was known among his people for his inquisitive nature, often wandering the forests to uncover new wonders and learn from the land. His eyes, a deep cerulean, mirrored every change in emotion, and his spirit was as restless as the winds that caressed the treetops. Fen watched from the shadows, entranced by the way Laura moved with a grace that seemed to dance with the rhythm of the forest. Her metallic form glinted in the moonlight, creating an ethereal aura that both intrigued and unsettled him. Yet, despite his interest, a cloud of misunderstanding loomed over their initial encounter. To the Quarillians, the metallic sheen of the Xerionite seemed cold and unfamiliar, leading them to mistakenly believe Laura was a threat to their harmonious existence. As Laura set about her explorations, she was mindful of her surroundings, careful not to disturb the delicate balance of life in this verdant paradise. Her steps were light, and her touch gentle, as she marveled at the vibrant flora and fauna. The rustling leaves whispered in her wake, and the creatures of the forest paused, sensing her presence with a mix of curiosity and caution. But the Quarillians, particularly Fen, watched with apprehension. It wasn't until Laura stumbled upon a glade, where the Quarillians gathered to share stories under the starlit canopy, that misunderstanding turned into opportunity. Laura, drawn by the melodic hum of Quarillian songs, approached the gathering with a blend of trepidation and hope. Fen, who was present, stepped forward, his eyes reflecting the moonlight with a mixture of caution and curiosity. The others watched in silence as Fen and Laura stood before each other, two beings from worlds apart, tethered by a moment of shared uncertainty. "Why have you come here?" Fen inquired, his voice as soft as the breeze that whispered through the leaves. Laura hesitated, her metallic form catching the gentle light. "I seek to learn," she replied, her voice surprisingly tender and warm, like the glowing embers of a hearth. "To understand the beauty of your world and its people." The simplicity and sincerity of her words sparked a flicker of understanding in Fenn's heart. He realized that, beneath the unfamiliar exterior, Laura harbored a spirit not so different from his own, a yearning to connect and comprehend. Fenn, who had often felt the pull of other worlds and the mysteries they held, saw in Laura a kindred spirit. Determined to bridge the gap between them, Fenn offered to guide Laura through the wonders of Quarilla. Together, they traversed the vibrant landscapes, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flora and the ground hummed with life. They shared stories of their homes. Fenn spoke of the tranquil rhythm of the forests and the gentle songs of the Quarillians, while Laura painted vivid pictures of Zirion's endless skies and shimmering sandscapes, where the dunes shifted like waves under the sun's embrace. Yet, it was not all smooth sailing. Their journey was punctuated by moments of friction, rooted in their differences. Laura's analytical mind often clashed with Fenn's intuitive understanding of his world. She would question the purpose behind the ancient rituals of the Quarillians, while Fenn would marvel at the technological wonders Laura described. But each misunderstanding became a stepping stone for growth, teaching them patience and the value of seeing through each other's eyes. During one of their explorations, Fenn decided to take Laura to a sacred site known only to a few Quarillians. It was a hidden valley, where the earth seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Towering crystal formations jutted from the ground, casting refracted light in every direction, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across their skin. This place, Fenn explained, was believed to be the birthplace of the stars, a place where the universe whispered its secrets to those who listened. Laura was captivated, her usual analytical demeanor giving way to pure wonder. "I feel it," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the gentle hum of energy that filled the air. "It's like the very essence of the cosmos is singing." Fenn nodded, his heart swelling with pride and a newfound sense of connection to his world. "This is why we protect our lands so fiercely. It's not just about preserving our way of life, but about honoring the universe itself." Their bond deepened in that valley, as they sat in silence, absorbing the profound beauty of the world around them. They spoke of the stars and the vastness of space, of their fears and dreams, and the hope that their friendship could inspire understanding between their peoples. One day, as they explored the edge of a crystalline lake, they encountered a challenge that would test the strength of their burgeoning friendship. A sudden storm swept across the land, its winds fierce and unrelenting. The waters of the lake churned violently, threatening to engulf them. The sky darkened, and thunder echoed through the air, a reminder of nature's untamed power. In the chaos, Fenn's instinct was to seek shelter among the trees, but Laura, accustomed to the open expanses of Zirion, hesitated. Seeing her uncertainty, Fenn reached out, his glowing eyes meeting hers with unwavering trust. "Follow me," he urged, his voice steady against the storm's roar. Together they navigated through the tempest, Laura leaning on Fenn's experience and Fenn drawing courage from Laura's resilience. When at last they found refuge in a sheltered cove, the storm passed, leaving a serene calm in its wake. The air was fresh with the scent of rain, and the world seemed reborn, washed clean by the deluge. In the quiet aftermath, as they sat side by side, Fenn spoke with a newfound clarity. "We are different, you and I, but perhaps it's our differences that make us strong." Laura nodded, her metallic form shimmering in the gentle light of dawn. "And it is through our differences that we learn the true depth of friendship." From that day forward, Fenn and Laura became inseparable companions, their bond forged in the crucible of shared challenges and mutual understanding. They continued to explore the wonders of Quarilla together, each adventure deepening their connection and enriching their lives. They learned from each other, Fenn teaching Laura the secrets of the forest, while Laura showed Fenn the marvels of technology and the stars. Through their journey, they taught others the same lesson they had learned, that friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds and species, blossoming in the fertile ground of empathy and respect. The Corellians, once wary, began to welcome Laura, intrigued by her stories and her willingness to learn. As the seasons turned, Fen and Laura's story became a cherished tale among the Corellians and Zirianites alike, a testament to the power of open hearts and the beauty of unlikely companionships. Their tale was sung in the glades and whispered among the dunes, a beacon of hope and understanding. And so, beneath the twin moons of Corilla, where the forest whispered ancient secrets and the rivers sang their eternal songs, Fen and Laura found not just a friend in each other, but a kinship that transcended the stars, a reminder that love and understanding are the true treasures of the cosmos. Their friendship, like the stars, became a guiding light, illuminating the path for many others who dared to reach across the vastness of space to find common ground. In the years that followed, Corilla became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the delicate balance between nature and technology, where the Corellians and Zirianites shared their knowledge and cultures. A grand festival was established, celebrated annually under the glow of the twin moons, where stories were exchanged and new friendships forged. Fen and Laura were hailed as pioneers of unity, their bond a symbol of the enduring power of empathy and curiosity. One evening, as the festival lights twinkled beneath the starlit sky, Fen and Laura stood at the edge of the gathering, their hearts full of the journey they had shared. Laura turned to Fen, her eyes reflecting the shimmering lights. "Do you think our story will inspire others to seek out the unknown, to embrace what they do not understand?" Fen smiled, the warmth of his expression a mirror to the gentle glow of his skin. "I believe it already has, and as long as there are stars in the sky, there will always be those who look up and wonder." And so their legacy lived on, a testament to the boundless possibilities that arise when hearts and minds open to the wonders of the universe. Story 5. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there existed an air of timeless enchantment. The village was cradled by the arms of nature, where the gentle babble of streams harmonized with the rustling leaves, and the scent of jasmine wove through the air like a soothing lullaby. The villagers, wrapped in the embrace of this natural wonder, lived in harmony with the earth, tending to their gardens and orchards with love and care. It was in this serene and idyllic setting that our story begins, on the cusp of twilight, when the sky blushed with hues of rose and lavender. The village, with its cobblestone paths and quaint cottages, seemed to glow with a warm, inviting light, as lanterns flickered to life one by one, casting long shadows that danced playfully along the streets. A young girl named Anya lived in a modest cottage on the edge of the village. Her home was surrounded by an orchard of apple trees, their branches heavy with ripe, red fruit. The apples, kissed by the sun, emitted a sweet fragrance that mingled with the earthy aroma of the soil. Anya, with her kind eyes and gentle spirit, was beloved by all who knew her. She possessed an insatiable curiosity about the world, always eager to explore and discover its hidden wonders. Her evenings were often spent by the hearth, listening to her grandmother's tales of magic and mystery. Anya's grandmother, a wise woman with skin crinkled like parchment and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of a lifetime, was the village's storyteller. Her voice, soothing and melodic, had the power to transport listeners to far-off lands and forgotten times. Each story she told was like a precious gem, its facets revealing different shades of truth and wonder. One evening, as Anya sat by the fire, her grandmother, with silver hair cascading like a river of moonlight, began a tale that would set the course of Anya's adventure. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the walls as her grandmother's voice wove a tapestry of words. Long ago, her grandmother's voice was a melodic whisper. There existed a magical compass, crafted by the ancient ones. This compass, it is said, can guide its bearer to their heart's true desire. Anya's eyes widened with wonder. "Where is this compass now, grandmother?" she asked, her voice tinged with excitement. "Ah, that is the mystery," her grandmother replied with a twinkle in her eye. "The compass was lost to time, hidden away in the enchanted forest of Everwood, where the trees themselves are alive with magic." That night, as Anya lay in bed, the story of the magical compass stirred her dreams. She imagined the forest of Everwood, its trees whispering secrets in the breeze, and the compass, gleaming like a star among the shadows. A sense of longing and adventure blossomed within her heart. The next morning, Anya awoke with a determined resolve. She would find the compass, not for herself, but to bring its magic back to Willowbrook, to share its wonder with her village. She packed a small satchel with provisions, freshly baked bread, a flask of honeyed water, and a warm cloak, and set out towards the forest of Everwood. The path to the forest was lined with wildflowers, their petals shimmering with morning dew. As Anya walked, the sun rose higher, casting dappled patterns of light through the canopy of leaves above. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle rustling of woodland creatures. She paused occasionally to listen to the symphony of nature, feeling the vibrations of life echoing through her very bones. As she ventured deeper into Everwood, the air grew cooler, and the light took on a softer, more ethereal quality. The trees, ancient and wise, stood like silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. It was in this enchanted realm that Anya felt the presence of something otherworldly, a magic that pulsed through the very soil beneath her feet. After hours of walking, Anya came upon a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood a curious figure, a fox with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes that shimmered like sapphires. The fox watched her with an intelligent gaze, and Anya felt an inexplicable connection, as if they shared a bond that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," the fox spoke, its voice a melodic blend of forest sounds. "I am Lyra, guardian of these woods. What brings you to Everwood?" Anya hesitated for a moment, then spoke with earnest sincerity. "I seek the magical compass, to bring its wonder back to my village and share its magic with those I love." Lyra regarded her thoughtfully, tilting her head as if considering Anya's words. "The path to the compass is fraught with challenges," Lyra warned gently, "but I sense a purity in your heart, a desire to do good. I shall guide you if you are willing to trust in friendship and the unknown." Anya nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I trust you, Lyra. Together, we can overcome any challenge." With a graceful flick of her tail, Lyra turned and led Anya deeper into the forest. The path was winding and mysterious, alive with the songs of hidden birds and the rustle of unseen creatures. As they walked, Anya marveled at the beauty around her, the vibrant green of moss-covered stones, the delicate lace of cobwebs glistening with dew, and the sweet fragrance of wild honeysuckle. Lyra proved to be a wise and kind companion, sharing stories of the forest and its inhabitants. Anya learned of the ancient oak that held the memories of the earth and the brook where the water nymphs danced beneath the moonlight. Each tale was a thread in the rich tapestry of Everwood, weaving a world of enchantment and wonder. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and violet, they reached the heart of the forest. There, nestled in the roots of a great tree, lay the entrance to a hidden realm, a world within the world where magic flowed like a river and dreams took flight on gossamer wings. The air here was thick with magic, shimmering like stardust in the twilight, an unspoken promise of the wonders that lay ahead. "Here is where your journey truly begins," Lyra murmured, her voice a gentle breeze. "But remember, the compass is not a mere object. It is a guide to your heart's desire, and only those who are true of spirit may find it." Anya felt a shiver of anticipation as she stepped into the hidden realm. The path before her was lined with glowing mushrooms, casting a soft luminescence that lit her way. As she walked, the forest around her seemed to shift and change, each step revealing new wonders. She encountered creatures of legend, a wise old owl with feathers of silver, a family of mischievous sprites flitting through the air like fireflies, and a majestic stag with antlers of crystal that refracted the light into a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet despite the beauty and wonder, Anya felt a growing sense of unease. The path was becoming more treacherous, the shadows deeper and more foreboding. It was as if the forest itself was testing her resolve, challenging her to prove her worth. As Anya pressed on, she stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, partially hidden by the undergrowth. The stones, weathered by time, were etched with runes that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Anya paused, feeling a strange pull towards them. As she traced her fingers over the cool surface of the stones, she felt a surge of energy, a connection to the earth and the magic that permeated it. Just as doubt began to creep into her heart, Lyra appeared at her side, her presence a comforting balm. "Do not lose faith, dear Anya," Lyra whispered. "Remember, the greatest magic lies within you." Buoyed by Lyra's words, Anya pressed on, her spirit renewed. She reached a clearing where the moonlight spilled like liquid silver, illuminating a stone pedestal at its center. Upon the pedestal rested the compass, its surface etched with intricate runes that pulsed with an inner light. Anya approached the compass with reverence, her heart filled with awe. As she reached out to touch it, the runes glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped her in a cocoon of magic. In that moment, Anya understood the true nature of the compass. It was not a tool to find one's desires, but a mirror to the soul, reflecting the truth of one's heart. She saw her dreams and hopes laid bare, the love she held for her village, and the desire to bring joy and wonder to those she cherished. The compass, sensing her purity of spirit, shimmered with approval, and Anya felt a deep connection to the magic of Everwood. With the compass in her possession, Anya returned to the village, her heart light with joy and gratitude. She shared her tale with the villagers, weaving a tapestry of magic and adventure that ignited their imaginations and inspired their hearts. Under the boughs of the apple orchard, Anya and Lyra continued to explore the wonders of their world, their friendship a testament to the power of trust and kindness. The compass, now a cherished treasure, served as a reminder that the greatest magic lay not in objects or abilities, but in the bonds we forge and the love we share. And so, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, the village of Willowbrook thrived, bathed in the gentle glow of magic and friendship. Anya's journey had transformed not only her own heart, but the hearts of all who called the village home, leaving a legacy of wonder that would endure for generations to come. However, Anya's return was not the end of her tale, but rather a new beginning. The compass, now a part of the village's lore, became a symbol of hope and unity. Anya began teaching the village children about the wonders of Everwood, instilling in them the curiosity and courage to seek out their own adventures. One day, as she sat beneath the apple trees, Anya noticed a small group of children gathered around an old, weathered map. Their eyes shone with the same wonder she had felt the night her grandmother had first spoken of the compass. Inspired by Anya's story, they too wished to explore the magical world beyond the village's borders. Anya joined them, her heart swelling with pride and joy. She encouraged their dreams, teaching them the importance of kindness, bravery, and the magic that lay within. Together, they mapped out new paths through the forest, discovering hidden glades and secret streams, their laughter echoing through the canopy above. In time, these children grew, carrying with them the lessons of their youth. They became the new storytellers, the keepers of Willowbrook's magic, ensuring the village remained a place of enchantment and wonder for all who called it home. Yet within the enchantment and joy, Anya often found herself drawn back to Everwood, feeling the pull of its mysteries. Curious whispers of a forgotten realm, deeper within the forest, began to reach her ears. These tales spoke of an ancient grove where time stood still, guarded by the last of the great tree spirits. Driven by a sense of duty and the thrill of discovery, Anya resolved to embark on one final journey into Everwood, this time to uncover the secrets of the ancient grove. Lyra, ever at her side, agreed to accompany her, their bond now as strong as the roots of the oldest oaks. As they journeyed through Everwood once more, Anya and Lyra encountered wonders anew. They passed beneath the arching boughs of trees that seemed to sing with the wind, crossed streams that sparkled like liquid diamonds, and walked through meadows where the flowers danced in a kaleidoscope of colors. In the heart of Everwood, they found the grove, a place where the air was thick with magic and time seemed to slow to a gentle whisper. The tree spirits, ethereal beings of light and shadow, emerged to greet them, their voices a chorus of the forest itself. Anya learned from them the deeper truths of the world, of balance and harmony, and the interconnectedness of all life. This journey, Anya realized, was not just for her but for Willowbrook, a chance to deepen their understanding of the magic that surrounded them. With the blessings of the tree spirits, she and Lyra returned to the village, their hearts filled with wisdom and peace. Anya's final adventure became a cornerstone of Willowbrook's legacy, a story passed down through generations. and as the village thrived, so too did the spirit of exploration and wonder, forever guided by the compass of the heart. As the years went by, Anya grew into a wise elder, much like her grandmother had been. The village of Willowbrook continued to flourish, its traditions and stories living on through the generations. Anya often reflected on her journeys, the friendships she had forged, and the lessons she had learned. She knew that the true magic of her adventures lay not in the compass itself, but in the connections she had made and the love she had shared. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to brilliant shades of gold and crimson, Anya gathered the villagers around a crackling bonfire. The air was filled with the scent of burning wood and the sweet aroma of baked apples, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. As the flames danced and the stars twinkled above, Anya shared her tales once more, her voice a soothing melody that captivated her audience. As she spoke, Anya's eyes were drawn to the faces of the children, their expressions filled with awe and wonder. She saw in them the same spark of curiosity and adventure that had once driven her to explore the world beyond Willowbrook. It was in those moments that Anya realized the enduring power of stories, the way they could inspire and ignite the imagination, fostering a sense of wonder that transcended time. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the shimmering stars, Anya's legacy lived on, woven into the very fabric of Willowbrook. The village thrived, a testament to the magic of love, friendship, and the courage to seek out the unknown. And though Anya's adventures had come to an end, her spirit continued to guide Willowbrook, forever lighting the path to new horizons and endless possibilities. Yet, in the quiet moments, beneath the vast expanse of starlit skies, Anya felt a whisper from Everwood, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay beyond the veil of the known. It beckoned her with the promise of uncharted realms and unspoken stories. And so, with a heart as open as the endless sky, Anya knew that the compass, though at rest, would always point towards adventure, for those willing to listen and follow the call of their hearts. Story 6. In the heart of the quaint village of Willowglade, nestled between sprawling meadows and whispering woods, there was a little shop filled with the most curious assortment of trinkets and treasures. This shop, with its sun-bleached sign reading "Curiosities and Wonders," was a place where time seemed to stand still, and every item held a story waiting to be discovered. The shop was run by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Thistle, whose twinkling eyes and gentle smile made him a beloved figure in the village. Mr. Thistle had a penchant for collecting the unusual and the extraordinary. Shelves were lined with glass jars housing iridescent feathers, delicate seashells that sang of the ocean, and marbles that seemed to hold tiny galaxies within them. One rainy afternoon, as the raindrops tapped a gentle rhythm on the windows, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara was known for her insatiable curiosity and a heart full of dreams. Her auburn hair danced around her shoulders as she shook off the rain and stepped inside, greeted by the warm glow of lanterns and the comforting scent of aged wood and spices. Mr. Thistle, with his usual warmth, beckoned Clara over. "Ah, Clara, my dear, what brings you to my humble haven today?" he asked, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I'm looking for something special, something magical." Clara replied, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Mr. Thistle chuckled softly. "Well, you've come to the right place. Let me show you something truly remarkable." He led Clara to a small, unassuming box perched on a shelf behind the counter. The box was made of polished walnut, its surface etched with delicate patterns that seemed to shift under the light. "This," Mr. Thistle said, "is the Box of Whispers. It appears ordinary, but it holds a secret known only to those who seek with a pure heart." Clara's fingers traced the intricate carvings as a soft hum resonated from the box. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Open it, and you'll find out," Mr. Thistle replied with a knowing smile. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Clara gently lifted the lid. Inside, she found a small, shimmering key, its surface gleaming with a soft, otherworldly light. As she picked it up, a gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying the faint melody of an ancient lullaby. "This key," Mr. Thistle explained, "has the power to unlock the hidden wonders of the world. It will guide you to places where magic dwells in the most unexpected forms." Clara's heart fluttered with anticipation. "Where should I start?" she asked, clutching the key tightly. "Let your heart be your compass," Mr. Thistle advised. "Listen to the whispers of the world, and they will guide you." With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Clara stepped out into the rain-soaked streets, the melody still lingering in her ears. She wandered through the village, listening intently to the world around her, until she found herself standing at the edge of the Whispering Woods. The woods were known for their ancient trees and the soft rustle of leaves that seemed to sing songs of old. Clara took a deep breath and stepped onto the forest path, the key in her hand glowing with a gentle warmth. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Clara encountered a series of curious creatures. First, she met a wise old owl with feathers like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. The owl perched on a low branch and spoke in a voice as soft as the evening breeze. "The key you hold is a gift, but its power is not in unlocking doors, it is in unlocking hearts." Clara nodded, pondering the owl's words as she continued her journey. Next, she came across a family of rabbits, their fur as soft as clouds. The youngest rabbit, with a playful twinkle in his eye, bounded over to her. "The greatest magic," he said with a hop, "lies in the connections we form and the kindness we share." With each encounter, Clara felt her heart expand with understanding. The whispers of the woods guided her to a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood sentinel. In the center of the circle lay a wooden door, weathered and wise, its surface etched with the same shifting patterns as the box. Clara approached the door, her heart filled with the wisdom she had gathered. She placed the shimmering key into the lock, and as she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle sigh. Beyond the door lay a garden unlike any Clara had ever seen. Flowers of every color bloomed in harmonious symphony, their petals shimmering with the light of 1,000 sunsets. Streams of crystal-clear water flowed with a melody that resonated with the very essence of joy. In the center of this magical garden stood a tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath its boughs sat a figure, cloaked in robes of starlight. The figure turned to Clara and smiled, a smile that spoke of ages past and futures yet to come. "Welcome, Clara," the figure said, their voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "You have found the Garden of Whispers, a place where the wisdom of the world is nurtured and shared." Clara felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging and purpose. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the places it unlocked, but in the journey it inspired and the connections it forged. As the sun set beyond the horizon, casting the garden in a golden glow, Clara knew that she had found something truly magical. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with wisdom and wonder, and she knew that she would carry this magic with her always. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara bid farewell to the garden and its guardian, knowing that the whispers of the world would continue to guide her on her journey through life. And as she made her way back to the village, the melody of the garden lingered in the air, a gentle reminder that magic is always within reach, if only we have the heart to listen. Story 7. In a secluded meadow, nestled deep within an ancient forest, a remarkable discovery awaited an unsuspecting young girl named Arya. As she wandered among the vibrant wildflowers, her curious gaze fell upon a peculiar object half buried in the soft earth. Brushing away the soil, Arya unearthed a beautiful crystal orb, its facets glistening with a soft, ethereal glow. Entranced by its radiance, Arya cradled the orb in her hands, and a warm tingle of energy coursed through her fingers. Little did she know, this enchanted gem held the power to unlock a hidden world, a realm where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Arya returned home, the crystal orb tucked safely in her satchel. That night, as she drifted into slumber, the orb's gentle glow enveloped her in a shimmering veil of light, transporting her into a wondrous dreamscape. Arya found herself standing amidst a breathtaking garden, where towering trees twisted and intertwined, forming intricate archways adorned with blossoms that seemed to shimmer like stardust. A melodic symphony of birdsong filled the air, and the sweet scent of wildflowers wafted on the gentle breeze. As she explored this enchanting realm, Arya encountered a kindly old oak tree, its weathered bark etched with intricate patterns and symbols. The tree's deep, soothing voice greeted her, Welcome, dear child, to the Dreamweaver's sanctum, a realm where the fabric of dreams is woven and where the seeds of imagination take root. Arya listened intently as the wise oak tree revealed the secrets of this extraordinary place. The crystal orb she had discovered was an ancient relic, imbued with the power to bridge the gap between the waking world and the realm of dreams. With its guidance, Arya could shape and influence the very nature of her dreams, crafting incredible adventures and unlocking hidden truths within her subconscious mind. Over the course of many nights, Arya embarked on fantastic journeys, each one more wondrous than the last. She soared through starry skies on the wings of a friendly griffin, explored sunken cities beneath the waves, and danced among the twinkling lights of the aurora borealis. With the crystal orb as her constant companion, she learned to harness the power of her imagination, shaping the dreamscape to her heart's desire. Yet, amidst these enchanting adventures, Arya encountered challenges that tested her courage and wisdom. She faced formidable foes, cunning riddles, and treacherous obstacles that forced her to dig deep within herself and discover the strength and resilience she never knew she possessed. One night, Arya found herself in a mystical forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets, and the very air seemed alive with magic. As she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar creature, a tiny, mischievous sprite named Zephyr. With a twinkle in his eyes and a playful grin, Zephyr introduced himself as a guardian of the forest, tasked with protecting its secrets and treasures. Together, Arya and Zephyr embarked on a quest to unravel a centuries-old mystery that threatened the very balance of the Dreamweaver's sanctum. They followed a trail of cryptic clues, navigating through enchanted glades and whispering groves, encountering friendly woodland creatures and wise ancient beings along the way. Their friendship blossomed as they faced each challenge side by side, their bond strengthened by shared laughter, unwavering loyalty, and a profound understanding that defied the boundaries of their respective worlds. Zephyr's mischievous spirit and Arya's unwavering determination proved to be a formidable combination, allowing them to overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. As their journey reached its climax, Arya and Zephyr stood before a towering ancient tree, its roots buried deep within the heart of the Dreamweaver's sanctum. Here they uncovered a powerful artifact that had been hidden for eons, a talisman capable of restoring the delicate balance between dreams and reality. With the talisman in hand, Arya and Zephyr embarked on a final perilous quest to confront the force that had threatened to unravel the very fabric of the dreamscape. In a stunning display of courage and friendship, they vanquished the dark entity, restoring harmony to the Dreamweaver's sanctum and ensuring the continuation of dreams for generations to come. As the sun rose over the waking world, Arya found herself back in her bed, the crystal orb pulsing with a newfound warmth and energy. She had grown in ways she could have never imagined, her heart filled with cherished memories and a profound understanding of the power of dreams, friendship, and the boundless potential of her own imagination. From that day forward, Arya's dreams became more vivid, more wondrous, and more meaningful than ever before. She continued to visit the Dreamweaver's sanctum, embarking on countless adventures and forging lasting bonds with the extraordinary beings that called it home. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would gaze into the crystal orb's depths, reminded of the extraordinary journey that had opened her eyes to the magic that lies within us all. The magic of dreams, the power of friendship, and the transformative power of embracing one's true potential. Story 8. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of a vast and whispering forest, there lived a young lad named Finn. Finn was known for his gentle spirit and curious mind, traits that often led him on small adventures through the meadows and woodlands surrounding his home. The village itself was a patchwork of cobblestone paths, flower-laden windowsills, and the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the bakery at the square's heart. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves fluttered to the ground like tiny dancers, Finn stumbled upon an unusual find. While exploring an overgrown trail in the forest, he discovered a peculiar lantern. Unlike any other he had seen, this lantern was crafted from silver vines that twisted around a pale blue glass. Its glow was soft, almost like moonlight captured in a jar. Intrigued, Finn took the lantern home, unaware of the adventure it would soon illuminate. That evening, as he sat by the hearth with the lantern resting on the wooden table beside him, something extraordinary happened. The lantern flickered to life, casting intricate patterns across the walls. But it wasn't just light it emitted. A gentle, melodic hum resonated from within, filling the room with a sense of peace and wonder. As Finn watched, mesmerized, the lantern's glow brightened, revealing a tiny figure inside, a sprite with wings delicate as lace and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. "Greetings, Finn," the sprite spoke, her voice as soft as the autumn breeze. "I am Lyra, guardian of the Lantern of Echoes. You've awakened me, and now I shall accompany you on a journey." Finn, though startled, was not afraid. His heart brimmed with excitement. "What journey?" he asked, leaning closer to the lantern, his eyes wide with curiosity. Lyra fluttered her wings, and the lantern's glow pulsed gently. "The world is filled with secrets waiting to be discovered, and you, dear Finn, have the heart of a seeker. Together, we will uncover the hidden magic of Willowbrook, but first, we must find the others who will help us on our quest." The next morning, with a knapsack filled with provisions and the lantern safely tucked inside, Finn set out on his journey. The village, bathed in the soft morning light, seemed to whisper encouragement as he passed familiar faces and waved goodbye. His first stop was the edge of the forest, where his dear friend Mira tended to her herb garden. Mira, with her wild curls and eyes as green as the forest canopy, was known for her deep understanding of plants and their secrets. When Finn shared his story and showed her the lantern, Mira's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Ah, the Lantern of Echoes," she mused, touching the silver vines with reverence. "I've read about such things in the old texts. It is said to reveal truths and guide those who seek with an open heart." The two friends decided to venture deeper into the forest, where they hoped to find the next member of their journey, Rowan, the woodcarver. Rowan lived in a cozy cabin surrounded by towering pines and was renowned for his carvings that seemed to capture the very essence of nature itself. As they approached Rowan's home, the scent of fresh pine mingled with the crisp air, and the sound of gentle hammering echoed through the trees. Rowan, tall and sturdy with a beard as bushy as a squirrel's tail, greeted them with a warm smile. Upon hearing of their quest, he nodded thoughtfully. "A journey of discovery, you say? Count me in. There is much wisdom in the wood, and I have long wished to venture beyond my carving bench." With Rowan joining their ranks, the trio, guided by Lyra's light, embarked on their quest. The forest, once familiar, now seemed alive with mysteries. The path ahead shimmered with possibilities, each step echoing with the promise of discovery. Their journey took them through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks. They shared stories and laughter, forging a bond strengthened by their shared purpose. Along the way, they encountered various woodland creatures, each offering a piece of the puzzle they sought to solve. A wise old owl imparted knowledge of the stars and their stories, while a playful fox led them to hidden glens where ancient runes whispered forgotten tales. As the days turned into weeks, Finn and his friends learned that the lantern's magic was not just in its light, but in the connections it fostered and the wisdom it revealed. They discovered that the true magic lay in understanding the world around them and the people within it. Their journey culminated at the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky. Beneath its boughs, they found a hidden grove, a place of tranquility and reflection. It was here that Lyra revealed the lantern's final secret. "The Lantern of Echoes," she explained, "is a beacon of understanding. It teaches that every voice, every story, and every soul is a thread in the tapestry of life. You, Finn, Mira, and Rowan have woven your threads together, creating something beautiful and strong." As the lantern's light dimmed, signaling the end of their quest, Finn felt a profound sense of peace. He realized that the journey had changed him, not through grand revelations, but through the gentle understanding and friendships he had formed. With hearts full and spirits light, Finn, Mira, and Rowan returned to Willowbrook. The village welcomed them back with open arms, eager to hear tales of their adventure. And though the lantern now rested silently on Finn's shelf, its magic continued to glow brightly in their hearts. Every evening, as the village settled into the embrace of night, Finn would sit by the hearth, the lantern beside him. Its presence was a comforting reminder of the journey, the friendships, and the knowledge that the world, with all its wonders, was just waiting to be discovered. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Finn would drift into dreams filled with whispered secrets and the gentle hum of the Lantern of Echoes, knowing that the magic of understanding was the greatest treasure of all. Story 9. The Whispering Ferns, a tale of friendship and discovery. In the heart of the woodland glade, where the sunlight trickled through the emerald canopy like liquid gold, there lay a hidden world that few knew existed. It was a realm where the ferns whispered secrets to the wind, and the streams laughed as they danced over moss-covered stones. This was a place where magic was woven into the fabric of nature itself, and it was here that our story begins. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled at the edge of these enchanted woods, lived a young girl named Leora. With hair as dark as raven feathers and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, she had a spirit as wild and untamed as the forest she loved to explore. Leora was a curious soul, always eager to uncover the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths, and it was this curiosity that led her to her greatest adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned shades of amber and crimson, Leora set out on her usual wanderings. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of a lone hawk. As she walked, she marveled at the delicate patterns of frost that adorned the leaves, each one a tiny masterpiece crafted by the cold fingers of dawn. It was on this day that Leora stumbled upon something extraordinary. Hidden beneath a tangle of ivy and bramble, she discovered a small, wooden door set into the base of an ancient oak. The door was weathered by time, its surface etched with intricate carvings of vines and flowers. Intrigued, Leora knelt down and traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the grooves where countless seasons had left their mark. With her heart beating a little faster, she gently pushed the door open. It creaked softly, revealing a narrow path that wound its way into the depths of the tree. The air inside was cool and carried the faint scent of lavender, inviting her to step through. And so, with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Leora entered the hidden world. As she walked, the passage gradually widened, and she found herself in a cavern, illuminated by the soft glow of luminescent fungi that clung to the walls like stars scattered across a night sky. The light revealed a world unlike any she had ever imagined, where the very air seemed to hum with magic. In the center of the cavern stood a tall, slender figure draped in robes woven from the silken threads of moonlight. Her hair flowed like a cascade of silver, and her eyes, deep and knowing, held the wisdom of ages. This was Eldra, guardian of the hidden grove, and she had been waiting for Leora. "Welcome, child of the forest," Eldra spoke, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "You have found the entrance to our realm, a place where time flows differently and nature's secrets are kept. Tell me, why have you come?" Leora, both awed and slightly nervous, replied, "I did not know this place existed. I was simply drawn by the beauty of the forest and found the door by chance." Eldra smiled, a warmth in her gaze that soothed Leora's apprehension. "Sometimes it is the unexpected paths that lead us to where we are meant to be. You have a kind heart, Leora, and the forest has chosen you for a reason." As they spoke, Leora learned that the hidden realm was a sanctuary for the magical beings of the forest. It was a place where creatures of myth and legend lived in harmony, their lives intertwined with the natural world. Over the centuries, the Guardian had watched over this realm, ensuring its secrets remained safe from those who might seek to exploit its wonders. But all was not well. A shadow had begun to creep over the forest, a darkness that threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of the hidden world. Eldra explained that a once gentle spirit, a creature named Norwin, had become lost to his own sorrow and anger, causing the ferns to wither and the streams to run dry. His heart, once filled with light, was now shrouded in despair. Eldra looked at Leora with a hopeful yet solemn expression. "We need someone with a pure heart and a clear mind to help Norwin find his way back. Will you help us, Leora?" Without hesitation, Leora nodded. "I will do my best, but how can I reach him?" Eldra handed Leora a small amulet. It was fashioned from a single crystal, clear as water, and it shimmered with an inner light. "This is the Heartstone," Eldra explained. "It is a beacon of truth and love. Wear it close, and it will guide you to Norwyn." With the Heartstone glowing softly against her chest, Leora set off deeper into the hidden world. The path was unlike any she'd ever traveled, lined with whispering ferns that seemed to lean in, offering encouragement with their gentle rustle. The air was filled with the soft chorus of unseen creatures, and the ground beneath her feet was carpeted with soft moss that cushioned her steps. As she journeyed further, Leora encountered many wondrous beings. She met a group of playful sprites who flitted about like fireflies, leaving trails of sparkling light in their wake. They danced around her, their laughter like the tinkling of bells, and offered her berries that tasted of summer's warmth. Further along, she came across a wise old tortoise who spoke in riddles, his voice as deep as the earth. Though slow in speech and movement, his words were filled with wisdom, and he shared tales of the forest's history, of the times when magic was as common as the morning mist. Each encounter enriched Leora's journey, filling her heart with courage and her mind with knowledge, and in return, she shared stories of her world, of the simple joys and challenges of village life, creating a bridge of understanding between their worlds. Finally, after what felt like both an eternity and a mere moment, Leora found herself standing before a great waterfall. The water cascaded down in sheets of silver, its roar both powerful and soothing. Behind this curtain of water lay a hidden cave, and within it, she knew, was Norwyn. Taking a deep breath, Leora stepped through the waterfall, the cool water enveloping her like a gentle embrace. Inside the cave, the air was filled with a soft, ethereal glow, and in the center sat Norwyn. He was a majestic creature, part stag, part spirit, with antlers that reached towards the heavens and eyes that held the weight of 1,000 forgotten dreams. Yet those eyes, once bright, were now clouded with sorrow. Leora approached him slowly, her heart filled with compassion. "Norwyn," she called softly, "I have come to help you." The creature lifted his head, his gaze meeting hers with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. "Why would you help me, young one? I am lost to my grief." Leora knelt beside him, placing the Heartstone between them. Its light pulsed gently, a heartbeat of hope. "Because we all need help sometimes, and your sorrow is felt by the forest. I may not have the answers, but I am here to listen, to understand." For a moment, silence stretched between them, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the cave walls. Then, slowly, Norwyn began to speak. He spoke of a time when he roamed the forest freely, when his heart sang with the joy of life. But that joy had been shattered by loss, of a friend, a companion whose absence left an aching void. As Norwyn shared his story, Leora listened with an open heart, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears. She understood now the depth of his pain and the darkness that had crept into his heart. But she also saw the love that still lingered, a flicker of light amidst the shadows. "Love never truly leaves us," Leora said softly. "It changes form, yes, but it remains. Your friend's spirit lives on in the memories you hold, in the beauty of the forest you both cherished." Norwyn lowered his head, the tension in his body slowly easing as Leora's words took root. The Heartstone between them glowed brighter, its light weaving a tapestry of warmth and comfort around them. In that moment, something shifted within Norwyn. The heavy cloak of sorrow began to lift, replaced by a gentle acceptance, a willingness to let go of the past and embrace the present. As he did, the cave filled with a radiant light, and the air hummed with the renewed magic of the forest. Leora smiled, her heart swelling with joy as she witnessed the transformation. Norwyn's eyes, once clouded, now shone with a soft, serene glow, and the air around them thrummed with the renewed magic of life. "Thank you, Leora," Norwyn said, his voice a soft melody of gratitude. "You have brought light back to my heart." As they emerged from the cave, the forest around them seemed to awaken, vibrant and alive. The ferns whispered songs of joy, and the streams danced merrily over their stones once more. The hidden world had been restored, its balance renewed by the power of understanding and friendship. When Leora returned to the village, she carried with her not only memories of her journey but also a newfound wisdom, a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of all life. She had learned that even in the darkest moments, a single act of kindness could ignite a spark of hope. and that true friendship transcended the boundaries of time and space. And so, with the forest's magic forever etched in her heart, Leora continued to explore the wonders of her world. Guided by the whispers of the ferns and the gentle glow of the heartstone, always ready for the next adventure that awaited. Story 10. In the quiet, star-speckled depths of the Andromeda sector, on a small, forgotten moon named Lirael, a story of unlikely companionship was unfolding. Lirael was a place of serene beauty, its surface covered in fields of luminescent flowers that glowed softly under the twin moons. The air was filled with the gentle hum of life, a symphony of distant crickets and the whispering wind. In this tranquil setting, a curious encounter was about to take place. Aboard a small, rickety spaceship called the Wanderlight, two beings from vastly different worlds were about to meet. The first was Kale, a traveler from the oceanic planet of Thalassa. Kale was a Thalassian, his skin a shimmering silver blue, reminiscent of moonlit waves. His eyes were deep and kind, and his thoughts often mirrored the calm, rhythmic tides of his home. The other was Naira, a native of the desert planet Sandor. Naira was a Sandorian, her appearance striking with golden skin that seemed to capture the warmth of 1,000 sunsets. Her eyes were a rich, earthy brown, filled with a fiery spirit and a curiosity that knew no bounds. Their meeting was not planned. Kale's ship had suffered a minor malfunction in its navigation system, causing him to make an unexpected stop on Lirael for repairs. Naira, on the other hand, had been exploring the moon in search of rare herbs that grew only in its fertile soil. Fate, it seemed, had a way of bringing together those who needed each other most. Their first encounter was marked by a misunderstanding. Kale, stepping out of his ship, was greeted by the sight of Naira crouching among the flowers, carefully harvesting their luminous petals. Mistaking her for a thief attempting to steal precious resources, he approached with caution, his voice carrying the gentle authority of his people. "Stop! What are you doing with those flowers?" Kale called out, his voice echoing softly in the stillness of the moonlit field. Naira, startled, stood up quickly, her hands full of the glowing blooms. "I mean no harm," she replied defensively. "These flowers are not just beautiful, they hold medicinal properties. I am here only to gather what I need." Kale paused, observing the sincerity in her eyes. "I'm sorry for my assumption. I'm a traveler, and I meant no offense. I'm Kale from Thalassa." Naira relaxed, a small smile playing on her lips. "And I am Naira from Sandor. It seems we both have much to learn about each other." This initial misunderstanding, rather than driving them apart, became the seed of a friendship. As the days passed, Kale and Naira found themselves sharing stories under the vast, twinkling sky. Kale spoke of the endless oceans of Thalassa, where the waters carried music and the stars reflected perfectly upon the waves. Naira, in turn, described the shifting sands of Sandor, where myths were written in the dunes, and every grain of sand held a story. Though their worlds were different, they discovered a shared love for exploration and a deep-seated curiosity about the universe. They began to spend their days repairing Kale's ship and their nights sharing laughter and dreams. The warmth of their companionship seemed to envelop the moon in a comforting glow. One evening, as they lay side by side on the soft, flowering ground, a peculiar challenge presented itself. A sudden storm, rare on Lirael, swept across the landscape, bringing with it a fierce wind and driving rain. The delicate flowers closed their petals, and the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Kale and Naira rushed to secure the Wanderlight, working together to ensure that the ship would withstand the storm. As they battled the elements, Kale's calm and methodical approach complemented Naira's quick thinking and adaptability. In those moments, they came to rely on each other's strengths, finding comfort in their differences. The storm passed, leaving the air fresh and the moonlit fields sparkling with droplets of rain. Exhausted but triumphant, the two companions sat together, the remnants of the storm a distant memory. It was then that they realized the true depth of their friendship. "Thank you, Kale," Naira said softly, her eyes reflecting the gentle light around them. "I couldn't have done this without you." Kale smiled, his voice warm with gratitude. "And I, without you, Naira, together we make a good team." In the days that followed, the bond between Kale and Naira only grew stronger. They continued to explore Lirael, discovering new wonders and learning more about each other's worlds. Their friendship, forged in the gentle glow of the moonlit fields and tempered by shared challenges, had become a source of strength and joy. Eventually, the repairs on the Wanderlight were completed, and it was time for Cale to continue his journey. As he prepared to leave, Nyra stood beside him, her heart heavy with the thought of parting. "Will you come back?" she asked, her voice laced with both hope and sorrow. Cale nodded, his eyes filled with promise. "Of course, Nyra, our paths will cross again. Until then, may the stars guide you." With a final embrace, Cale boarded the Wanderlight, and the ship rose gently into the sky, leaving a trail of light that shimmered like a comet. Nyra watched until it disappeared among the stars, her heart warmed by the memory of their time together. The friendship between Cale and Nyra, born of a chance encounter and nurtured through understanding and shared experiences, had taught them both the true meaning of companionship. It was a lesson in acceptance and the beauty of differences, a reminder that even among the stars, connection could be found. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Lirael continued to bloom with the glow of friendship, a quiet testament to the enduring power of kindness and the bonds that unite us all, no matter how far apart our worlds may be. Story 11. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed a gentle lullaby, and the air was filled with the aroma of sweet pine and earth, there lay a quaint little village named Glimmercove. Nestled between emerald hills and the shimmering sapphire lake, this village was home to some of the kindest and most curious inhabitants one could ever hope to meet. Glimmercove was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brooks that crisscrossed the land. Here, the villagers lived in harmony with a host of magical creatures, from the fluttering glow moths that lit the night sky to the gentle willow wisps that danced through the meadows, leaving trails of sparkling light in their wake. One serene autumn evening, as the leaves began to turn shades of gold and crimson, a peculiar occurrence sent ripples of intrigue through the village. It began with a soft, continuous tinkling sound that echoed through the woods, like the distant chime of 1,000 tiny bells. The sound was soothing yet mysterious, drawing the attention of every creature in Glimmercove. Amidst this whispered symphony, a young girl named Anwen, known for her keen curiosity and kind heart, decided to investigate the source of this enchanting melody. Anwen was a bright-eyed child with a head full of soft, golden curls and a spirit as adventurous as the sunbeams that danced through the forest canopy. With her trusty satchel slung over her shoulder, filled with essentials like a small notebook, a pencil, and a packet of her favorite honey cakes, she set off into the woods. Anwen's first stop was the cottage of Old Thistle, the wise and gentle hedge wizard who lived on the outskirts of the village. His home was a charming jumble of stones and moss, with a roof thatched from the silvered reeds of the lake. Old Thistle was a dear friend to all in Glimmercove, with a long silver beard and eyes that twinkled like the stars. "Ah, Anwen, my dear," he greeted her warmly, an amused smile playing on his lips as a flock of glow moths flitted around his head like a living crown. "I wondered when you might come. The forest is alive with whispers tonight." "Old Thistle," Anwen replied, her voice filled with excitement. "Have you heard the tinkling sound in the woods? It's like music, but there's something more to it." Old Thistle nodded, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Indeed, I have. The sound is familiar, yet elusive. It reminds me of the tales of the silver bells, though such things have not been seen for many generations." "The silver bells?" Anwen echoed, her eyes wide with intrigue. "What are they?" "Ah," Old Thistle chuckled softly. "The silver bells are said to be magical blooms that appear only when the forest is in great harmony. Their petals chime like bells in the breeze, each note a song of the ancient woods." Anwen's heart swelled with wonder. Could it be that the silver bells have returned? "Perhaps," Old Thistle said, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "But to find them, you'll need to follow the music and listen closely to the whispers of the forest." With renewed determination, Anwen thanked Old Thistle and continued her journey deeper into the woods. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and distant rain. As she walked, she noticed the forest seemed more alive than ever. Each tree, each stone, seemed to lean in, listening to the melody that floated through the air. Anwen was not alone in her quest. Her dear friend Finn, A sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail as red as autumn leaves scampered down from a nearby oak to join her. Finn was known for his keen sense of observation and his ability to uncover hidden treasures in the forest. "Hello, Anwin. Off on one of your adventures, I see," Finn chittered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, Finn, we're on the trail of the silver bells," Anwin replied, her voice filled with anticipation. Finn twitched his nose thoughtfully. "Silver bells, you say? I've heard tales of their beauty. Let's see if we can find them together." As they ventured forth, the music grew louder, guiding them through winding paths and over babbling brooks. They paused often, listening to the forest and watching for any sign of the elusive blooms. Anwin scribbled notes and sketches in her notebook, capturing every clue they encountered. Their path led them to the moonlit glen, a place where the trees opened to reveal a meadow bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Here, the tinkling sound was at its strongest, resonating through the air like a chorus of ethereal singers. In the center of the glen, they found a circle of shimmering flowers, their petals a radiant silver that glowed with an inner light. Each bloom swayed gently, creating a melody that seemed to carry the wisdom of the ages. Anwin and Finn shared a look of awe and delight. They had found the silver bells. As they marveled at the sight, a gentle voice broke the silence. It was Elder Willow, the guardian spirit of the forest, whose form was as grand and ancient as the trees themselves. "Welcome, Anwin and Finn," Elder Willow said, their voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "You have shown great wisdom and kindness in your search. The silver bells are a gift to those who cherish the harmony of our world." Elder Willow explained that the return of the silver bells signified a time of peace and renewal for the forest and its inhabitants. Their song was a reminder of the balance and beauty that could be achieved when all creatures worked together in harmony. Anwin felt a warmth spread through her heart, a feeling of connection to the world around her. She realized that the true magic of the silver bells was not just in their beauty or their song, but in the way they brought the community together, reminding everyone of the importance of kindness and understanding. With Elder Willow's blessing, Anwin and Finn returned to Glimmercove, eager to share the news with the villagers. That night, the village gathered under the stars, celebrating the return of the silver bells with songs and laughter, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silver light over the peaceful village, Anwin lay in her cozy bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the trees outside her window. She drifted off to sleep with a smile on her face, her dreams filled with the music of the silver bells, a melody of harmony and hope that would linger in her heart forever. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees murmured secrets to the soft winds, there nestled a quaint little village named Willowglade. It was a place where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, each adorned with window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. The villagers, known for their amiable smiles and generous hearts, lived in harmony with the gentle magic that suffused their surroundings. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, a curious event unfolded in Willowglade. The village's beloved clock tower, a steadfast sentinel that had watched over the villagers for generations, began to chime at unexpected hours. It was a whimsical tune, an enchanting melody that seemed to drift through the air like a gentle lullaby. But this musical mystery left the villagers puzzled, for the clock had always been precise, marking the passage of time with unerring accuracy. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. With a heart full of wonder and a mind keen on unraveling mysteries, she decided to uncover the source of the clock tower's enchanting yet perplexing serenade. With her was her dear friend Finn, a clever boy whose eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars and who possessed a knack for seeing things others might overlook. As the cool evening air kissed their cheeks, Lila and Finn set off towards the clock tower. Along the way, they were greeted by the soft glow of fireflies dancing in the twilight and the soothing rustle of leaves underfoot. The scent of wood smoke mingled with the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle, creating a comforting cocoon around them. "Do you think the clock tower is trying to tell us something?" Finn mused, his voice gentle and thoughtful. Perhaps it's a message, Lila replied, her eyes alight with the excitement of discovery. Or maybe a friendly spirit is at play. Their path led them to the base of the clock tower, its stone exterior bathed in the silvery glow of the rising moon. As they paused to listen, the melody chimed once more, soft, lilting notes that seemed to twinkle in the cool night air. Just then, a gentle voice drifted down from the branches of an ancient oak tree nearby. "Ah, curious, are we?" Startled but intrigued, Lila and Finn peered into the tree's canopy, where they spotted a small, wise owl perched among the leaves. Its feathers were as soft as snow, and its eyes gleamed with a knowing kindness. "Good evening, young ones," the owl continued, its voice a soothing purr. "I am Sage, the guardian of this grove. I've watched over these woods for many a moon." "Hello, Sage," Lila greeted warmly. "We hope you can help us understand why the clock tower is playing such a strange melody." Sage tilted its head, a gentle smile in its eyes. "Ah, the melody of the clock tower. It holds a story, you see. A tale of friendship and forgotten promises." Intrigued, Finn and Leela settled on a mossy patch beneath the tree, eager to hear more. "Once upon a time," Sage began, "there lived a tinkerer named Alden. He was a kind soul, always mending broken things and crafting wonders from the simplest of materials. Alden had a dear friend, a musician named Clara, whose melodies were as enchanting as the nightingale's song." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the past. "One day, Clara composed a special melody for Alden," Sage continued, "a tune that captured the essence of their friendship. Alden, in turn, crafted a magical mechanism for the clock tower that played Clara's melody. It was a gift to the village, a reminder of the harmony and joy that friendship brings." "But why is it playing now?" Finn asked, his brow furrowed in thought. "Ah," Sage replied. "As the years passed, the melody was forgotten, the notes hidden away, until recently, when the winds of change stirred the branches of time, and the melody once more found its voice." Lila pondered Sage's words, her heart touched by the tale. "So the clock tower is sharing a message with us, reminding us of the importance of friendship." "Indeed," Sage nodded, "and perhaps it is seeking to rekindle the bonds that have been overlooked." With newfound understanding, Lila and Finn thanked Sage and made their way back to the village. As they walked, they resolved to share the story with the villagers, to remind them of the simple joys of companionship and the power of music to bridge distances. The next morning, under the golden glow of the sun, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear Lila and Finn's tale. As the story unfolded, smiles spread and hearts warmed, for the melody was no longer a mystery but a celebration of togetherness. From that day forward, the clock tower's melody became a cherished part of Willowglade's life, playing its gentle tune each evening as the villagers gathered to share stories and laughter. And on quiet nights, when the stars twinkled above, Lila and Finn would sit beneath the old oak tree, grateful for the mystery that had brought their village closer. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, where magic and friendship intertwined, Willowglade flourished, its spirit as vibrant and enduring as the melody that danced through the air, a timeless reminder that even the simplest of tunes can weave the most profound of connections. Story 13. In the heart of a venerable forest, where sunlight dappled through the canopy like golden coins scattered on a tapestry of green, there existed a realm almost untouched by time. This was a place where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the earth pulsed with an ancient, serene magic. Here, beneath the boughs of towering oaks and alongside babbling brooks, lived a community of creatures who thrived in delicate harmony with their verdant surroundings. Among these inhabitants was a wise old tortoise named Brindle, whose shell bore the map of the forest etched in patterns of moss and lichen. His eyes, deep and knowing, had witnessed countless seasons transform the woods. Brindle was the keeper of wisdom, always ready to share the stories passed down from his ancestors. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the spicy scent of fallen leaves and the sky wore a cloak of azure, Brindle felt the subtle shift in the forest's rhythm. It was the time of the Great Gathering, a rare event when creatures from every corner of the forest assembled to share news and resolve any disturbances in their tranquil abode. As the sun rose, its warm fingers stretching through the branches, creatures of all kinds began to arrive at the clearing. There were the nimble-footed deer, their coats glistening with morning dew, and the industrious beavers whose tails thumped a friendly greeting. Birds of every hue flitted above, filling the air with a cacophony of cheerful chirps and calls. In the midst of this lively assembly, Brindle slowly made his way to the center, the crunch of leaves underfoot announcing his presence. As he settled into a comfortable patch of grass, the chatter quieted, and a respectful silence enveloped the gathering. "Welcome, friends, to the great gathering," Brindle began, his voice as steady as the gentle flow of the nearby stream. "We come together under the watchful eyes of the forest to ensure our home remains a sanctuary for all." A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the sweet scent of pine and earth. The creatures listened intently, knowing the importance of Brindle's words. "As the seasons change," he continued, "so too must we adapt. This is the dance of life, a balance we have maintained through the wisdom of our elders and the bond of our community." Just then, a young squirrel named Thistle, with fur as soft and gray as the morning mist, scampered forward. Her bright eyes gleamed with curiosity and concern. "Brindle," she piped up, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze, "I've noticed the acorns have grown scarce this year. Is there a reason for this?" Brindle nodded sagely, his gaze sweeping across the attentive faces. "Ah, Thistle, a keen observation indeed," he replied. "The forest speaks to us in many ways. The trees have shed fewer acorns to conserve their energy for the coming winter, a reminder of the cycles we must respect and honor." Thistle nodded, her small heart swelling with understanding. The creatures murmured amongst themselves, sharing thoughts and ideas on how to adjust their habits in response to nature's gentle guidance. As the day unfolded, tales of past gatherings were shared, each story woven with threads of wisdom and camaraderie. The air grew warmer, and shafts of sunlight bathed the clearing in a golden glow. Laughter and songs filled the space, echoing through the trees and into the very soul of the forest. The highlight of the gathering came as dusk descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. Fireflies began to dance, their tiny lanterns flickering like stars fallen to earth. It was during this magical twilight that Brindle shared a tale from the heart of the forest's memory, a story of the changing winds. "Long ago," Brindle began, his voice mellow and rhythmic, "the forest experienced a great imbalance. The winds, once gentle and nurturing, turned fierce and unforgiving. Many feared for their homes, and unrest spread like shadows at dusk. The creatures leaned in closer, their breaths held in anticipation. But in those troubled times," Brindle continued, "it was the union of all forest dwellers that restored harmony. By listening to the whispers of the wind and the wisdom of the ancients, they discovered the cause. A great tree had fallen, blocking the path of the wind. Together, they worked to clear the way, and balance was restored." As the story concluded, a profound peace settled over the gathering. The creatures understood that their strength lay in unity, and the wisdom passed down through generations. With this in mind, they pledged to continue living in harmony with the forest, nurturing the delicate balance that sustained them all. As stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the creatures bid farewell, their hearts light with the shared bond of community. Brindle watched as they departed, his heart filled with a quiet satisfaction. The forest, once more, beat with a steady, harmonious rhythm, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom and friendship. And so, as the night wrapped the forest in its gentle embrace, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over all. The ancient trees, guardians of this enchanted realm, stood sentinel over the hidden lives of their beloved creatures, ensuring that the magic of harmony and balance would continue to thrive for generations to come. Story 14. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like golden lace and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and moss, there lived a community of creatures whose lives ebbed and flowed with the rhythms of nature. This forest was no ordinary place. It was a realm where the boundary between the mundane and the magical blurred, and where whispers of enchantment lingered in every rustle of leaves. Among the inhabitants of this verdant sanctuary was a wise old tortoise named Balthazar, whose shell was as worn and weathered as the bark of the oldest trees. Balthazar was the keeper of stories, a gentle soul who knew the secrets of the forest and the ancient wisdom of the earth. With each slow and deliberate step, he carried the tales of 1,000 seasons, tales that he shared with those who sought his guidance. One crisp autumn morning, when the forest was ablaze with hues of amber and scarlet, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Balthazar with a heart full of questions. Pippin's eyes were wide and bright, reflecting the curiosity that danced in his thoughts. "Balthazar," he chirped, his voice as light as the breeze that stirred the fallen leaves, "why does the forest change with the seasons? And what keeps our home in balance?" Balthazar, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages, settled into the soft carpet of leaves and beckoned Pippin closer. "Ah, young Pippin," he began, his voice a soothing rumble, "the forest is a tapestry woven by time, and each season is a brushstroke in the painting of life. The changes you see are the forest's way of maintaining harmony, a dance of give and take that has been passed down through generations." As Balthazar spoke, the forest seemed to listen, the trees leaning in as if eager to hear once more the tale of their own existence. He told Pippin of the spring, when life awoke from its slumber, and the air shimmered with the promise of new beginnings. He spoke of the summer, when the forest basked in the sun's warm embrace, and every creature thrived in its abundance. "But it is autumn," Balthazar continued, "that teaches us the beauty of letting go. The trees release their leaves, painting the world with a final, glorious burst of color. It is a time of preparation, a reminder that life is a cycle, and every ending is but a new beginning." Pippin listened intently, his small paws clutching an acorn as if it were a precious jewel. "And winter?" he asked, his voice tinged with a hint of apprehension. "Winter," Balthazar said, "is the forest's time of rest. It is when the world slows, wrapped in a blanket of snow, and dreams of the seasons to come. It is in this quietude that the forest gathers strength, ready to awaken once more." As Balthazar spoke, Pippin felt a sense of peace wash over him, like the gentle caress of a cool breeze. He understood now that each season, with its unique beauty and challenges, was a vital part of the forest's harmony, and he realized that he, too, was a part of this intricate web of life. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. Pippin thanked Balthazar, his heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. He scampered off, eager to share what he had learned with his friends, for knowledge, like the forest's bounty, was meant to be shared. As the days turned to weeks, Pippin became a storyteller in his own right, weaving tales of seasons and balance, of the magic that lived in every leaf and stone. And as the forest whispered its secrets to the wind, it knew that its legacy of harmony and wisdom would endure, passed down through the generations like a precious heirloom. And so, in this enchanted forest where reality and magic danced together, the creatures lived in peace, guided by the timeless rhythms of nature and the stories that knit their lives together. And as the seasons turned, they knew that they were forever a part of the wondrous, ever-changing tapestry of life. Story 15. In a corner of the vast cosmos, where twinkling stars danced like playful fireflies, there lay a small, vibrant planet named Veridara. Its skies shimmered with the hues of twilight, casting gentle shadows upon lush, emerald forests and sapphire rivers that sang softly as they meandered through the land. It was here that our story begins, with a gentle being named Lyra. Lyra was a Veridaran, a creature of grace and empathy, with skin that reflected the colors of the forest and eyes that glowed with the warmth of the planet's twin moons. She spent her days tending to the whispering trees and listening to the soft melodies of the winds. Her heart was open, and her spirit was as gentle as the evening breeze. One day, while wandering near the edge of the forest, Lyra stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, amidst a clearing, stood a small silver vessel, its surface gleaming under the dappled sunlight. From within emerged a figure unlike any she had seen before. It was tall and slender, with skin like polished marble and eyes that sparkled with the light of distant stars. This was Zephyr, a traveler from the planet Aetheris, where the people lived among the clouds and spoke in musical tones. Zephyr had arrived on Veridara by accident, the result of a navigation error that had diverted his course. He was a being of logic and precision, and the lush, untamed beauty of Veradara was both bewildering and enchanting to him. Though their initial meeting was tinged with apprehension, Lyra, curious yet cautious, and Zephyr, intrigued but reserved, their mutual fascination laid the foundation for a bond that neither could have foreseen. Their first days together were marked by misunderstandings. Veradaran communication was a blend of spoken word and subtle gestures, while Etherians relied on harmonic expressions that resonated through the air. Often, Lyra would smile at Zephyr, her eyes sparkling with warmth, only for him to misinterpret her friendliness as confusion. Similarly, Zephyr's melodic hums, intended as greetings or expressions of gratitude, were initially puzzling to Lyra. Yet, in these moments of confusion, seeds of growth were sown. They began to teach each other, slowly bridging the gap between their worlds. Lyra showed Zephyr how to listen to the forest's heart, to understand the language of the leaves and the whispers of the wind. In return, Zephyr revealed the wonders of his technology, crafting melodies that could shape light and create shimmering illusions that danced across the trees. As days turned into weeks, the two faced challenges that tested their budding friendship. A sudden storm, fierce and unrelenting, swept across Veradara, uprooting trees and turning serene streams into raging torrents. In the chaos, Lyra and Zephyr found themselves stranded, far from the safety of Lyra's home. In the midst of the storm, with rain lashing and winds howling, they took refuge in a small cave. It was here, in the dim light and enveloped by the earth's calming embrace, that they truly began to understand one another. Lyra, with her hands, traced patterns in the air, sharing stories of her ancestors and the timeless wisdom of her people. Zephyr, in turn, sang tales of Etheris, of skies so vast and endless that they seemed to cradle the universe itself. Through these shared stories, they discovered that despite their differences, their hearts beat with the same rhythm, a longing for connection, a desire to understand and be understood. On the second day of the storm, when the winds began to quiet and the rain softened to a gentle patter, a new challenge arose. The cave, though sheltering, was not without its dangers. A section of the ceiling, weakened by the relentless rain, began to crumble. As rocks tumbled down, Lyra acted without hesitation, using her knowledge of the earth to guide Zephyr to safety. It was a moment of instinctual trust, a testament to the bond that had grown between them. Grateful and awed by Lyra's courage, Zephyr in turn utilized his technology to project a force field, reinforcing their temporary shelter and ensuring their safety for the remainder of the storm. It was a gesture of care and protection, one that resonated deeply with Lyra. As the storm finally passed and the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, painting the world in hues of gold and silver, Lyra and Zephyr emerged from their refuge. The land around them had changed, reshaped by nature's fury, but it was beautiful, reborn in its resilience. Together they worked to heal the forest, planting new seeds and tending to the wounded earth. In their shared labor, they found joy and fulfillment, a testament to their growing friendship. They had learned to complement each other's strengths and to respect their differences, weaving them into a tapestry of companionship that neither had expected. Their final days together were filled with laughter and light. As Zephyr prepared to repair his vessel and continue his journey, Lyra gifted him a small glowing stone, a piece of Veradara's heart, a token of their friendship. In return, Zephyr crafted a delicate melody, capturing the essence of their time together, a song that would forever echo in Lyra's mind. With a promise of reunion carried on the winds, Zephyr departed, his vessel rising gracefully into the sky. Lyra watched until he disappeared among the stars, her heart full and content. In the years that followed, the story of Lyra and Zephyr became a cherished tale among the Veradarans and Etherians alike. It spoke of the power of understanding, the beauty of diversity, and the unyielding strength of friendship that transcends worlds. And so, beneath the twinkling stars that danced like playful fireflies, the memory of their bond lived on, a gentle reminder that in the vastness of the universe, true friendship can bridge any distance and heal any divide. Story 16. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens and the earth pulsed with life, there existed a world unseen by human eyes. This was the realm of the forest spirits, guardians of the natural balance and protectors of the woodland creatures. Among them was Willow, a gentle spirit whose form shimmered with the hues of new leaves in spring. Her task was to usher in the season of renewal, coaxing the first buds to unfurl and the wildflowers to bloom. As she danced through the forest, her ethereal presence awakened the slumbering earth, and the trees seemed to sway in time with her movements. One crisp morning, as the dew still clung to the ferns, Willow encountered a young rabbit named Thistle. The little creature was shivering, its nose twitching nervously. "What troubles you, dear Thistle?" Willow asked, her voice like the whisper of a gentle breeze. Thistle looked up at the spirit with wide, worried eyes. "The air grows cold, and I fear the harsh winter will soon be upon us. How will I find food and shelter?" Willow smiled warmly and knelt beside the rabbit. "Fear not, little one. The forest provides for all its inhabitants, and you need only listen to its wisdom." With a wave of her hand, Willow summoned a glowing orb that floated before them. Within its luminous depths, Thistle could see visions of the forest in different seasons, each one rich with its own bounty. In autumn, the trees will offer their nuts and seeds, and the berry bushes will be ripe for gathering, Willow explained. As winter approaches, seek out the hollow logs and burrows where you can nestle and rest. And when spring returns, the meadows will blossom with fresh greens for you to feast upon. Thistle's eyes widened with wonder, and a newfound sense of reassurance filled her tiny heart. "Thank you, wise Willow. I will heed the forest's guidance and trust in the cycles of nature." Willow chuckled softly and caressed Thistle's velvety fur. "Remember, little one, the forest is a symphony of life, and each creature plays its part. By living in harmony with the changing seasons, you contribute to the balance that sustains us all." As the seasons ebbed and flowed, Thistle followed Willow's teachings, learning to thrive in each phase of the forest's rhythms. In autumn, she gathered acorns and chestnuts, storing them away for the coming winter. When the first snowflakes fell, she burrowed deep into a cozy den, emerging only to nibble on the bark of young saplings. Spring brought forth a bounty of tender shoots and vibrant blooms, and Thistle found herself surrounded by an abundance of nourishment. She watched in awe as Willow's magic wove through the forest, awakening the slumbering seeds and coaxing new life to unfurl. As the years passed, Thistle shared the wisdom she had learned with her own offspring, teaching them to respect the delicate balance of the forest and to live in harmony with its cycles. And whenever the seasons shifted, she would pause and give thanks to Willow and the other spirits who ensured the continuation of this enchanted realm. In that ancient forest, where the boundaries between the natural and the mystical intertwined, the creatures and spirits lived in a sacred dance, each playing their part in maintaining the harmonious rhythm of life. And as long as that balance was preserved, the forest would continue to thrive, a verdant sanctuary where magic and nature coexisted in perfect unity. Story 17. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Lyria. In a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and the glistening river, where the air was always tinged with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled like the morning dew, and her heart was as tender as the petals of the wildflowers that danced in the meadows. Lila was known for her gentle nature and her love for the stories her grandmother told by the fireside, tales of magical worlds and hidden realms. One chilly autumn evening, as the golden leaves twirled down from the ancient oaks, Lila sat by the fireplace with her grandmother, the warmth of the fire casting a cozy glow around the room. Her grandmother, with a twinkle in her eye, began to tell the tale of the Whispering Woods, a mystical forest said to shelter secrets and wonders beyond imagination. "They say," her grandmother began, her voice soft but filled with intrigue, "that deep within the Whispering Woods lies the Lantern of Lyria, a magical object that grants the pure of heart the ability to illuminate the truth hidden within their souls. But the woods, dear Lila, are not easily traversed. Only those who listen closely to the whispers of the trees can find their way." Lila listened intently, her imagination painting vivid pictures of enchanted forests and glowing lanterns. As she lay in bed that night, the story lingered in her mind, weaving itself into her dreams. She dreamt of the woods, where the trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets only the wind could understand. The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the village awake, Lila felt a stirring within her, a gentle nudge from the depths of her heart. The whispering woods called to her, their song echoing in her mind. She decided, with a heart full of wonder and courage, to embark on a journey to find the Lantern of Lyria. Lila packed a small satchel with essentials, a woolen scarf, a loaf of bread, and a notebook for jotting down her thoughts. She kissed her grandmother goodbye, promising to return with stories of her own. Her grandmother nodded knowingly, as if she had seen this day coming, and handed Lila a small, hand-carved compass. "This will guide you to the heart of the woods," her grandmother said, her voice a soothing melody. "Remember, Lila, the forest speaks to those who listen." With the compass in hand and a heart brimming with excitement, Lila set off towards the whispering woods. The path was lined with autumn leaves, crunching softly beneath her feet as she walked. The woods loomed ahead, their branches swaying gently in the cool breeze, as if inviting her into their embrace. As Lila stepped into the forest, she felt a sense of calm envelop her. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. It was as if she had entered another world, a hidden realm where time moved differently, and every sound carried a hint of magic. She walked deeper into the woods, the compass guiding her steps. The whispers of the trees grew louder, a soft chorus that seemed to speak to her heart. As she listened, she began to understand their language, the gentle rustle of leaves like a symphony of wisdom and guidance. Hours passed, or perhaps it was mere moments. Time seemed to blur in this enchanted place. Lila came upon a clearing bathed in soft golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches reaching towards the sky like arms seeking to embrace the heavens. At its base lay the Lantern of Lyria, glowing with a gentle, ethereal light. Lila approached the lantern, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she reached out to touch it, a warmth spread through her, as if the lantern recognized the purity of her heart. The light pulsed gently, illuminating not just the clearing but the depths of her soul. In that moment, Lila saw her true self, a tapestry woven with kindness and courage, dreams and fears, hopes and doubts. The lantern revealed the beauty of her spirit, the strength that lay within her, waiting to be unleashed. Tears of joy filled Lila's eyes as she realized the gift she had been given, the ability to see her own truth and the wisdom to embrace it. The journey to the Whispering Woods had changed her, awakening a newfound sense of purpose and understanding. As she sat beneath the ancient tree, Lila felt the presence of another. From the shadows emerged a small creature, a fox with fur as red as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. The fox approached cautiously, its movements graceful and fluid. "Welcome, traveler," the fox said, its voice soft and melodic. "I am Fen, the guardian of these woods. You have found the Lantern of Lyria, a feat not easily accomplished. What do you seek, young one?" Lila smiled, feeling an instant connection with the fox. "I sought the truth within my heart," she replied, her voice steady. "And I have found it, but more than that, I have found a friend in these woods." Fen nodded, a twinkle in its eyes. "The woods have a way of revealing what we truly need. Friendship is a gift as precious as any magic. Will you share your journey with me, Lila?" Lila's heart swelled with warmth. "I would be honored, Fen." Together, they explored the Whispering Woods, each step a new adventure. Fen taught Lila the language of the forest, how to listen to the whispers of the trees and understand the songs of the birds. In return, Lila shared her stories, filling the woods with laughter and joy. Days turned into weeks, and Lila's heart grew in wisdom and kindness. She learned that the magic of the lantern was not in its light, but in the journey itself. The friendships forged, the lessons learned, the courage discovered. One evening, as the stars twinkled above like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, Lila sat with Fen by a crackling fire. The woods were alive with the gentle hum of night, a soothing lullaby that wrapped around them like a warm blanket. "Lila," Fen said, its voice a soft whisper, "the time has come for you to return to your village. The lantern's light will always guide you, but your heart knows the way." Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude. She had found more than she ever imagined in the Whispering Woods. a friend, a guide, and a deeper understanding of herself. As the first light of dawn brushed the horizon, Lila and Fen stood at the edge of the woods. The village lay ahead, a tapestry of familiar sights and sounds, waiting to welcome her home. "Thank you, Fen," Lila said, her voice filled with emotion, "for everything." Fen smiled, a knowing glint in its eyes. "The woods will always be here, Lila, and so will I." With a final hug, Lila began her journey back to the village, the lantern's light a gentle glow in her heart. She returned to her grandmother, her spirit renewed, her soul alight with the magic of the whispering woods. As she shared her stories by the fireside, the village listened in awe, their hearts touched by the tale of the Lantern of Lyria. And though the woods remained a mystery to many, its magic lived on in Lila's stories, a beacon of truth and friendship, guiding all who dared to listen to the whispers of their own hearts. And so the tale of the Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Lyria became a cherished legend, passed down through generations, a reminder of the magic that resides in every journey, the power of friendship, and the light that shines within us all. Story 18. In a quaint village nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle curve of the River Loon, lived a young woman named Maisie. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and cottages, with chimneys that puffed lazy spirals of smoke into the sky. Every morning, the village awoke to the scent of freshly baked bread and the cheerful chirping of sparrows. Maisie, with her chestnut curls and eyes that reflected the changing seasons, often felt like a reed caught in the current of life's stream. She was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she struggled with change, preferring the comforting rhythm of the familiar. The thought of stepping beyond the boundaries of her village filled her with unease. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Maisie set out to gather herbs in the forest. This was her daily ritual, and she found solace among the rustling leaves and the earthy scent of the woods. Her basket swung at her side, filled with sage and lavender, their fragrances mingling in the cool air. As Maisie wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon an unusual sight, a small, shimmering pool that she had never seen before. The water glowed softly, reflecting the sunlight in a kaleidoscope of colors. Intrigued, Maisie knelt by the pool, her fingers grazing the surface. As she touched the water, a ripple of warmth spread through her, and the air shimmered with a gentle hum. Startled, Maisie glanced around, her heart pounding. From behind a cluster of ferns, a figure emerged, a graceful stag with antlers adorned with twinkling lights like stars against the twilight sky. The stag's eyes, deep and knowing, met Maisie's, and she felt a whisper of understanding pass between them. "Fear not." The stag's voice resonated like a melody carried by the wind. "This pool is a reflection of your spirit, a mirror of your inner journey." Maisie blinked, her mind swirling with questions, but the stag continued, "You are at the cusp of change, dear Maisie. Embrace it, for you are braver than you believe." With those words, the stag turned and vanished into the forest, leaving Maisie alone by the pool. Her heart, once filled with apprehension, now beat with a steady resolve. She understood that the pool was a gift, a chance to see herself anew. In the days that followed, Maisie returned to the pool, each visit unveiling a piece of her soul's tapestry. She saw her fears and doubts, but also her strength and kindness. The forest, with its ancient trees and whispering winds, became her confidant, guiding her through the labyrinth of her emotions. As the leaves turned from gold to fiery crimson, Maisie found herself seeking the counsel of her friends. There was Rowan, the wise old baker, who spoke of the beauty in each loaf's rise and fall, teaching her that life too had its cycles. Then there was Lila, the village weaver, who showed her how threads of different colors and textures could create something beautiful and whole. Surrounded by love and support, Maisie began to embrace the changes in her life. She ventured beyond the village, her heart open to new experiences. She discovered hidden meadows, learned the songs of the river, and danced with the fireflies under the moonlit sky. Each step forward felt like a petal unfurling, revealing the vibrant colors of her spirit. One evening, as winter's breath painted the world in frosty lace, Maisie returned to the pool. The stag awaited her, its eyes filled with pride. "You have grown, dear Maisie," it said, its voice a gentle caress. You have transformed your fears into strength, and your heart shines with the light of 1,000 stars. Maisie smiled, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. The pool, once a mirror of her uncertainty, now reflected her inner light, a beacon of the journey she had embraced. From that day on, the village spoke of Maisie, the girl who had blossomed like a wildflower in the forest. Her story became a gentle reminder that change, though daunting, was a journey of discovery, a path to finding one's true self. And so as the seasons turned and the world spun its tapestry of time, Maisie lived each day with an open heart, her spirit intertwined with the magic of the world around her. She had learned the beauty of transformation, and in doing so had found her place in the symphony of life's ever-changing melody. Story 19. Title: The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled beyond a quaint village where cobblestone paths wound their way through fields of wildflowers, there lay a forest unlike any other. This was the Whispering Woods, a place where trees hummed gentle lullabies and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. The villagers often spoke of the woods with a mix of awe and reverence, for within its depths lay secrets that had been guarded for generations. At the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leela. She was known for her curious spirit and a heart as gentle as a dove's feather. Her eyes sparkled with the wonder of the world, and her laugh was as bright as the morning sun. Leela spent her days exploring the fields, collecting wildflowers, and listening to the stories of the elders. But most of all, Lila longed to explore the Whispering Woods, to uncover the mysteries that lay shrouded in its emerald embrace. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the crisp scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out towards the woods. Her heart raced with excitement and a touch of trepidation as she approached the towering trees that marked the beginning of the Whispering Woods. As she stepped into the forest, she felt a gentle breeze brush against her cheek, almost as if the woods were welcoming her. The path beneath her feet was soft with moss, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Lila walked slowly, her senses alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of a songbird. She marveled at the towering trees, their trunks thick and gnarled with age, and the delicate ferns that grew in their shade. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. At the foot of the tree lay a small, shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. As Lila approached the pool, she noticed something glinting beneath the water, a small, silver key. Curiosity piqued, Lila reached into the pool and retrieved the key. It was cool to the touch, and as she held it in her hand, she felt a strange warmth spread through her body. She looked around, wondering what the key might unlock, when she noticed a small door at the base of the oak tree. The door was intricately carved with images of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a deep breath, Lila inserted the key into the lock and turned it. The door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a staircase that spiraled down into the earth. Heart pounding with excitement, Lila stepped through the doorway and began her descent. The staircase was lit by a gentle glow that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The air was cool and filled with the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers. As Lila reached the bottom of the staircase, she found herself in a vast underground chamber. The walls were adorned with murals depicting scenes of the forest, each image more vibrant and alive than the last. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a large, ornate book. The cover was embossed with golden leaves, and the title, The Chronicles of the Whispering Woods, gleamed in the soft light. Lila approached the book, her heart filled with wonder. She reached out and gently opened the cover, revealing pages filled with elegant script and beautiful illustrations. The book told the story of the Whispering Woods, of a time long ago when the forest had been a sanctuary for magical creatures. It spoke of the harmony that had existed between the creatures and the humans, and of a great sorrow that had befallen the woods when the two worlds had drifted apart. Lila read with rapt attention, her heart aching at the thought of the lost connection. As she turned the pages, Lila discovered a prophecy that spoke of a child with a pure heart who would one day restore the bond between the forest and the village. The prophecy spoke of a journey, of trials and challenges, and of a great act of kindness that would heal the rift between the two worlds. Lila closed the book, her mind racing with possibilities. She realized that the key had chosen her for a reason, that she was meant to fulfill the prophecy and bring harmony back to the Whispering Woods. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lila ascended the staircase and returned to the forest above. As she stepped back into the clearing, Lila felt a sense of peace settle over her. She knew that her journey was just beginning, and that the path ahead would be filled with challenges. But she also knew that she was not alone, that the forest itself would guide and protect her. With renewed determination, Lila set off deeper into the woods, her heart filled with hope, and her spirit alight with the promise of adventure. The days turned into weeks as Lila journeyed through the Whispering Woods, guided by the knowledge she had gained from the book. She encountered many challenges along the way, each one teaching her valuable lessons about courage, empathy, and the power of friendship. One day, as Lila was resting by a babbling brook, she heard a soft whimpering sound. She followed the sound and soon came upon a small fox with its paw caught in a hunter's trap. The fox's eyes were filled with fear and pain, and Lila's heart ached at the sight. Gently, she approached the fox, speaking to it in soothing tones. "It's okay, little one," she murmured. "I won't hurt you. Let me help." The fox seemed to understand her words, and it lay still as Lila carefully released its paw from the trap. Once free, the fox nuzzled her hand in gratitude before disappearing into the underbrush. That night, as Lila lay beneath the stars, she thought of the fox and the many creatures she had encountered in the woods. She realized that her journey was not just about restoring the bond between the village and the forest, but also about understanding and protecting the creatures that called the woods home. The next morning, Lila awoke to find the fox waiting for her at the edge of the clearing. It seemed to have come to offer its companionship and guidance, and Lila welcomed it with a smile. Together, they continued on their journey, exploring hidden glades and discovering the beauty of the forest. As they traveled, Lila and the fox encountered many other creatures: a wise old owl who shared its wisdom, a playful group of squirrels who led them to hidden treasures, and a majestic stag who showed them the path to a secret grove. Each encounter strengthened Lila's bond with the forest and deepened her understanding of the delicate balance that existed within its boundaries. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to read the signs in the rustling leaves, and to trust in the guidance of her newfound friends. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the woods were bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lila and the fox came upon a clearing unlike any other. In the center of the clearing stood a stone circle, its surface etched with ancient runes that glowed with a faint, ethereal light. Lila approached the circle, her heart filled with a sense of reverence and wonder. She felt drawn to the stones, as if they held the key to the mystery she had been seeking to solve. As she stepped into the center of the circle, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the whispers of the forest. Lila closed her eyes, listening to the voices that surrounded her, and she realized that she could understand their words. The trees spoke of the harmony that once existed between the forest and the village, of the magic that had infused the woods with life and joy. They spoke of the prophecy and of the restore the balance and bring peace to the Whispering Woods. Lila listened, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose and determination. She knew that she was the child of the prophecy, that it was her destiny to heal the rift and restore the bond between the two worlds. With the fox by her side, Lila set to work, using the knowledge she had gained on her journey to mend the broken connections between the village and the forest. She reached out to the villagers, sharing the stories of the forest and teaching them to appreciate and protect the natural world that surrounded them. In time, the villagers came to understand the importance of the forest and the creatures that dwelled within it. They learned to listen to the whispers of the woods, to respect the delicate balance that existed within its boundaries, and to cherish the magic that infused the land with life. As the bond between the village and the forest was restored, the whispering woods flourished. The trees hummed with joy, the creatures danced in the moonlight, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. And at the heart of it all was Lila, her heart filled with the warmth of friendship and the joy of having fulfilled her destiny. She had learned the true meaning of harmony, of the interconnectedness of all living things, and of the power of a pure heart to bring about change. As the years passed, Lila continued to explore the whispering woods, guided by the whispers of the trees and the wisdom of her animal friends. She became a beloved figure in the village, known for her kindness, her courage, and her unwavering dedication to the forest. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of magic and wonder, a sanctuary where the bonds of friendship and the power of nature were cherished and celebrated. The villagers and the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, their hearts united by the whispers of the woods and the gentle spirit of a young girl named Lila. And every night, as the stars twinkled in the sky and the moon cast its silvery glow over the land, the Whispering Woods sang its gentle lullabies, a testament to the power of love, friendship, and the magic of the natural world. For in the heart of the Whispering Woods, the bond between the forest and the village had been restored, and the whispers of the trees would forever tell the tale of a journey that had changed everything. Story 20. Once upon a time, in a village where the rooftops were painted with the colors of rainbows and the cobblestone paths hummed with cheerful tunes, there lived a peculiar duo. Whimsy, the giggling wizard with a hat that changed colors to match his moods, and Pippa, the talking squirrel who wore spectacles slightly too big for her tiny face and carried a tiny satchel full of acorns and secrets. Whimsy and Pippa were the best of friends, known throughout the village of Jolly Hollow for their delightful antics and their unique knack for solving magical mishaps. Their home was a cozy cottage nestled at the edge of the sapphire woods, where the trees shimmered like jewels under the sunlight and whispered ancient lullabies with the evening breeze. One fine morning, as the sun peeked playfully through the drapes of mist, Whimsy was busy concocting a potion in his bubbling cauldron. The aroma of lavender and honey filled the air, mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread from the village bakeries. Pippa, perched on the windowsill, peered through her spectacles at a map of the enchanted orchard, her whiskers twitching with excitement. "Whimsy, have you noticed something peculiar about the orchard lately?" Pippa chirped, adjusting her spectacles with her tiny paws. Whimsy, who was stirring his potion with a spoon made of moonlight, paused and frowned. "Why, yes, the apples have been floating away like little balloons. Quite the spectacle, but the villagers are having a hard time gathering them for their pies." Pippa nodded, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "We must find a way to bring those apples back to the ground. I suspect a sprinkle of playful magic is afoot." With a shared nod, the two friends set off towards the enchanted orchard. The path was lined with flowers that giggled as they passed, tickling their ankles with petals of soft silk. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant sound of a brook that sang tales of far-off lands. Upon reaching the orchard, they were greeted by a sight both wondrous and whimsical. Apples of all sizes and hues floated gently above the trees, bobbing in the air like a sea of colorful bubbles. Farmers stood below, reaching up with nets and ladders, their laughter mingled with groans of playful frustration. "Ah, there's the mischief!" Whimsy chuckled, scratching his chin beneath his ever-changing hat. "But how do we coax them back?" Pippa, ever the thinker, tapped her tiny paw against her chin. Perhaps the apples are longing for a tune. Music might be the key to bringing them back down. With that, Whimsy drew out his wand, which looked more like a slender twig adorned with tiny bells. With a flourish, he began to play a melody so merry and light that even the clouds seemed to sway with the rhythm. Pippa added her own harmony, singing in a voice as sweet as honeysuckle. To their delight, the apples began to dance in the air, twirling and spinning as if caught in a gentle breeze. Slowly they drifted downwards, settling softly into the baskets with a contented sigh. The villagers cheered, their eyes filled with gratitude and joy. They gathered around Whimsy and Pippa, offering them slices of freshly baked apple pie and warm mugs of spiced cider as tokens of thanks. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Whimsy and Pippa sat on a blanket beneath the stars, their hearts full of the warmth of friendship and the sweetness of their shared adventure. Another day, another whimsical tale, Whimsy mused, his hat now a deep shade of violet reflecting the twilight. Pippa snuggled close, her tiny heart beating in time with the gentle rustle of the leaves. Indeed, and who knows what tomorrow will bring. With laughter and a promise of more adventures, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where dreams were as vivid as the colors of the orchard and as boundless as the sky above. And so, in the heart of Jolly Hollow, magic and merriment continued to bloom, a testament to the power of friendship and the joy of a life filled with wonder. Story 21. In a small, tucked-away village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a quaint cottage with ivy-clad walls and a roof thatched with golden straw. The air was always filled with the soft scent of lavender and the gentle hum of bees visiting the garden's blossoms. Lila was known for her curious nature and her love for exploring every nook and cranny of her picturesque world. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sun peeked over the horizon, Lila set out on her usual wanderings. The leaves crunched softly under her feet, and the air was crisp with the promise of new discoveries. She followed a path that wound its way through the forest, adorned with the fiery colors of fall. The trees stood tall and majestic, their branches weaving a tapestry of dappled sunlight and shadow. As she ventured deeper, Lila came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. Nestled among its roots was a peculiar object, a small, ornate box, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the light. Curiosity piqued, Lila knelt down and gently lifted the box, feeling its cool, smooth weight in her hands. With a soft click, the lid opened to reveal a shimmering, translucent stone. It glowed with a soft luminescence, casting a gentle light that seemed to fill the clearing with warmth. As Lila gazed into the stone, she felt a sudden rush of energy, as if the world around her had come alive with vibrant colors and whispers of forgotten tales. From the depths of the forest emerged a creature like no other, a small fox with fur that shimmered like silver in the sunlight. Its eyes were a deep, knowing blue, and they twinkled with a kindness that immediately set Lila at ease. "Hello, young traveler," the fox said in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Finn, a guardian of this forest. You have found the Heartstone, a gift of ancient magic that reveals the true nature of things around us." Lila, though startled, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The Heartstone grants its holder the ability to see the unseen, to understand the hidden stories of the world," Finn explained. "But with this gift comes a journey, one that will test your heart and mind." Intrigued and eager to learn more, Lila agreed to embark on this journey. With Finn by her side, she ventured further into the forest, where the trees whispered secrets, and the air was alive with possibility. Their first stop was a serene pond, its surface like glass, reflecting the sky's azure expanse. There they met a wise old turtle named Tully, who spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. "In this world, patience and understanding often reveal more than haste and force," Tully advised, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. Lila listened carefully, absorbing the lessons of the forest and the creatures she encountered. With each step, the Heartstone glowed brighter, guiding her with its gentle light. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Finn arrived at the base of a craggy hill. Atop it stood a solitary tower, its silhouette stark against the evening sky. It was here that Lila's true challenge awaited. Climbing the hill, Lila felt a flutter of apprehension, but with Finn's reassuring presence, she pressed on. At the tower's entrance stood a wise old owl named Oberon, whose feathers were a tapestry of midnight blue and silver. "To enter, you must solve the riddle of the Heartstone," Oberon hooted softly. "What is it that you seek, yet cannot see with your eyes alone?" Lila pondered the riddle, feeling the Heartstone warm in her palm. She thought of the lessons she had learned, the importance of patience, the power of understanding. Suddenly the answer came to her, clear as the first morning light. Truth, she replied, her voice steady and sure. I seek the truth that lies beneath the surface of what we see. Oberon nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. You have chosen wisely, young one. The Heartstone's power is yours to wield, but remember, true wisdom lies in knowing when to use it. With the door now open, Lila stepped inside the tower. The room was filled with a gentle glow, and she found herself surrounded by shelves lined with books, each a treasure trove of knowledge. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the world, but also about understanding herself and her place within it. As night fell, Lila returned to the village with Finn at her side. The Heartstone, now a part of her, glowed softly, a comforting reminder of the journey she had undertaken. She had learned to see with her heart, to listen with her soul, and to trust in the friendships and wisdom she had gained along the way. Lila's journey had changed her, but it was not the end. It was the beginning of a life filled with wonder, kindness, and the gentle magic of knowing the world in all its hidden beauty. And as she lay down to sleep that night, the stars twinkling above, she knew that she was part of a story much greater than herself, a story that would continue to unfold with each new day. Story 22. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and sprawling meadows, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that danced with the promise of adventure. Her world was filled with the soft aroma of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, but her imagination often drifted to the tales of the Enchanted Glade, a place whispered about in stories passed down through generations. The Enchanted Glade was said to lie beyond the misty woods, a forest shrouded in a veil of silvery mist that sparkled under the moonlight like strands of gossamer. It was a place few dared to venture, for the mist was known to play tricks on those who entered, leading them in circles until dawn. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled with the whispers of the wind, Lila's heart was stirred by a longing she could not ignore. With a knapsack filled with her favorite bread and cheese, and a small lantern to light her way, she set off towards the misty woods, guided by the stories of old and a spirit eager for discovery. As Lila stepped into the woods, the mist curled around her like an old friend, cool and gentle against her skin. The forest was alive with the lullaby of rustling leaves and the distant call of an owl. Each step seemed to awaken the forest magic, and soon she found herself surrounded by a chorus of twinkling lights, fireflies, casting a soft golden glow that danced around her like stars fallen from the night sky. With each step deeper into the woods, Lila encountered wonders that sparked her curiosity. A brook babbled nearby, its waters glistening with hues of sapphire and emerald. By the brook, a family of rabbits, their fur as white as freshly fallen snow, nibbled on the tender shoots of grass. They paused to look at Lila with curious eyes, as if recognizing her gentle spirit. Further along, she met a peculiar creature, an owl with feathers of midnight blue and eyes as bright as the morning sun. "Who?" it called softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and kindness. As Lila paused to greet the owl, it flapped its wings and took flight, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that settled on her shoulders like a cloak of stars. The path twisted and turned, leading Lila to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Here stood the heart of the Enchanted Glade, a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches reaching towards the heavens. The tree was adorned with blossoms that glowed with an ethereal light, each petal a delicate work of art in hues of lavender and silver. At the base of the tree, Lila found a circle of stones, each one covered in moss as soft as velvet. She sat among them, feeling the warmth of the earth beneath her and the gentle kiss of the breeze. It was here she encountered her first challenge, a riddle whispered by the wind itself, a playful test of courage and wit. "What is it that you seek, young traveler, in the heart of this enchanted grove?" the wind asked, its voice a gentle caress. Lila thought for a moment, her heart open to the truth she had long felt. "I seek knowledge, the kind that fills the heart with joy and the mind with wonder," she replied softly. The wind seemed to smile, rustling the leaves in a melody of approval. It was then that Lila realized the true essence of her journey. It was not the destination, but the courage to seek the unknown, and the joy found in every step of the way. As if in response to her realization, the blossoms on the ancient tree began to fall, swirling around her in a gentle dance. Each petal carried with it a gift, a memory of the journey, the friends she had met, and the courage she had discovered within herself. With the first light of dawn, Lila made her way back through the misty woods, the mist parting like a curtain to reveal the path home. Her heart was light, and her spirit soared with the knowledge that the world was vast and filled with wonders waiting to be discovered. When she returned to Willowbrook, her eyes sparkled with the tales of her adventure. She shared her story with the villagers, her words weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder that inspired others to look beyond the familiar and embrace the unknown. And so, under the starlit sky, Lila lay in her cozy bed, the warmth of her journey wrapping around her like a comforting quilt. She closed her eyes, her heart full of the sweet song of the enchanted glade, knowing that the world was a beautiful place, and her courage to explore had made it even more so. And in that quiet moment, as the village of Willowbrook slept under the gentle gaze of the moon, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the joys of discovery that awaited her in the world beyond. Story 23. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden realm. This realm was not visible to the hurried eyes of humans, but thrived vibrantly between the gnarled roots and towering canopies. Here the natural creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the gentle rhythm of the seasons. As the golden light of dawn filtered through the dense leaves, the forest awakened with a symphony of sounds. Birds with feathers shimmering in hues unseen in the mundane world sang a chorus that welcomed the sun. The air was crisp and carried the sweet scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers, a heady perfume that promised a day filled with wonder. In this enchanted forest, each creature had its role, ensuring the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Thistle, who moved with a deliberate grace, his shell etched with patterns that told the stories of his long life. Thistle was the keeper of tales and the guardian of wisdom, his very presence a soothing balm to the young and restless. One morning, as Thistle made his slow journey to the great oak, a meeting place for the creatures, he noticed something peculiar. The leaves of the ancient trees, usually vibrant and full of life, seemed to droop, their colors muted as if touched by an early frost. The air, too, held a chill that was unusual for the season. The forest folk gathered beneath the sprawling branches of the great oak, concern etched on their faces. There were the nimble foxes, their russet fur glinting in the sunlight, the gentle deer, eyes wide with worry, and the clever squirrels, tails flicking nervously. Even the usually mischievous rabbits were subdued, their ears twitching with unease. Thistle cleared his throat, the sound like the rustling of leaves, and spoke with a voice as deep and soothing as the forest itself. "My friends," he began, "we are witnessing a change, an imbalance in our beloved forest. The seasons speak to us, and it is our duty to listen and respond with care." The creatures nodded, their trust in Thistle unwavering. They knew that the forest had its cycles and rhythms, but this felt different, as if the very heart of their world was trying to convey a message. "We must find the source of this chill," Thistle continued, "and restore the harmony that has kept us safe for generations." A young hare named Bramble, with fur as soft as down and a spirit bright as the morning sun, stepped forward. "I will help," he declared, his voice small but resolute. "I may be young, but I can be swift and silent." Thistle smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling with approval. "And I will accompany you," said Lark, a bird with feathers like spun gold, her song a melody that could calm even the fiercest storm. "My wings will guide us through the treetops, and my song will keep us heartened." Together, with the blessings of their fellow creatures, Bramble and Lark set off on their quest. The forest stretched endlessly before them, a tapestry of greens and browns, each tree and bush a testament to the life it sheltered. As they traveled, the sun climbed higher, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, and the air filled with the rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of a stream. They followed the chill in the air, which seemed to grow stronger as they ventured deeper into the forest. Along their journey, they encountered a gentle breeze that carried with it the scent of pine and a hint of frost. It whispered through the branches, and Lark, with her keen ears, listened intently. "The breeze speaks of a place forgotten," she murmured, her eyes bright with understanding. "A grove where the seasons converge, where winter's breath lingers longer than it should." Bramble nodded, his heart racing with excitement and a twinge of fear. They pressed on, guided by Lark's song and the whispers of the wind. Finally, they reached the grove, a hidden sanctuary where time seemed to stand still. The air was crisp, and a gentle snow fell, blanketing the ground in a soft white embrace. In the center of the grove stood an ancient tree, its bark silver and shimmering with a light all its own. This was the heartwood, a sacred tree that held the balance of the seasons within its branches. But now the heartwood was encased in a thin layer of ice, its leaves frozen and still. Bramble and Lark approached cautiously, feeling the weight of their task. "The heartwood is trapped in winter's grasp," Lark said softly, her voice a gentle song against the silence, "but we can help it remember the warmth of spring and the life it brings." With a courage born of friendship and purpose, Bramble began to dig at the base of the tree, his paws working tirelessly to loosen the soil and free the roots. Lark, meanwhile, sang a melody that rose and fell like the tides, a hymn of renewal and hope. As they toiled, the ice began to melt, dripping away to reveal the vibrant bark beneath. The heartwood, sensing the care and love of the creatures, responded in kind. Its branches shivered, and a soft, golden light began to pulse from within, growing stronger with each note of Lark's song. Slowly but surely, the ice receded, and the grove warmed as if kissed by the sun. The air filled with the fragrance of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees returning to their work. Bramble and Lark stepped back, their hearts swelling with joy as they watched the heartwood come alive, its leaves unfurling in a cascade of greens and golds. The balance was restored, and the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. Bramble and Lark returned to their friends beneath the great oak, their tale of courage and harmony spreading like wildfire through the woodland. Thistle greeted them with a nod of approval, his eyes shining with pride. "You have reminded us all," he said, "that even the smallest creatures can make the greatest difference. Together, with wisdom and friendship, we can overcome any challenge." The forest thrummed with life once more, the creatures settling back into their routines with renewed vigor and gratitude. And as the sun set, casting the world in hues of amber and rose, the ancient forest sang its lullaby, a gentle promise that all was well. The seasons continued their dance, the forest thriving in its eternal cycle of growth and rest. And beneath the watchful eyes of the great oak, the tales of courage and harmony were passed down through generations, each story a thread in the rich tapestry of the forest's life. In this enchanted realm, where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures lived in peace, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the gentle rhythm of the seasons. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the moon bathed the land in silver light, the forest slept, cradled in harmony and balance, dreaming of the wonders yet to come. Story 24. Once upon a starlit eve, nestled amidst towering evergreens and carpets of velvet moss, the whispers of the ancient forest stirred to life. This verdant realm hummed with secrets known only to those attuned to nature's heartbeat, the wise ancients who walked these winding paths. Deep within a hollow trunk, a family of field mice scurried about, their tiny paws pattering against the weathered bark. The eldest among them, a grizzled elder with eyes that twinkled like amber, beckoned her kin to gather near. "Come now, little ones," her gentle voice chimed. "Tonight we celebrate the turning of seasons and the awakening of magic that flows through these woods." As if on cue, a warm zephyr danced through the branches, carrying the scent of wildflowers and earth after rain. Glittering motes of light flickered to life, swirling in mesmerizing patterns that illuminated the forest floor with an ethereal glow. The mice gasped in wonder, for they knew this spectacle heralded the arrival of the summer equinox, a time when nature's equilibrium was restored and ancient energies coursed through every leaf and stream. "This is the night of renewal," the elder whispered, her eyes shining with reverence. "When the veil between our world and the realm of spirits grows thin, we must honor the balance that sustains all life." Beyond the hollow, the forest stirred with a symphony of nocturnal melodies. Owls hooted their haunting serenades, while crickets joined in a chorus of chirps and trills. Overhead, the canopy rustled as squirrels and chipmunks scampered from branch to branch, their nimble forms silhouetted against the waxing moon. In a nearby meadow, a matronly doe and her fawns grazed peacefully, their ears twitching at the slightest whisper of the wind. As the celestial lights danced across the clearing, the gentle creatures lifted their heads, entranced by the magical display. From the undergrowth, a family of rabbits emerged, their noses twitching with curiosity. The smallest among them, a wide-eyed leveret, hopped closer to the elder mouse, ears perked in rapt attention. On this night, the elder continued, we give thanks for the abundance of summer and the life-giving warmth of the sun. Yet we must also honor the coming of autumn, when the leaves will turn and the earth will slumber once more. As if on cue, a flurry of crimson and gold leaves swirled through the air, carried aloft by an unseen force. The animals watched in awe as the vibrant foliage twisted and wove itself into intricate patterns, forming a shimmering tapestry that depicted the cycle of life, from the tender buds of spring to the golden harvest of autumn. This is the ancient dance of nature, the elder intoned, her voice rich with wisdom, a delicate balance that has endured since the dawn of time. We are but humble guardians, entrusted to preserve this harmony for generations to come. The animals nodded, their hearts swelling with reverence for the magic that flowed through their forest home. As the ethereal display faded, they dispersed into the night, each carrying a newfound appreciation for the intricate web of life that bound them all together. Throughout the slumbering woods, the whispers of the ancients echoed, reminding all who listened of the sacred duty to honor and protect the delicate equilibrium that sustained their world. For in this realm where reality and magic intertwined, the balance of nature was a treasure to be cherished and passed down through the ages, like the embers of a timeless flame. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and their leaves rustled like the gentle whispers of a lullaby, there lay a quaint village named Everglen. Here, cottages with thatched roofs nestled under the watchful eyes of ancient oaks, and cobblestone paths wound through gardens of blooming marigolds and lavender. Everglen was known for its serenity, a place where the sun's rays filtered through the canopy, painting the ground in patches of golden warmth. Birds chirped softly, and the stream that meandered through the village sang a soothing melody as it trickled over smooth stones. But one morning, as the villagers awoke with the sun, a curious sight greeted them. The vibrant colors of the flowers had vanished overnight, leaving behind ghostly white petals. The villagers murmured in concern as they gathered in the square, seeking an explanation for the strange occurrence. Among them was a thoughtful girl named Lyra, who lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, known affectionately as Granny Willow. Granny Willow was a wise woman with a knack for understanding the mysteries of the woods, and Lyra had inherited her keen sense of observation and inquisitive spirit. Perplexed by the colorless blooms, Lyra decided to investigate. She wandered through the village, her footsteps soft on the dewy grass. As she approached the edge of the forest, she noticed a faint trail of silvery dust glimmering in the morning light, leading deeper into the woods. With a gentle determination, Lyra followed the trail, her senses attuned to the subtle sounds of the forest. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, as if eager to share their secrets. The path led her to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle. In the center of the clearing stood a creature unlike any Lyra had ever seen. It was a moon moth, an ethereal being with wings that shimmered like stardust. The creature perched delicately on a large, smooth stone, its eyes reflecting the soft glow of the morning. "Hello, little one," the moon moth greeted in a voice as gentle as a breeze. "I sense you are troubled by the flower's plight." Lyra nodded, her curiosity piqued by the creature's presence. "Yes, the colors have disappeared, and I wish to understand why." The moon moth fluttered its wings thoughtfully. "The colors have been borrowed, not lost. They are needed to weave the tapestry of the night's festival, a celebration held in the realm of the night sprites. But it seems they have taken more than necessary." Lyra pondered this, her mind whirring with possibilities. Is there a way to retrieve the colors without disrupting the festival? The moon moth's eyes twinkled with appreciation for Lyra's gentle wisdom. Indeed, there is a way. The night sprites are kind-hearted and would never wish to cause distress. If we speak to them and explain, they will surely return what they do not need. With the moon moth as her guide, Lyra ventured further into the magical wood, where the air was thick with the hum of enchantment. Together, they followed the silvery trail, which glistened like moonbeams caught in a net of leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in shades of twilight, they arrived at the realm of the night sprites. Tiny, luminous creatures flitted about, their laughter a gentle tinkling like wind chimes in the breeze. The sprites paused in their revelry as Lyra and the moon moth approached, curiosity alight in their eyes. One of the sprites, a little brighter than the rest, fluttered forward. "Welcome, travelers. We hope our festival has not troubled you." Lyra smiled warmly. "Your festival sounds wonderful, but we noticed the flowers in our village have lost their colors. We wondered if perhaps some of the colors could be returned." The sprites exchanged glances, their expressions thoughtful. "We took only what we needed, but we may have been too enthusiastic," the bright sprite admitted. "We would be delighted to share the colors back." With a graceful wave of their tiny hands, the sprites summoned a swirling mist of colors, each hue vibrant and alive. The mist danced through the air, weaving between the trees and drifting back toward Everglen. Lyra watched in awe as the colors returned to the flowers, breathing life back into their petals. The villagers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, gasped and clapped as the blooms regained their radiant beauty. Grateful and relieved, Lyra thanked the sprites and the moon moth for their help. As they made their way back to the village, she felt a sense of peace settle in her heart, knowing that harmony had been restored. Back in Everglen, the villagers celebrated the return of the colors with a feast under the stars, their laughter mingling with the gentle rustle of the leaves. Lyra sat with Granny Willow, who smiled knowingly, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "You did well, my dear," Granny Willow said, her voice warm with pride. "You showed kindness and wisdom, and that is the greatest magic of all." Lyra nestled closer to her grandmother, feeling the warmth of love and the comfort of home. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, she closed her eyes, content in the knowledge that the world was once again in balance. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, under the gentle watch of the moon, the village of Everglen drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of a night filled with wonder and dreams. Story 26. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on an endless velvet tapestry, two worlds existed, each unaware of the other's splendor until fate intervened. On the lush, verdant planet of Ivoria, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and rivers sang lullabies, lived a gentle creature named Lyra. She was a seraphim, a species known for their iridescent wings and harmonious voices. Lyra spent her days tending to the melodic flora that blossomed under the emerald canopy, her heart attuned to the subtle rhythms of her world. Far across the universe, on the crystalline planet of Zephyra, dwelled a being named Kale. The Zephyrians were a race of lightweavers, their bodies composed of shimmering hues that shifted like the auroras in their sky. Kale, a curious and inventive soul, delighted in crafting intricate patterns of light that danced above the icy plains, painting the heavens with his vivid dreams. One fateful day, a cosmic event, a rare convergence of stars, caused a shimmering portal to open between Ivoria and Zephyra. As if drawn by an invisible thread, Lyra and Kale found themselves stepping through, their hearts filled with wonder and trepidation. When they first beheld each other, Lyra's heart fluttered with both curiosity and caution. Kale's form was unlike anything she had ever seen, his body a kaleidoscope of colors that pulsed with an otherworldly glow. Similarly, Kale was mesmerized by Lyra's ethereal beauty, her wings catching the light like a prism, casting rainbows upon the ground. Yet their initial attempts to communicate were fraught with misunderstanding. Lyra's voice, a symphony of melodic tones, seemed incomprehensible to Kale, whose language was a silent dance of lights. Frustration flickered between them like a candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish their budding connection. But the universe had plans for these two unlikely companions. A sudden storm, fierce and unrelenting, swept across the landscape, forcing Lyra and Kale to seek shelter within the heart of an ancient hollowed tree. There, in the warm amber glow of the tree's luminescent sap, they found solace and began to understand each other beyond words. Lyra, sensing Kale's apprehension, reached out with a gentle touch, her fingers brushing against the cool, shimmering surface of his arm. In that moment, Kale responded with a cascade of soft, soothing colors, expressing gratitude and trust. They discovered that emotions could bridge the gap where language failed. As the storm raged outside, Lyra and Kale shared their stories through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra showed Kale the beauty of harmony, teaching him to listen to the symphony of the world around them. In return, Kale wove brilliant tapestries of light that told tales of his icy home, where the nights were long and the stars painted stories in the sky. As days turned into nights and nights into days, their bond deepened. Together, they faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship. When a cliffside path crumbled beneath them, Lyra's wings carried them to safety, her strength an anchor in the tempest. When the darkness of the forest threatened to overwhelm, Kale illuminated their way with trails of light, guiding them with his courage. Through each trial, they learned the true meaning of friendship, a deep, unwavering trust and a shared journey of growth and understanding. Lyra discovered the power of patience and listening, while Kale embraced the beauty of vulnerability and openness. Finally, when the storm subsided and the portal reappeared, offering them a path back to their respective worlds, Lyra and Kale stood side by side, hearts heavy with the impending farewell. Yet they knew this was not the end but a beginning, a promise that friendship could transcend the boundaries of space and time. With a gentle embrace and a final exchange of light and song, they parted ways, their souls forever intertwined by the memories they had forged together. As Lyra soared back to the verdant skies of Ivoria, and Kale returned to the shimmering plains of Zephyra, they carried with them the warmth of a friendship that had blossomed amidst the stars. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the universe, Lyra and Kale's story became a celestial legend, a testament to the power of understanding and the unbreakable bonds of friendship, shining brightly across the cosmos for all to see. Story 27. In the gentle embrace of twilight, where the sky transitioned from brilliant hues of orange to the softest lavender, nestled a small village named Willowbrook. Whispering breezes danced through the leaves of ancient oaks, and the gentle murmur of the nearby brook sang a lullaby to the village as the world prepared for nightfall. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, quaint cottages with thatched roofs, and gardens bursting with the colors of wildflowers. In this peaceful haven, there lived a young girl named Clara. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes like deep forest pools, Clara was known throughout Willowbrook for her boundless curiosity and a heart as kind as the summer sun. She adored exploring the woods that bordered her village, where she imagined that the trees held secrets of ancient times and the whispers of creatures unseen. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of twilight, Clara wandered into the forest, her footsteps soft upon the mossy ground. Her faithful companion, a fluffy white rabbit named Thistle, hopped by her side, his nose twitching with interest at every fallen leaf and hidden nook. As Clara meandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar glade she had never seen before. The air was filled with an enchanting glow, as if the stars had come down to rest upon the earth. At the heart of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide, almost as if they were embracing the sky. Beneath this mighty tree, nestled in the roots, lay an ornate wooden box, its worn surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dim light. Clara knelt beside the box, and Thistle sniffed it curiously. With gentle fingers, she traced the carvings, feeling a warmth emanating from them. The lid opened with a soft creak, revealing a shimmering crystal nestled within. It glowed with a gentle light, pulsating like a heartbeat. Clara gasped softly, her eyes wide with wonder. "What do you think it is, Thistle?" Clara whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. Thistle twitched his ears, as if listening, then nudged the crystal with his nose. To Clara's amazement, the crystal responded to Thistle's touch, casting a warm, golden light across the glade. In that moment, Clara felt a connection, a gentle hum that resonated within her heart. As the light enveloped them, the world around Clara and Thistle seemed to shift. The trees swayed with a rhythm that matched the crystal's glow, and the air shimmered with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara realized she had discovered something extraordinary, a gateway to a hidden world within the natural environment. Guided by an unseen force, Clara and Thistle stepped through the light, crossing into a realm where the ordinary rules of nature were rewritten. Here, the sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Creatures of every kind, some familiar, others fantastical, frolicked in harmony, their eyes twinkling with wisdom and kindness. In this magical land, Clara met a gentle creature named Leora, a deer with antlers adorned with delicate lanterns that glowed softly. Leora's eyes held the wisdom of ages, and her voice was as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, Clara," Leora greeted, her voice like a gentle breeze. "You have found the heart of the Enchanted Grove, a place where the magic of the world flows freely." Clara felt a warmth in Leora's presence, a kinship that transcended words. "It's beautiful," Clara breathed, her heart swelling with joy. Leora nodded, her lantern swaying gently. "The crystal you hold is the Heartstone, a gift from the forest to those who truly listen. It allows you to see the world as it truly is, filled with wonders and mysteries." Clara looked at the Heartstone, its glow reflecting in her eyes. "But why me?" she asked softly. "Because you have the heart of a seeker and the courage to embrace the unknown," Leora replied, nuzzling Clara's cheek with affection. "The Heartstone has chosen you to protect the balance of our worlds." Clara felt a sense of purpose unfurl within her, like a blossom opening to the sun. She knew that this journey would change her, though she could not yet see the path before her. For many days and nights, Clara and Thistle explored the Enchanted Grove, guided by Leora and the gentle creatures who called it home. They learned the language of the wind and the songs of the stars, discovering the delicate threads that wove their worlds together. Yet, within this paradise, Clara sensed a shadow lurking, a subtle imbalance that threatened the harmony of the Enchanted Grove. The once vibrant colors of the sky began to fade, and the sweet melodies grew faint, as if the world was holding its breath. Driven by a growing determination, Clara sought the counsel of Leora. "Something is wrong, isn't it?" Clara asked, her voice steady despite the worry in her heart. Leora nodded, her lanterns flickering with a somber light. "Indeed, Clara, a darkness has crept into our world, a force that seeks to unravel the harmony we cherish." Clara's resolve hardened like steel. "What must I do to help?" Leora regarded Clara with a gentle pride. "You must journey to the heart of the forest, where the source of the darkness lies. There, you will find the answers you seek." With a nod of understanding, Clara prepared for her journey. She gathered her courage, her trusty Heartstone, and the unwavering companionship of Thistle. As they set out, the creatures of the Enchanted Grove watched with hope, their faith resting in the hands of a young girl and her rabbit. The path to the heart of the forest was fraught with challenges. Clara and Thistle traversed treacherous terrain, where shadows seemed to stretch and shift, whispering doubts and fears. Yet, with every step, Clara's determination grew stronger, fueled by the warmth of the Heartstone that pulsed in her hand. Through enchanted glens and misty valleys, Clara and Thistle journeyed, guided by the light of the Heartstone and the unwavering bond of friendship. They encountered creatures who had lost their way, their hearts heavy with despair. With kindness and understanding, Clara shared the light of the Heartstone, rekindling hope and friendship among those who had forgotten their own strength. As they pressed on, Clara began to understand the nature of the darkness they faced. It was not a creature of malice, but a shadow born from forgotten dreams and abandoned hopes, a reflection of the doubts that lingered in the hearts of all beings. Finally, after many days and nights, Clara and Thistle reached the heart of the forest, a place where the world seemed to hold its breath, suspended in a moment of twilight. Here, they found a great tree, its trunk twisted and withered, its branches reaching for the sky with silent pleas. Clara approached the tree with reverence, her heart aching at the sight of its suffering. She placed her hand upon its bark, feeling the darkness that pulsed within. "I understand now," Clara whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "The darkness is a part of us, but it does not define us." With a deep breath, Clara held the heartstone aloft, its golden light piercing the shadows. She closed her eyes, reaching deep within herself for the strength and love that had guided her journey. As the light of the heartstone mingled with her own, Clara spoke words of healing and hope, her voice resonating through the forest. "Let the light within us shine, casting away the shadows of doubt and fear. Let us embrace our dreams and the harmony that binds us all." As Clara's words filled the air, the forest responded. The twisted branches of the great tree began to unfurl, blossoms of light blooming along its length. The darkness that had clung to the heart of the forest dissolved, replaced by a radiant glow that spread through the enchanted grove. Clara opened her eyes, witnessing the transformation she had wrought. The sky was once again a brilliant canvas of colors, and the sweet melodies of the grove filled the air with joy. The creatures of the forest gathered around, their eyes shining with gratitude and newfound hope. Leora approached Clara, her lanterns glowing with a warm light. "You have brought balance to our world, Clara. Through your courage and kindness, you have reminded us of the power of hope and friendship." Clara smiled, her heart full with the knowledge that she had become a part of something greater than herself. She understood now that the journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by deepening her connection to the world and the people around her. As the sun began to set, casting a golden light across the grove, Clara and Thistle prepared to return to Willowbrook. The creatures of the enchanted grove bid them farewell, their hearts filled with gratitude and love. "You will always have a place here, Clara," Leora said, nuzzling her with affection. "The light of the Heartstone will guide you, wherever your journey may lead." With a final wave, Clara and Thistle stepped back through the shimmering veil, returning to the familiar embrace of their world. The village of Willowbrook awaited them, its cobblestone paths and blooming gardens a reminder of the simple joys of home. As Clara lay in her bed that night, Thistle curled beside her. She held the Heartstone close. Its gentle glow was a comforting reminder of the magical world they had discovered and the adventure that had changed them both. With a heart full of gratitude and dreams of future adventures, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the light within her would always guide her way. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, the world turned quietly into the night, cradled in the warmth of hope and the promise of new beginnings. Story 28. In the vast expanse of the universe, among the swirling galaxies and shimmering stars, there existed a bustling cosmic market known as Starhaven Station. Here, beings of all shapes, sizes, and colors gathered from every corner of the cosmos, trading goods, stories, and experiences. The air was alive with the hum of voices, the scent of exotic spices, and the glow of neon lights flickering in the twilight of perpetual stardust. It was amidst this kaleidoscope of life that two very different beings crossed paths. One was a gentle creature from the planet Luminara, known for its inhabitants' delicate luminescent skin that shimmered like moonlit water. Her name was Lyra. Lyra had eyes that twinkled with the soft light of distant stars and a heart as open as the sky itself. The other was a rugged and sturdy creature from the rocky planet of Gralor, a world known for its harsh landscapes and resilient denizens. His name was Corin. Corin's body was as solid as the mountains of his home, his skin tough and earthy, and his eyes, though fierce, held a warmth beneath their stony exterior. Their meeting was not by chance. Both had been summoned by a mysterious communication, a call for help originating from a small planet on the edge of the known universe. The message spoke of a dire need for assistance, though its details were vague. Driven by curiosity and a deep-seated sense of duty, Lyra and Corin found themselves boarding the same transport, bound for the enigmatic planet of Solara. Their journey began with an awkward silence, each unsure of the other's intentions. Lyra, with her gentle manner and soft voice, seemed a world apart from Corin's gruff exterior and booming tones. As the stars streaked past their vessel, the two sat in the cozy cabin, the hum of the engines a comforting background to their hesitant conversation. "Your skin," Corin rumbled, breaking the silence as he gestured to Lyra's glowing arm. "It's bright." Lyra smiled, her laughter as light as the breeze on her homeworld. "And you look as though you're carved from the very rock of Gralor. It's fascinating." Their initial exchange was clumsy, filled with misunderstandings born of their vastly different cultures. Corin's straightforwardness often clashed with Lyra's gentle diplomacy, yet beneath these differences lay a growing curiosity, an unspoken desire to understand each other. As their journey continued, the two began to share stories of their homes. Lyra spoke of the shimmering seas of Luminara, where the waters glowed with bioluminescent life, and the skies were painted with the soft hues of perpetual twilight. Corin recounted tales of the grand mountains of Gralor, where the winds howled like ancient spirits, and the earth itself thrummed with life. Their conversations, at first tentative, soon blossomed into a friendship rooted in shared wonder and respect. They discovered that beneath their contrasting exteriors, they both valued the same things: courage, kindness, and the unyielding belief in doing what was right. Upon arriving on Solara, they were greeted by a world of golden sands and endless skies. The planet's inhabitants, the Solari, were in distress. Their sun, the source of their light and life, was mysteriously dimming, threatening to plunge the planet into darkness. Lyra and Corin devoted themselves to understanding the problem, working side by side with the Solari. It was during this time that their differences became strengths. Lyra's empathy and gentle touch eased the fears of the Solari, while Corin's strength and determination inspired them to act. As they delved deeper into the mystery, they faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship. A powerful storm, unlike any the Solari had ever seen, swept across the planet, forcing Lyra and Corin to seek shelter in a cavern beneath the sands. There, in the quiet darkness, they shared fears and hopes, their words echoing softly against the stone walls. "I worry," Lyra confessed, her voice a whisper in the dark, "that we won't find a way to save this place." Corin placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his touch grounding and sure. "Together we will," he assured her, his voice a steady anchor in the storm of uncertainty. Their bond strengthened with each passing day, as they pieced together clues and faced challenges that demanded both intellect and heart. They learned to communicate not just with words, but with actions, each understanding the other's strengths and weaknesses and finding ways to complement them. In the end, it was their partnership that revealed the truth behind the dimming sun. A rare cosmic event, a celestial alignment that had not occurred in millennia, was causing the phenomenon. With this knowledge, Lyra and Corin guided the Solari in creating a series of reflective structures, magnifying the remaining sunlight to sustain the planet until the alignment passed. The day the structures were completed, the Solari gathered to watch the first sunrise in what felt like an eternity. As the golden light spilled across the sands, bathing the planet in warmth, Lyra and Corin stood side by side, their hearts light with the joy of a shared triumph. "Thank you," Lyra said softly, turning to Corin. Her luminescent skin glowed with the dawn's light, a mirror to the warmth in her eyes. Corin nodded, a rare smile breaking across his rugged face. "Thank you, Lyra, for everything." As they prepared to leave Solara, their hearts were full, not just from the knowledge that they had made a difference, but from the deeper understanding they had gained of one another. They had come from worlds apart, yet through shared challenges and mutual respect, they had built a bridge of friendship that spanned the stars. Their journey back to Starhaven Station was filled with laughter and stories, each knowing that they would carry a piece of the other with them, no matter where their paths might lead. And as they parted ways beneath the swirling lights of the cosmic market, they promised that this was not an end, but the beginning of a new adventure. In the infinite tapestry of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended distance and difference, rooted in understanding, built on trust, and nurtured by the shared light of their hearts. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and winding streams, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder for the natural world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the forest, she stumbled upon a most peculiar sight. A tiny, glowing acorn lay nestled among the fallen leaves. Drawn to its ethereal glow, she reached down and gently cradled the acorn in her palm. Warmth radiated from its surface, and a tingling sensation danced across her fingertips. Willow gasped in surprise as the acorn began to tremble and unfurl, revealing a miniature door carved into its side. A tiny figure emerged, no bigger than her thumb, a wizened old man with a long silver beard and twinkling eyes. "Greetings, young one," he said in a voice that sounded like the whisper of leaves. "I am Oakenheart, guardian of the hidden grove." Willow listened, entranced, as Oakenheart spoke of a secret realm, a world within the forest where magic thrived and wondrous creatures dwelled. He extended a gnarled hand, inviting her to step through the acorn's doorway and embark on an extraordinary journey. Without hesitation, Willow accepted the invitation, and in a blink, she found herself shrinking down to a mere speck, small enough to pass through the acorn's tiny entrance. What unfolded before her eyes was a verdant wonderland, a vibrant tapestry of towering trees, crystalline streams, and enchanting glades. As Willow wandered deeper into the hidden grove, she encountered a menagerie of fantastical beings. Playful sprites flitting among the wildflowers, wise old owls perched upon gnarled branches, and mischievous fairies dancing upon the rippling waters. Each creature welcomed her with warmth and shared their stories, weaving tales of love, friendship, and the importance of cherishing nature's delicate balance. One such tale captivated Willow's heart, the story of Bramble, a brave young hedgehog, and his unlikely friendship with Zephyr, a gentle breeze spirit. Despite their differences, the two formed an unbreakable bond, embarking on countless adventures and facing challenges together with unwavering loyalty. Inspired by their tale, Willow found herself drawn into a mystery that threatened the very existence of the hidden grove. A dark, ominous force was slowly draining the life from the land, withering the once vibrant flora and casting a pall over the realm's magic. Guided by Oakenheart's wisdom and the steadfast friendship of Bramble and Zephyr, Willow set out on a quest to unravel the mystery and restore balance to the hidden grove. Their journey led them through enchanted forests, across sparkling streams, and deep into the heart of an ancient crumbling ruin where a sinister presence lurked. With courage and determination, Willow and her newfound friends faced trials and tribulations, overcoming each obstacle through teamwork, ingenuity, and an unwavering belief in the power of friendship and nature's resilience. At the climax of their quest, Willow discovered the source of the darkness, a twisted, malevolent spirit born from the greed and neglect of those who had exploited the forest's resources for their own gain. In a breathtaking display of unity, the inhabitants of the hidden grove rallied together, channeling the very essence of nature's magic to banish the malignant force and heal the land. As the last vestiges of darkness faded, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation unfold before her eyes. The withered trees regained their verdant splendor, the streams danced with renewed vigor, and the creatures of the hidden grove celebrated with joyous revelry. Oakenheart approached Willow, his eyes shining with pride and gratitude. "You have proven yourself a true friend to nature and a champion of the hidden grove," he said, placing a gentle hand upon her shoulder. "The journey has changed you, my dear, and the lessons you have learned will forever shape the person you become." With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her newfound friends, promising to carry the hidden grove's teachings and the memories of their adventures forever in her heart. As she stepped back through the acorn's doorway, she emerged into the familiar forest, her eyes brimming with tears of joy and sadness intermingled. From that day forward, Willow walked with a renewed sense of purpose, her heart forever intertwined with the wonders of the natural world. She shared the tales of the hidden grove with all who would listen, inspiring others to cherish and protect the delicate balance of nature. And whenever she gazed upon a glowing acorn nestled among the fallen leaves, Willow would smile, knowing that the magic of the hidden grove lived on, a secret realm waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. Story 30. In a charming little village nestled between rolling hills and lush emerald forests, there was a place called Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was inhabited by the most peculiar and delightful creatures. The air was always filled with laughter, and the cobblestone streets were lined with houses painted in every color of the rainbow. But what truly set Whimsy Hollow apart was the gentle hum of magic that danced through the air like a playful breeze. One sunny morning, as the golden light spilled over the village like warm honey, a peculiar event began to unfold. It all started in a cozy little cottage with a roof shaped like a teapot. This was the home of Tilly Tinkersprocket, an eccentric inventor known for her wild hair that seemed to have a mind of its own, and her mismatched socks, one always a vibrant shade of pink and the other a cheerful hue of yellow. Tilly was in her workshop tinkering with her latest invention, a self-buttering toaster, when a shimmering, mysterious envelope slid under her door. It was addressed to her in swirling, sparkling letters. With curiosity bubbling like a pot of soup, Tilly opened the envelope and found a message written on a piece of parchment that seemed to twinkle with its own light. "Dear Tilly," it read, "your assistance is urgently needed at the village green. A magical conundrum has arisen, and only your cleverness can solve it. Sincerely, Mayor Bumbleberry." Intrigued and a little excited, Tilly grabbed her trusty tool belt and headed out the door, her hair bouncing along with every step. As she made her way through the village, she passed by the bakery where the scent of freshly baked cinnamon buns wafted through the air, making her stomach rumble with delight. When Tilly arrived at the village green, she found a gathering of her delightful neighbors all buzzing with excitement and concern. At the center of attention stood Mayor Bumbleberry, a portly hedgehog with a penchant for bow ties and an ever-rosy complexion. His whiskers twitched nervously as he addressed the crowd. "My dear friends," he began, his voice as warm and comforting as a cup of cocoa, "as you know, today is the day of our annual Whimsy Festival. However, we've encountered an unexpected predicament. Our beloved fountain, the Fountain of Joy, has stopped flowing." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The Fountain of Joy was the heart of Whimsy Hollow, known for its sparkling waters that bubbled up joy and laughter, ensuring the village was always filled with happiness. Tilly stepped forward, her eyes twinkling with determination. "Don't worry, Mayor Bumbleberry. We'll get to the bottom of this. I have a sneaking suspicion that this is a magical problem in need of a bit of inventive thinking." The crowd murmured in agreement, comforted by Tilly's confidence. As they approached the fountain, they were greeted by a curious sight. A group of tiny, mischievous creatures called giggle sprites were gathered around the fountain, their wings fluttering like delicate petals. These sprites were known for their love of laughter and their tendency to cause harmless mischief. Tilly knelt down to the level of the giggle sprites. "Hello, friends," she said kindly. "Can you tell us what's happened to our fountain?" One of the sprites, with a tuft of bright blue hair and a mischievous grin, fluttered forward. "Oh, it's quite a predicament, Miss Tilly. We were playing our favorite game, hide and giggle, and we accidentally giggled too hard. Our laughter caused the giggle bubbles to clog the fountain's spout." Tilly chuckled, unable to resist the contagious joy of the sprites. "Well, that's a first! But not to worry, I think I have just the tool for this kind of job." She rummaged through her tool belt and pulled out a peculiar contraption that looked like a cross between a butterfly net and a feather duster. "This, my friends, is the Bubble Unsnaggler," Tilly announced proudly. "It should help us clear out those giggle bubbles in no time." With the help of the giggle sprites, who had now turned giggles into helpful hums, Tilly began her work. The Bubble Unsnaggler swooped and swirled, collecting giggle bubbles with a gentle whoosh. As the fountain's spout gradually cleared, the crowd watched with bated breath. Finally, with one last swoosh, the fountain gushed back to life, sending a cascade of sparkling water high into the air. The villagers erupted into cheers, and the giggle sprites twirled in delight, their wings catching the sunlight like prisms. Mayor Bumbleberry waddled over to Tilly, his eyes twinkling with gratitude. "Thank you, dear Tilly, for your quick thinking and kind heart. The Whimsy Festival can now continue, and it's all thanks to you and our little sprite friends." Tilly beamed, her heart warmed by the gratitude of her neighbors. "It was a team effort," she said modestly, giving a wink to the giggle sprites. As the festival kicked off, The village was filled with the joyful sounds of music and laughter. The villagers danced around the fountain of joy, their spirits lifted by the magical waters that once again flowed freely. In the heart of Whimsy Hollow, kindness and creativity had triumphed, and the village celebrated until the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tilly and her friends drifted off to sleep, their dreams filled with the promise of more whimsical adventures to come. In Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter were always in abundance, they knew that every day held the potential for wonder and delight. Story 31. On a misty morning in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and rolling meadows, lay the charming cottage of young Clara. The cottage was enveloped in a garden that seemed to sway with its own secrets, lush with lavender, daisies, and a peculiar old oak tree whose branches stretched like inviting arms. Clara was a kind-hearted soul with an insatiable curiosity about the world around her. She loved the gentle rustle of leaves and the symphony of birds that greeted her every sunrise. Her most treasured possession was a small, intricately carved wooden box, a gift from her grandmother. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that danced in the morning light, hinting at a story untold. One drowsy afternoon, while the sun dripped golden across the horizon, Clara sat beneath the oak tree, cradling the box in her hands. As she traced the carvings with her fingers, she felt a slight tremor beneath her touch. Startled, she opened the lid to discover a tiny, glimmering key nestled inside, a key she had never seen before. This unexpected find ignited a spark of adventure within Clara. She resolved to uncover the secret of the key, believing it to hold the promise of something magical. Her first stop was the village library, a cozy haven of knowledge where the scent of old parchment mingled with the warmth of polished wood. The librarian, Mr. Thistle, was a gentle man with spectacles that perched precariously on the tip of his nose. His eyes twinkled with the stories he had read. Clara shared her discovery, and Mr. Thistle's curiosity was piqued. He rummaged through the dusty archives until he found a leather-bound tome that spoke of the kaleidoscope key, said to unlock the door to the Valley of Whispers, a place where the ordinary became extraordinary. Encouraged, Clara decided to seek out this mysterious valley. Her journey would take her through the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where shadows danced and secrets lingered. To aid her quest, Mr. Thistle offered the companionship of his trusted friend, a wise old owl named Oliver. Oliver was a creature of few words but profound understanding. His feathers were a mosaic of browns and whites, and his gaze held the depth of countless nights. As Clara and Oliver ventured into the woods, the air was filled with the fragrance of pine and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook, creating a melody that calmed her racing heart. The path through the woods was winding, each turn revealing something new, a patch of wildflowers sparkling with dew, the distant call of a cuckoo echoing through the trees. Oliver guided Clara with soft hoots and the occasional flutter of wings, leading her deeper into the heart of the forest. As dusk descended, they arrived at a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center stood an ancient archway, its stones entwined with ivy and flickering fireflies. Clara felt the key pulse with warmth in her pocket. With a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle click, the air shimmered like a curtain parting to reveal the Valley of Whispers. The valley was a dreamscape of wonder. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed under a sky strewn with stars like scattered diamonds. A babbling brook threaded its way through the lush grass, its water singing a lullaby to the night. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the promise of magic. As Clara wandered through the valley, she encountered creatures of all kinds, each with a story to tell. There was Finn, the fox with a coat of fiery red, who spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, and Lily, the gentle deer whose soft eyes reflected the tranquility of the valley. They welcomed Clara, weaving her into their circle of friendship. With Oliver by her side and her new friends guiding her, Clara discovered the heart of the valley, a crystal lake that mirrored the heavens. It was here that the true magic of the valley was revealed. The water whispered secrets of the past, present, and future, offering wisdom to those who listened with an open heart. Clara sat by the lakeside, her reflection mingling with the stars. In that moment of stillness, she realized that the true magic lay not in the key or the valley, but in the journey itself. The friends she had made, the wonders she had witnessed, and the wisdom she had gained. She understood that life was a tapestry of moments woven together, each one precious and unique. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her back to Willowbrook. She bid farewell to her friends, promising to return whenever the valley called her name. With Oliver perched on her shoulder, Clara retraced her steps through the whispering woods, the promise of a new day guiding her home. Back at her cottage, Clara placed the key inside the wooden box, its secret safe once more. She knew that the valley would always be there, waiting just beyond the mist, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the lullaby of the valley echoed in her dreams, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, if only one knew where to look. Story 32. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle, rolling hills and fields of wildflowers that danced with the breeze, there was a little shop unlike any other. It was called Whispering Wonders, a curious place where every item whispered a tale of magic and mystery to those who knew how to listen. The shop was run by an elderly woman named Greta, whose twinkling eyes seemed to hold the secrets of the world. One quiet afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, a young girl named Ivy wandered into the shop. Ivy was a curious soul with an insatiable thirst for stories and adventure. Her auburn hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. As Ivy explored the shop, she felt an inexplicable pull towards a small, unassuming teapot tucked away on a high shelf. It was made of delicate porcelain, adorned with intricate patterns of swirling vines and tiny, blooming flowers. Something about it seemed to hum with a gentle energy, as if it held a secret waiting to be discovered. With Greta's kind permission, Ivy carefully took the teapot down and examined it closely. Just as her fingers brushed against its smooth surface, she heard a soft voice, like the whisper of a breeze through the trees. "Pour me out, and secrets you'll see," the voice seemed to sing. Intrigued and a little enchanted, Ivy decided to take the teapot home, nestled safely in her arms. As she walked through the sun-dappled paths back to her cottage, accompanied by bird songs and the rustle of leaves, she felt a sense of anticipation bubbling within her. That night, under the gentle glow of a full moon, Ivy placed the teapot on her small wooden table. With a sense of wonder, she filled it with water and poured it into a cup. To her amazement, instead of hot water, out flowed a silvery mist that shimmered and danced in the moonlight, forming the shape of a tiny, luminous figure. The figure introduced itself with a graceful bow. "I am Pippin, guardian of the Teapot of Whispers," it said in a voice as soft as the night itself. Pippin was a sprite, no taller than a sparrow, with wings that glimmered like morning dew on a spider's web. Its eyes were wise and kind, holding centuries of knowledge and warmth. "Dear Ivy," Pippin continued, "this teapot holds the stories of those who have come before, and it is my duty to share them with a worthy listener like you. But to unlock them, you must embark on a journey of understanding and heart." Ivy's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "What kind of journey?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid the magic might vanish if she spoke too loudly. "A journey through the echoing woods," Pippin replied, its voice a soothing melody. "There you will find the Tree of Memories. It holds the wisdom of the ages, but it is veiled in silence, and can only be heard by those who listen with their hearts." Determined yet calm, Ivy set out the next morning, with Pippin fluttering by her side. The path to the echoing woods was lined with ancient oaks and whispering willows, their leaves murmuring secrets in the gentle breeze. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the distant call of a lark. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Ivy encountered a series of helpers, each with their unique charm and wisdom. First was Oliver, a wise old owl with feathers as soft as velvet and eyes like amber jewels. He perched on a low branch, offering sage advice. "To hear the tree, you must first quiet your mind and open your heart," he hooted gently. Next, they met Luna, a playful fox with a coat as bright as fire and a tail that flicked with mischief. Luna bounded alongside Ivy, sharing stories of her own adventures in the woods. "Remember," Luna said with a twinkle in her eye, "sometimes the smallest voice holds the greatest wisdom." Finally, they encountered Finn, a kind-hearted deer with antlers that seemed to touch the sky. Finn walked gracefully beside Ivy, his presence a calming balm. "Trust in yourself and the journey," he advised, his voice a gentle hush like the rustling leaves. With each new friend, Ivy felt her heart open wider, her soul filling with warmth and understanding. She realized that this journey was not just about hearing the stories, but also about discovering the beauty of friendship and the power of listening. At last, they reached the heart of the echoing woods, where the tree of memories stood tall and majestic. Its bark was a tapestry of swirling patterns, and its branches stretched high, caressing the sky. Ivy approached the tree with reverence, feeling the air hum with an ancient energy. Closing her eyes, she listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. Slowly, the silence gave way to a gentle chorus of voices, each layered upon the other, sharing tales of love, loss, joy, and hope. The stories wove around Ivy like a warm embrace, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The tree of memories revealed to Ivy the greatest lesson of all, that every story, no matter how small, is a vital part of the world's song. And in that moment, Ivy understood the true magic of the teapot and the journey it had led her on. With a heart full of gratitude and wisdom, Ivy returned to Willowbrook, her mind alight with the stories she had heard. She knew that she would share these tales, weaving them into the fabric of her life and the lives of those around her. As the moon bathed the village in its silvery glow, Ivy sat by her window, the teapot by her side, and whispered a promise to the night. "I will keep listening, and I will keep sharing," she vowed, knowing that in doing so, she would keep the magic alive. And so, in the quiet of the night, with the stars as her witnesses, Ivy drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with echoes of the stories and the gentle laughter of new friends. The world was a little brighter, a little kinder, because she had chosen to listen with her heart. And somewhere in the echoing woods, the tree of memories whispered its tales to the wind, waiting for the next curious soul to come and listen. Story 33. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees stretched their branches towards the heavens and sunlight danced through the emerald canopy, a world of hidden wonders thrived. This realm was home to creatures both great and small, each playing a vital role in the delicate tapestry of life that cloaked the woodland in eternal harmony. As the first rays of dawn caressed the forest floor, a symphony of birdsong heralded the awakening of the woodland creatures. Among them was Willow, a sprightly squirrel whose russet fur glistened like polished copper. With a flick of her bushy tail, she scampered from branch to branch, gathering the season's first offerings of acorns and chestnuts. Beneath the tangled roots of an ancient oak, a family of badgers stirred from their slumber. Stripe, the patriarch, emerged from their cozy den, his sleek black and white coat gleaming in the morning light. He sniffed the air, attuned to the subtlest shifts in the forest's rhythm, and led his clan in search of succulent earthworms and grubs. As the day wore on, the forest buzzed with activity. Bees danced from blossom to blossom, their fuzzy bodies laden with golden pollen, while dragonflies darted through the dappled sunlight like living jewels. In the undergrowth, a family of deer grazed peacefully, their gentle movements a soothing contrast to the frenetic energy of the smaller creatures. Yet, amidst this harmonious tapestry, there existed a magic that pulsed through the very veins of the forest. It was a force as ancient as the trees themselves, woven into the fabric of the seasons and the ever-changing weather patterns. Whispers of this magic could be heard in the rustling of leaves, the gurgling of streams, and the song of the wind as it swept through the branches. As autumn's vibrant hues painted the forest in a breathtaking palette of reds, oranges, and golds, the magic stirred once more. Ivy, a wise old owl who had witnessed countless cycles of renewal, took to the skies, her wings carrying her aloft like a silent specter. She soared over the treetops, her keen eyes scanning the forest below, watching as the creatures prepared for the long winter ahead. In a secluded glade, a family of foxes frolicked among the fallen leaves, their crimson coats blending seamlessly with the autumnal splendor. Nearby, a colony of ants toiled tirelessly, stockpiling provisions for the lean months to come. Ivy watched them all, her heart swelling with pride at the intricate dance of life that unfolded before her. As the first snowflakes began to drift lazily from the slate-gray sky, heralding the arrival of winter, the magic took on a different form. The forest seemed to hold its breath, blanketed in a hushed stillness that invited introspection and renewal. Beneath the snow-laden boughs, the creatures sought refuge in cozy dens and hollows, conserving their energy for the long journey ahead. It was during these quiet moments that Ivy would gather the woodland creatures around her, sharing the wisdom that had been passed down through generations. She spoke of the delicate balance that sustained the forest, of the interconnectedness of all living things, and of the magic that flowed through the very veins of the earth. As the first buds of spring unfurled their tender leaves, the magic surged once more, pulsing with the promise of new life. The forest erupted in a riot of color and sound as migrating birds returned to their ancestral homes and wildflowers carpeted the forest floor. Through it all, the creatures of the woodland lived in harmony with the ebb and flow of the seasons, guided by the wisdom of their elders and the ancient magic that permeated every corner of their verdant realm. In this hidden world, where the boundaries between reality and enchantment blurred, life danced to the rhythms of nature, each creature playing its part in the grand symphony of existence. Story 34. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young woman named Meve. Meve was known for her warm smile and gentle spirit, yet she carried a quiet turmoil within her heart. She longed for change, to become more than the shy, hesitant soul she had always been, but the comfort of familiarity held her in place like the roots of the ancient oaks surrounding her home. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the scent of blooming lavender mingled with the soft rustle of leaves, whispering secrets to the wind. Each morning, the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink, and Maeve would watch from her window, drinking in the beauty, while her heart ached for something more. One day, as she strolled along the lake's edge, Maeve came upon an unusual sight. There, perched upon a moss-covered stone, was a tiny creature with wings that shimmered like opals in the morning light. It was a fairy, no larger than a sparrow, with eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. "Hello," the fairy chimed, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Lyra, and I've been watching you, Maeve. There's a magic within you waiting to bloom, if only you would let it." Startled yet intrigued, Maeve sank to the grass beside the fairy. "Magic? Within me?" she echoed, doubt clouding her soft blue eyes. Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "You must be willing to embrace change, to trust in the path before you. Transformation is a journey, not a destination." With a gentle wave of her hand, Lyra conjured a small sphere of light, its glow warm and inviting. "This is a gift," she explained, "a charm of courage. It will help guide you when you feel lost." Maeve accepted the charm, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. She thanked Lyra, her heart fluttering with a mixture of fear and hope. As she returned home, she resolved to take a step towards change, however small. The following morning, Maeve decided to explore the forest that bordered the village. Though she had walked its paths before, this time she ventured deeper, her heart beating in sync with the song of the forest. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the ground in a dance of light and shadow. As Maeve wandered, she encountered an old woman gathering herbs by a babbling brook. Her hair was silver, and her eyes held the wisdom of the ages. "Greetings, child," the woman said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Sorcha, the healer of these woods." Maeve felt drawn to the woman's presence, and they spoke for hours, sharing stories and laughter. Sorcha taught Maeve about the healing properties of the plants around them, and the importance of listening to the whispers of the earth. "Remember, dear one," Sorcha said, her hands gentle as she wove a crown of wildflowers for Maeve. "Your journey is unique, and every step you take is a part of who you are becoming. Embrace it with an open heart." With Sorcha's words echoing in her mind, Maeve returned home, her heart lighter and her spirit more daring. She began to venture out each day, meeting new faces and learning the stories of those she had once only watched from afar. She discovered that each person she met was a mirror, reflecting pieces of herself she had yet to understand. Weeks passed, and with each new experience, Maeve felt the magic within her growing stronger. She learned to dance with the wind, to sing with the birds, and to weave the threads of her dreams into the tapestry of her life. The charm from Lyra glowed brightly in her pocket, a constant reminder of the courage she carried within. One evening, as the village gathered to celebrate the harvest festival, Maeve stood at the center of the square, her heart swelling with gratitude. The firelight flickered, casting a warm glow over the joyful faces around her. She realized that the change she had feared was not something to be conquered, but a part of her journey to be cherished. As the stars twinkled overhead, Maeve felt a gentle presence beside her. It was Lyra, her wings a soft blur in the night. "You see, Maeve," she said with a knowing smile, "the magic was always within you. All you needed was to believe." Maeve nodded, her heart full of newfound wisdom. She had learned that transformation was not a sudden burst of brilliance, but a gradual unfolding, like the delicate petals of a flower greeting the dawn. With the village singing in harmony, Maeve felt at peace. She had embraced the unknown and discovered the beauty of her own inner light. And as she looked around at the friends who had supported her journey, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Maeve danced. A dance of joy, of change, and of endless possibilities. She had found her place, not just in the village, but within herself, forever transformed by the magic of her own heart. Story 35. Once upon a time, in the heart of the peaceful Vale of Whisperers, nestled amidst rolling verdant hills and shimmering streams, there lay a tiny village known as Emberbrook. The villagers of Emberbrook were known far and wide for their warmth and hospitality, and their days were filled with the gentle rhythms of nature and community. In this village, surrounded by meadows of wildflowers and forests laden with the sweet scent of pine, lived a young boy named Oliver. He was a curious child with eyes as bright as polished amber and a heart full of wonder. His days were spent exploring the lush glades and sparkling brooks, always in search of new adventures. One tranquil morning, as the golden rays of the sun spilled across the dewy fields, Oliver awoke to a peculiar sight. Overnight, the village's central square had transformed. The cobblestones, usually plain and gray, were twinkling with a myriad of colors, as if the stars themselves had descended to dance upon them. The villagers, gathering around in their night robes and slippers, murmured in awe and confusion. "How marvelous!" exclaimed Mrs. Wendell, the baker, wiping her flour-dusted hands on her apron as she gazed at the colorful spectacle. But however did this happen? Oliver, peering closely, noticed something odd. Among the glimmering stones he spotted tiny footprints, much too small for any human. Intrigued, he decided to investigate further, feeling a gentle tug of curiosity in his chest. As Oliver set off on his quest, he was joined by his best friend, a wise old owl named Sir Thistle. Sir Thistle was a creature of great knowledge, his feathers the color of moonlight, and he always had a soft hoot of encouragement for the young boy. Together they wandered through the village, following the trail of the mysterious footprints. Their path led them to the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees whispered secrets in the wind, and the air was thick with the scent of earth and magic. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows upon the forest floor. Suddenly they heard a gentle rustling in the underbrush. Out stepped a tiny creature, no taller than a sunflower. It was a pixie, with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass and a mischievous twinkle in its eyes. The pixie introduced itself as Pippin, a guardian of the forest's secrets. "Did you do this?" Oliver asked, pointing back toward the village square. Pippin nodded with a giggle, explaining that the pixies had decided to sprinkle a bit of their magical dust to brighten the villagers' day. It was their way of saying thank you for the kindness the villagers always showed to the forest inhabitants. But why the footprints? Oliver wondered aloud, puzzled. "Ah, that was a bit of an accident," Pippin admitted, blushing a soft lavender. We got carried away with our frolicsome dance and forgot to tidy up. Oliver chuckled, understanding now the mystery behind the sparkling cobblestones. Might you join us in explaining this to the villagers? They might be worried. Pippin agreed, fluttering onto Oliver's shoulder as they made their way back. Sir Thistle, wise as ever, suggested that this could be a chance to strengthen the bond between the villagers and the magical creatures of the woods. As they returned to the square, Oliver and Pippin shared the tale of the pixies' playful dance. The villagers listened with delight, their initial surprise turning into understanding and joy. They decided to celebrate the newfound friendship with the pixies by hosting a festival of lights, where humans and magical creatures could come together in harmony. Under the twinkling night sky, the village was aglow with lanterns and laughter. The pixies performed their magical dance once more, this time with the villagers joining in, their hearts light and spirits high. That night, as Oliver lay tucked in his bed, the gentle hoots of Sir Thistle nearby, he reflected on the day's adventure. He realized that sometimes the answers to life's little mysteries were just a matter of perspective and an open heart. And so, the village of Emberbrook became a place where magic danced as freely as the wind, and where the bonds of friendship were as strong as the roots of the ancient trees that watched over them. With the warmth of newfound friendships and the gentle glow of the pixie's magic still shimmering in his dreams, Oliver drifted into a peaceful slumber, the mysteries of tomorrow waiting just beyond the horizon. And as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, the village settled into the tranquil embrace of night, enveloped in the comforting promise of another beautiful day. Story 36. In a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering azure lake, a gentle mystery began to unfold. The village was a world unto itself, where cobblestone paths wound through cozy cottages with thatched roofs, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lavender and the distant melody of a babbling brook. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, always ready with a warm smile or a helping hand. Among them lived a young girl named Mara, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Mara loved exploring the woods at the edge of the village, where she would often find peculiar mushrooms, listen to the birds' melodious songs, and occasionally, if she was lucky, catch a glimpse of a deer darting through the trees. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun's golden rays filtered through the amber leaves, Mara noticed something unusual. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square, had stopped ticking. The hands were frozen at precisely midnight, and the once reassuring chimes were silent. The villagers gathered around, scratching their heads in puzzlement, for the clock had never stopped in anyone's memory. Old Mr. Thistle, the village elder, stroked his silver beard thoughtfully. "It's an odd thing indeed," he murmured, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "Perhaps there's more to this than meets the eye." Mara's heart fluttered with excitement. She loved a good mystery, and this one seemed to promise an adventure. With Mr. Thistle's blessing, she decided to investigate the peculiar occurrence. Her first stop was the clockmaker's shop, a delightful little place filled with the soothing tick-tock of countless clocks. The air was rich with the scent of polished wood and brass. The clockmaker, a gentle old soul named Finn, was polishing a brass pendulum when Mara entered. "Ah, Mara," Finn greeted her with a smile. "I suppose you're here about the clock tower." "Yes, Mr. Finn," Mara replied eagerly. "Do you know why it stopped?" Finn shook his head, his eyes thoughtful. "I'm afraid not. The mechanism seems perfectly intact, and the gears are well oiled. It's as if something invisible is holding it back." Mara pondered this, her mind racing with possibilities. "Do you think it could be magic?" Finn chuckled softly, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "In a village like ours, who can say? Magic has a way of surprising us when we least expect it." With Finn's words echoing in her mind, Mara set off towards the edge of the village, where the forest whispered ancient secrets. She walked along the familiar path, the fallen leaves crunching softly beneath her feet, until she reached the clearing where the wise old owl, Orion, resided. Orion was a creature of remarkable wisdom, his feathers a tapestry of moonlight and shadow. He perched on an ancient oak tree, his large amber eyes watching Mara with gentle curiosity. "Good morning, Orion," Mara called up to him, shading her eyes against the dappled sunlight. "Good morning, dear Mara," Orion replied in a voice as smooth as velvet. "What brings you to my neck of the woods?" Mara explained the mystery of the stopped clock, watching as Orion's eyes glinted with interest. "A curious puzzle indeed," he mused. "It seems to me that the answer may lie in the forest itself. Have you noticed anything unusual during your walks?" Mara thought for a moment, recalling her recent wanderings. "Well, now that you mention it, the birds have been unusually quiet lately, and there was a strange, shimmering light near the old willow tree." Orion nodded sagely. "Perhaps it's time you paid a visit to Niam, the sprite who guards the willow. She has a way of seeing things that others might overlook." Thanking Orion for his guidance, Mara made her way deeper into the forest. The air grew cooler, and the shadows lengthened as the trees closed in around her. Soon, she reached the willow tree, its graceful branches trailing like green curtains. A delicate laughter filled the air, and a tiny figure emerged from the tangle of leaves. Niam, the sprite, was no taller than a squirrel, her wings glistening with iridescent colors that shifted with every movement. "Hello, Mara," Niam sang, her voice as light as a breeze. "What brings you to my willow?" Mara explained her quest, watching as Niam's eyes sparkled with interest. The sprite listened intently, her wings fluttering gently. "Ah, I see," Niam said, her tone thoughtful. "The clock tower, you say? That might be the work of the time wisps." "The time wisps?" Mara echoed, intrigued. "Yes, they are mischievous little creatures," Niam explained. "They love to play pranks, especially when the seasons change. They might have taken a liking to your clock tower." Mara's eyes widened in understanding. "Is there a way to ask them to return the clock to normal?" Niam nodded, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Indeed, there is. Time wisps are drawn to music. If you can play a melody they find irresistible, they might just grant your wish." With a grateful heart, Mara thanked Niam and returned to the village, her mind already churning with possibilities. She raced home, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and fetched her cherished flute, a gift from her grandmother. As dusk settled over the village, Mara made her way to the clock tower. The villagers gathered around, curious to see what she would do. With a deep breath, Mara raised the flute to her lips and began to play. The melody floated through the air, a gentle, lilting tune that spoke of warm hearths and starlit nights. The notes twirled like autumn leaves caught in a gentle breeze, and as Mara played, she could almost feel the magic in the air. Suddenly, a soft, shimmering light appeared near the clock tower, and the villagers gasped in wonder. Tiny, glowing figures danced through the air, their laughter like tinkling bells. The time wisps had come, drawn by Mara's enchanting music. With a playful swirl, the wisps surrounded the clock tower, their light growing brighter. Slowly, the clock's hands began to move, ticking forward until they matched the time once more. The clock chimed joyfully, its song echoing through the village, and the wisps vanished into the night, leaving only a trail of sparkling dust. The villagers erupted into cheers, and Mara beamed with happiness, her heart swelling with the warmth of accomplishment and community. The mystery had been solved, not through force or command, but with understanding, kindness, and a touch of magic. As the stars twinkled above, the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts light and their spirits lifted. Mara, too, made her way back, her steps soft and content. She knew the village would sleep soundly that night, cradled in the gentle embrace of peace and harmony. And so, the village nestled between the hills and the lake continued to thrive, its people ever watchful for the next mystery, the next adventure, and the next reminder of the magic that wove through their lives like a silken thread. For in this world of gentle wonders, every day was a story waiting to be told, and every night a dream waiting to unfold. Story 37. Title: The Whispering Grove. In the heart of the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by lush, verdant forests, there stood a charming cottage. Here lived a young girl named Marin. With her bright eyes reflecting the endless skies and a heart full of wonder, Marin was known for her curiosity about the world that lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths of her village. As the seasons changed from the vibrant hues of autumn to the soft white blanket of winter, the villagers would retreat into their homes, seeking warmth by their hearths. But not Marin. She adored the quiet elegance of the snow-draped forests, where every branch was outlined in white, and the air was crisp with the scent of pine and promise. One particularly frosty afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Marin decided to explore a part of the forest she had never ventured into before. She wrapped herself in a thick woolen cloak and set off, her feet crunching softly on the fresh snow. The forest was silent, save for the gentle whisper of the wind through the branches. As Marin walked deeper into the woods, she noticed something unusual, a faint, shimmering light flickering between the trees. Intrigued, she followed the ethereal glow, which danced like a playful spirit just beyond her sight. The light led her to a secluded grove she had never seen before, where the trees formed a natural circle. In the center of this grove stood an ancient oak, its massive trunk twisted and gnarled, with branches that stretched like welcoming arms. At the base of the oak, nestled among its roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Marin knelt beside the box, her breath a soft plume in the chilly air. As she touched it, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the box itself were alive. With a gentle click, the lid opened to reveal a beautifully crafted amulet, glistening like a drop of sunlight. Intricate patterns were etched into its surface, and at its center was a gemstone that seemed to pulse with a gentle, internal light. As Marin held the amulet, she felt a peculiar sensation, as though the world around her had shifted. The forest seemed to grow quieter, the air more still. Suddenly, she heard a soft voice, barely more than a whisper, yet clear and melodic. "Welcome, Marin," the voice said. "You have found the heart of the forest." Startled, Marin glanced around, but saw no one. The voice seemed to emanate from the grove itself, resonating through the trees and the earth beneath her feet. "Who are you?" Marin asked, her voice a mixture of awe and curiosity. "I am the spirit of the Whispering Grove," the voice replied. "This amulet you hold is a gift, a key to understanding the world in ways few can." Marin's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "What does it do?" she inquired. "It allows you to hear the true voice of nature," the spirit explained. "With it, the whispers of the wind, the songs of the trees, and the secrets of the earth will be revealed to you." Marin's eyes widened with wonder. She had always felt a deep connection to the forest, a yearning to understand its mysteries. Now it seemed she had been granted the chance to do so. "But remember," the spirit cautioned, "with understanding comes responsibility. You must use this gift wisely, for the balance of our world is delicate." Marin nodded solemnly, feeling the weight of the spirit's words. She slipped the amulet around her neck, the gemstone warm against her skin. As she rose to leave, she heard the spirit's voice once more. "Return to the grove whenever you seek guidance, and know that you are never alone." With a heart full of gratitude and a mind buzzing with possibilities, Marin made her way back to the village, the amulet glinting softly against her chest. In the days that followed, Marin discovered that the amulet indeed allowed her to hear the voices of nature. The rustling leaves shared tales of distant lands, the babbling brook sang songs of ancient times, and even the stones beneath her feet whispered secrets of the earth's deep past. With each day, Marin's understanding of the natural world grew, and she found herself able to solve problems that puzzled others. When the river ran dry, she listened to the riverbed and learned of a blockage upstream. When the crops withered, she heard the soil's plea for nourishment. News of Marin's abilities spread throughout Willowbrook, and soon villagers sought her wisdom. She became a beloved figure, known not just for her insights, but for her kindness and humility. Yet, as her responsibilities grew, Marin sometimes felt overwhelmed by the weight of her gift. She longed to share her burden, to find someone who understood the whispers of the grove as she did. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Marin returned to the grove, seeking solace. She sat beneath the ancient oak, the amulet glowing softly in the twilight. "Spirit of the grove," she called softly, "I seek your guidance." The grove responded with a gentle rustle, and the spirit's voice surrounded her. "You have done well, Marin. Your heart is true, and your wisdom grows with each passing day." "But I am weary," Marin confessed. "The burden of this gift is heavy, and I fear I cannot bear it alone." The spirit was silent for a moment, as if pondering her words. "You are not alone, dear one," it finally replied, "for there is another who shares your gift." Marin's heart leapt with hope. "Who?" she asked eagerly. "Far beyond the hills, across the silver lake, there is a hidden valley," the spirit said. "There you will find a young boy named Finn who possesses a heart as open as yours. He too holds an amulet, a twin to yours." Marin's mind raced with possibilities. A journey lay ahead of her, one that promised not only companionship, but a deeper understanding of her gift. "Go to him," the spirit urged. "Together you can accomplish what neither could alone." The next morning, Marin set out on her journey with a light heart and a determined spirit. She bid farewell to her family and friends, promising to return soon. Her path led her through the familiar forest and over the gentle hills that cradled her village. After several days of travel, Marin reached the shimmering expanse of the Silver Lake. Its waters glistened under the midday sun, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of reeds and wildflowers. As she crossed a narrow stone bridge, she marveled at the beauty surrounding her. At last, she found herself at the entrance of the hidden valley, a place untouched by time and teeming with life. Birds sang sweetly in the trees, and butterflies danced in the warm breeze. Marin felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the valley itself welcomed her presence. In the heart of the valley, she saw a small cottage, much like her own, with smoke curling from its chimney. As she approached, the door opened, and a young boy stepped out. He was slender and fair, with eyes as blue as the summer sky and an amulet identical to Marin's hanging around his neck. "You must be Marin," the boy said with a warm smile. "I am Finn." Marin returned his smile, feeling an immediate connection. "The spirit of the grove told me about you," she said. "I am so glad to have found someone who understands." Finn nodded, his expression earnest. "I have longed to meet you, ever since I first heard the whispers of the wind. The spirit told me that together we could do great things." As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the valley, Marin and Finn sat together, sharing stories of their adventures and dreams. They spoke of the challenges they faced, the mysteries they unraveled, and the lessons they learned. With each word, their friendship deepened, and they realized that they were not just bound by their gifts, but by a shared purpose. Together, they could listen to the world and make it a better place. In the days that followed, Marin and Finn explored the valley and beyond, guided by the whispers of nature. They learned to harmonize their abilities, to amplify the voices they heard, and bring about change that was both gentle and profound. They helped creatures in distress, restored harmony to imbalanced ecosystems, and brought joy to those they met along the way. As winter melted into spring, the valley flourished with new life, a testament to the power of friendship and understanding. The villagers of Willowbrook and the Hidden Valley came to see Marin and Finn as guardians of the land, protectors of the delicate balance that sustained them all. One evening, as the stars sparkled above like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Marin and Finn returned to the Whispering Grove. They knelt beside the ancient oak, their amulets glowing softly in the moonlight. "Spirit of the Grove," Marin called, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you for bringing us together." The spirit's voice resonated warmly around them. "You have done well, my children. Your bond has strengthened the harmony of our world, and your friendship is a beacon of hope." Finn placed a hand on Marin's shoulder, his eyes shining with affection. "We couldn't have done it without you," he said to the spirit. "Continue to listen, to learn, and to love," the spirit advised. "For the world is full of wonders yet to be discovered." With hearts full of joy and a renewed sense of purpose, Marin and Finn returned to their homes, knowing that they would always be connected by their shared journey and the magic of the Whispering Grove. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the village of Willowbrook and the Hidden Valley thrived, nurtured by the friendship of two kindred spirits who had learned to speak the language of the earth. In the years that followed, Marin and Finn's bond only grew stronger. They became known not just as guardians of the land, but as teachers and mentors to others who showed an affinity for the whispers of nature. Together they formed a small but dedicated group of listeners, each with their own unique talents and insights, all united by a love for the natural world and a desire to protect it. Their efforts transformed Willowbrook and the hidden valley into places of remarkable harmony. Wildlife flourished, plants grew in abundance, and the people lived in balance with the land. The villagers, inspired by Maren and Finn's example, began to listen more closely to the world around them, to appreciate the subtle rhythms of nature and the delicate interplay of life. As the years passed, Maren and Finn became legends in their own right. Stories of their adventures spread far and wide, reaching other villages and towns where people were beginning to understand the importance of harmony with nature. The Whispering Grove became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking wisdom and connection, a sacred grove where the spirit's voice could be heard by those with open hearts and minds. Maren and Finn, now older and wiser, often returned to the grove to seek guidance and reflect on their journey. They would sit beneath the ancient oak, their hands entwined, listening to the whispers of the wind and the gentle rustle of leaves. One such evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon in a blaze of crimson and gold, Maren sighed contentedly. "We've come so far," she mused, her voice soft and full of wonder. Finn nodded, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "And yet, there's still so much more to discover," he replied. "The world is vast and full of mysteries waiting to be unraveled." Maren leaned against him, her heart full of gratitude for the life they had shared. "I couldn't have done it without you," she said, her voice a tender whisper. Finn squeezed her hand. "Nor I without you," he replied, his voice steady and sincere. "Together, we've made a difference." As the stars blinked into existence above them, a gentle breeze rustled through the grove, carrying with it the spirit's soft, familiar voice. "You have both done well, my children," it said, a note of pride evident in its tone. "Your journey has brought light and balance to our world." Maren and Finn smiled, their hearts swelling with happiness. They knew that their time together, while long and fulfilling, was but a chapter in the story of the world, a story that would continue to unfold, guided by the whispers of nature and the wisdom of those who listened. And so, as the night deepened, Maren and Finn remained in the grove, content in the knowledge that they had lived a life of purpose and love. Their legacy would endure, carried on by the generations who followed, inspired by the magic of the Whispering Grove and the enduring power of friendship. When morning's first light kissed the earth, Maren and Finn rose, ready to greet another day with open hearts and the promise of new adventures. Together, they walked hand in hand through the forest, their spirits intertwined with the land they cherished. In the years to come, the story of Maren and Finn became a timeless tale, passed down through the ages as a reminder of the power of friendship, the importance of listening, and the beauty of living in harmony with nature. The Whispering Grove remained a place of wonder and wisdom, a sanctuary where the spirit's voice could still be heard by those who sought its guidance. And so, the world continued to turn, its balance maintained by those who cherished its secrets, nurtured its life, and understood its song. The legacy of Maren and Finn lived on, a testament to the magic of the Whispering Grove and the enduring power of love and understanding. As the years rolled on, the whispers of the grove continued to guide those who listened, and the world thrived, a symphony of life and harmony, forever grateful for the gift of those who had once heard its call. Story 38. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering meadows, there was a small, curious shop named the Whimsical Nook. Its wooden sign creaked gently in the breeze, and a soft golden light spilled through the frosted windows, casting a welcoming glow onto the cobblestone path outside. This shop was known to house an eclectic collection of trinkets and treasures, each with a story of its own. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced in the cool breeze, a gentle girl named Clara strolled into the Whimsical Nook. Clara, with her eyes like twinkling stars and a heart full of wonder, was known for her love of stories and the magic they held. Today, she was in search of something special, though she knew not what it might be. As she wandered through the shop, Clara's fingers brushed over shelves filled with shimmering baubles, intricately carved boxes, and jars of iridescent marbles that seemed to whisper secrets of distant lands. Her gaze fell upon a peculiar object, a small, unassuming key nestled in a velvet-lined box. The key was unlike any she had seen before, with an intricate design of swirling leaves and tiny stars etched into its silvery surface. It shimmered softly, as if bathed in moonlight. The shopkeeper, a kindly old man with a twinkle in his eye and a beard as white as snowfall, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, you've found the Key of Whispers," he said, his voice as gentle as a lullaby. "It holds a secret, waiting for the right heart to unlock it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the key home. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Clara sat by her window, the key resting in her palm. As she turned it over, she noticed a faint, melodious humming emanating from it, like a distant lullaby. Clara closed her eyes, letting the soothing sound envelop her. In that moment, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the key were guiding her somewhere. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a lush, verdant forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves surrounded her like a whispered secret. In this magical forest, Clara met her first helper, a wise old owl named Hoot. With feathers as soft as down and eyes like polished amber, Hoot greeted her with a friendly nod. "Welcome, Clara," Hoot hooted softly. "The Key of Whispers has brought you here for a reason. The forest holds many secrets, and one in particular awaits your discovery." Clara, filled with curiosity and a sense of adventure, followed Hoot deeper into the heart of the forest. They were joined by two more companions, a jovial squirrel named Nutmeg, who chattered excitedly as he scurried alongside them, and a gentle deer named Fern, whose graceful steps barely made a sound on the forest floor. As the group journeyed through the forest, they encountered a challenge, a thick, glistening web stretched across their path, spun by a wise old spider named Weaver. The web shimmered in the dappled sunlight, a masterpiece of intricate patterns and delicate threads. "Weaver," Clara asked softly, "how can we pass through your beautiful web without disturbing it?" Weaver, with her many eyes twinkling kindly, replied, "The key to passing through is understanding, not force. Look closely and see the path that is woven for you." Clara, Hoot, Nutmeg, and Fern studied the web closely. It was Nutmeg, with his keen eyes and quick mind, who noticed a barely visible path woven into the web's design, a path just wide enough for them to pass through without damaging Weaver's creation. With great care, they followed the path, their movements gentle and respectful. As they emerged on the other side, they were met with a sight that took Clara's breath away, a hidden glade, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, where the air was filled with the sound of 1,000 whispering voices. In the center of the glade stood a grand, ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide and strong. Hanging from its limbs were countless keys, each one unique, each one whispering its own story. Clara approached the tree, the Key of Whispers warm in her hand. As she held the key up to the tree, a soft, melodious hum filled the air, and the tree began to glow with a gentle, golden light. Clara closed her eyes, letting the warmth wash over her, and in that moment she understood the true magic of the Key of Whispers. The key did not open a door or a lock. It opened her heart to the stories of the world, the stories that connected all living things. She realized that every creature, every tree, every stone had a story to tell, and it was through understanding and kindness that these stories could be heard. With her heart full of newfound wisdom, Clara thanked her companions and returned home, the Key of Whispers nestled safely in her pocket. That night, as she lay in bed, the gentle hum of the key lulled her into a peaceful sleep, and she dreamed of all the stories yet to be discovered. From that day on, Clara visited the whimsical nook often, sharing the stories she had gathered with the kind-hearted shopkeeper and anyone else who cared to listen. The Key of Whispers had unlocked a world of wonder and understanding, and Clara knew that she would forever cherish the gentle magic it had brought into her life. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, where the air was always filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of rustling leaves, the stories of the world continued to whisper their secrets to those with open hearts and curious minds. And Clara, with her gentle smile and twinkling eyes, was always ready to listen. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in a valley of rolling meadows, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children her age, she found endless delight in the simple pleasures of life. chasing butterflies, splashing in the creek, and gazing up at the ever-changing tapestry of clouds. One crisp autumn day, as Lily was exploring the woods near her home, something caught her eye, a peculiar acorn, glittering with an otherworldly shimmer. Entranced, she reached down to pick it up, and the moment her fingers brushed its surface, a warm tingle coursed through her body. From that day forward, Lily discovered that she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to bring toys and inanimate objects to life with just a touch. A beloved teddy bear would suddenly blink its eyes and nuzzle her cheek. A wooden spoon would sprout legs and dance a merry jig across the kitchen table. At first, Lily reveled in this magical talent, her days filled with whimsical adventures alongside her newfound friends. But as time passed, she began to realize that her gift carried a great responsibility: to use it wisely and to never take advantage of the trust bestowed upon her by these once ordinary objects. One winter's eve, as Lily was preparing for bed, she heard a faint scratching sound coming from her windowsill. To her surprise, a tiny porcelain figurine of a rabbit hopped onto her pillow, its eyes brimming with urgency. "Dear Lily," the rabbit spoke in a trembling voice, "our kind is in grave danger. The wicked collector has set his sights on acquiring us, seeking to imprison us in his musty cabinets, devoid of joy and freedom." Lily's heart sank at the thought of her treasured companions facing such a fate. Without hesitation, she vowed to embark on a journey to stop the collector and restore peace to the world of living objects. Her loyal friends, the teddy bear and the wooden spoon, insisted on joining her quest, offering their unwavering support and unique abilities. The teddy bear, with its warm embrace, could soothe even the most troubled of hearts, while the spoon possessed an uncanny talent for untying the trickiest of knots. Their first stop was the wise old oak tree in the heart of the forest, whose gnarled branches had borne witness to countless seasons. The tree, a steadfast guardian of the woods, offered Lily a piece of sage advice. The path to true victory lies not in confrontation, but in understanding and compassion. Armed with this wisdom, Lily and her companions set out to find the collector's lair, determined to reason with him and help him see the error of his ways. Along the way, they encountered a menagerie of enchanted beings, a playful rag doll who could dance on the thinnest of threads, a pocket watch with an impeccable sense of timing, and a pair of mischievous salt and pepper shakers who seasoned their journey with laughter. At last, they arrived at the collector's grand mansion, its corridors lined with shelves upon shelves of dusty figurines and trinkets. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon the collector himself, a lonely, elderly man whose obsession with acquiring rare objects had blinded him to the true magic that lay within. With patience and empathy, Lily and her friends showed the collector the joy of allowing objects to live freely, to experience the world as they were meant to. Slowly, his heart softened, and he realized the error of his ways, vowing to release all the captive items and embrace a life filled with genuine connection and wonder. As they departed the mansion, the air was alive with the laughter and chatter of newly liberated toys and figurines, their spirits soaring with newfound freedom. Lily looked upon her motley crew of friends, the teddy bear, the wooden spoon, the rag doll, the pocket watch, and the salt and pepper shakers, and felt a profound sense of gratitude for the lessons they had taught her. From that day forward, Lily used her gift not merely for amusement, but as a means to foster understanding and compassion between the realms of the animate and the inanimate. She became a bridge between worlds, showing all who would listen that true magic lies not in possessing objects, but in appreciating the life that dwells within them. And as the years passed, the tales of Lily's adventures spread far and wide, inspiring others to open their hearts and minds to the wonders that surrounded them, hidden in plain sight. For in a world where ordinary objects hold extraordinary secrets, all it takes is a curious spirit and a willingness to embrace the unexpected to uncover the magic that awaits. Story 40. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees spoke in gentle rustles and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, there lay a quaint little village named Thistledown. The cottages were adorned with ivy and moss, and each doorstep was a mosaic of smooth river stones. The villagers were known for their warm smiles and kind hearts, and the days passed in a gentle rhythm, much like the flow of the babbling brook that wound its way through the village. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village bells, which usually chimed a soft lullaby to signal the end of the day, rang out a series of unfamiliar, discordant notes. It was as if they were singing a tune no one had ever heard before. The villagers gathered in the town square, a place where they often shared stories and laughter beneath the glow of lanterns strung between the trees. They murmured in hushed tones, puzzled by the strange melody. Among them was a young girl named Leora, known for her keen eyes and curious heart. Her hair was the color of chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. "I wonder what the bells are trying to tell us," Leora mused, her voice thoughtful and soft. She had always believed that the world was filled with whispers of magic, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen. As the villagers returned to their homes, Leora lingered by the bell tower, her gaze fixed on the intricate carvings that adorned its wooden doors. She noticed a faint glow emanating from the seams of the door, a gentle pulsing light that seemed to beckon her closer. Determined to unravel the mystery, Leora decided to seek the wisdom of the ancient librarian, Fernwyn, who lived in a cozy cottage nestled at the edge of the woods. Fernwyn was a gentle soul with a long silvery beard and eyes that twinkled with the knowledge of ages. His home was filled with shelves of old, leather-bound books, and a calico cat named Mistral, who purred contentedly by the hearth. "Ah, Leora," Fernwyn greeted warmly as she entered. "What brings you to my doorstep on such a magical night?" Leora explained the strange occurrence, her voice a hushed whisper in the cozy warmth of the library. Fernwyn listened attentively, nodding slowly as he stroked his beard. "The bells are old, very old," Fernwyn said thoughtfully. "There are tales that they were crafted by the Fae to safeguard the village. Perhaps they are trying to communicate something of great importance." With Fernwyn's guidance, Leora began to piece together the clues. She spent the following days observing the village closely, her senses attuned to even the slightest change. She noticed that the glow from the bell tower was brighter when the breeze carried the scent of lilac, and that the melody of the bells seemed to mimic the songs of the nightingales that nested nearby. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the village with golden light, Leora had a revelation. The bells were echoing the patterns of nature, a symphony of the forest that spoke of harmony and balance. She realized that something was disrupting this balance, and the bells were calling for help. With newfound clarity, Leora gathered a group of friends, each with a unique talent. There was Finn, the gentle giant with a talent for listening to the whispers of the wind, and Nia, whose laughter could coax the flowers into bloom. Together, they ventured into the heart of the forest, guided by the music of the bells. Deep within the woods, they encountered a willow tree, its branches drooping low with a heavy burden. The tree was ancient, its bark etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. Leora approached it with reverence, feeling a deep connection to the living spirit within. As she laid a hand on the rough bark, a soft voice filled her mind, like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves. The willow spoke of a disturbance, a shifting in the soil that had caused its roots to tangle and its branches to droop. It needed their help to restore balance. Working together, Leora and her friends used their gifts to ease the willow's burden. Finn listened to the whispers of the earth, guiding them to untangle the roots. Nia's laughter filled the air, reinvigorating the flowers and grasses that surrounded the tree. Leora sang softly, a melody of hope and healing that resonated with the forest. As they worked, the bells in the village began to chime in harmony once more, their melody sweet and clear. The glow from the bell tower faded, its message fulfilled. When the task was complete, the willow stood tall and proud, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. The forest hummed with life, and the balance was restored. The friends returned to the village, their hearts light with the satisfaction of a mystery solved and a world set right. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, the villagers gathered once more in the town square. They listened to the harmonious chimes of the bells, a melody that spoke of unity and peace. Fernwyn joined them, his eyes alight with pride as he watched Leora and her friends. "You have shown us the power of listening and the strength of friendship," he said, his voice a warm embrace. "The world is a better place for your kindness." And so, in the gentle glow of the lanterns, the villagers celebrated their restored harmony, their laughter mingling with the song of the bells. Leora smiled, her heart full, knowing that the world was indeed a magical place, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen. As the villagers bid each other good night, and the last lanterns were dimmed, the Whispering Woods returned to its serene slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the night. And in the quiet of her room, Leora dreamed of new adventures, her heart at peace in the knowledge that she was part of a world filled with wonder and magic. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, where the chimneys always puffed gentle wisps of smoke and the cobblestone streets hummed with the whispers of history, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart thrummed with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 unspoken questions. Each day she would sit by the old stone bridge, watching the brook bubble and dance over smooth, mossy stones, dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra's grandmother told her of the Enchanted Glade, a place whispered about in hushed tones, said to be alive with magic and mysteries. The glade lay beyond the forest that bordered their village, past the towering oaks whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. With a heart full of wonder and a satchel packed with her favorite apple tarts, Lyra set out on a journey to find the Enchanted Glade. The forest greeted her with its symphony of rustling leaves and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced like fairies upon the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant melody tickled her ears, a song without words, yet rich with emotion. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lyra encountered her first companion, a small, plump rabbit with fur as white as winter's first snow and eyes like polished onyx, hopped onto her path. With a twitch of its whiskers, it seemed to beckon her to follow. Intrigued, Lyra followed the rabbit as it led her through a maze of towering ferns and over a bubbling brook. The world around her shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as though the very air was woven with threads of magic. Suddenly, the rabbit paused at the edge of a glistening meadow, where the grass swayed like a sea of emerald waves. In the center of this meadow stood a grand, ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, with branches that stretched toward the heavens. Nestled in its roots was a doorway, small yet inviting, with a knocker shaped like a laughing fox. As Lyra reached for the knocker, the door creaked open of its own accord, revealing a spiral staircase that wound downward into the earth. With a deep breath and a flutter of excitement in her chest, Lyra descended the staircase. The walls glowed softly with the light of luminescent moss, guiding her way until she emerged into a cavern unlike any she had ever imagined. The ceiling sparkled with crystalline stalactites, reflecting the gentle glow of a pool at the cavern's heart. Floating above the water were tiny, luminescent creatures, their wings whispering secrets of the ages. Lyra stepped closer, her breath taken by the sheer beauty of it all. It was here she met her second guide, a wise turtle with a shell adorned in colorful patterns that seemed to shift and change with each movement. The turtle spoke in a voice like a summer breeze, inviting her to sit and listen to the stories of the land. As she listened, Lyra learned of the courage that lived within the heart of every explorer and the beauty that awaited those who dared to seek it. The tales woven by the turtle spoke of unity and the strength found in friendship, leaving an imprint on Lyra's heart. With newfound resolve, Lyra thanked the turtle and continued her journey. The path led her through shimmering tunnels, where the very walls sang in harmony to her footsteps, and out into the glade itself. It was a place of unparalleled wonder, where the trees were crowned with blossoms that glowed like stars, and streams of liquid light flowed like rivers of dreams. In this magical place, Lyra found the true treasure of her adventure. It was not the magic that surrounded her, but the courage within her that had guided her to this moment. She had ventured beyond the familiar, faced the unknown, and discovered not only a wondrous world, but also the depths of her own heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra retraced her steps back toward Willowbrook. The rabbit and the turtle accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where they bid her farewell with smiles and promises of future adventures. Lyra returned home with stories that danced in her mind and a peace that warmed her soul. As she lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the moon casting silver patterns across her room, she knew that the glade would always be there, waiting for her next visit. But more importantly, she understood that the courage to explore and the joy of discovery were treasures she could carry with her always. And so, with a heart full of dreams and the soft lullaby of the forest in her ears, Lyra drifted into a deep, contented sleep, cradled by the knowledge that the world was vast, beautiful, and full of possibilities for those who dared to wander. Story 49. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Unwind met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Unwind." Unwind blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Unwind felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does. And you, Anwin, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwin glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwin's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwin placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words, the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminar as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 58. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, Where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Alara, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Alara recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart. a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 86. Once upon a time, in a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle, ethereal light, its surface a shimmering tapestry of luminescent forests and crystalline lakes. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through every leaf and stone. On this planet, a young being named Nyx lived. Nyx was a Luminian, a creature of light and air, with skin that shimmered like the morning dew, and eyes that glowed softly like the moonlit seas. Nyx was as curious as they were kind, always eager to explore and learn about the universe beyond their radiant home. One day, as Nyx wandered through the glowing groves, a strange object fell from the sky, creating a gentle ripple through the air and a soft thud upon the ground. Nyx approached cautiously, their heart fluttering with both excitement and apprehension. The object, sleek and metallic, was a small spacecraft, and from its door emerged a being unlike any Nyx had ever seen. This newcomer was Ryle, a traveler from the distant and shadowy planet of Tenebrae. Ryle's form was cloaked in shades of deep indigo, and their eyes gleamed like twin stars in the night. They were a Tenebran, beings known for their wisdom and their connection to the shadows that cradled their world. Nyx and Ryle stared at each other, each a mystery to the other. The Luminarian saw the Tenebran as a figure of dark mystery, while Ryle viewed Nyx as a dazzling apparition of light. For a moment, they stood in silence, the air between them buzzing with the potential of new beginnings. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Nyx's bright gestures and melodic voice seemed incomprehensible to Ryle, who was used to the quiet, subtle language of shadows. Likewise, Ryle's whispered words and gentle, flowing movements were a puzzle to Nyx, accustomed to the vibrant expressions of their own kind. Despite these challenges, a shared determination to understand each other slowly began to build a bridge between them. With patience and creativity, they found common ground in the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Nyx showed Ryle the wonders of Luminara, the way the stardust flowers opened to the moonlight, the soft glow of the firefly-like creatures that danced through the night. Ryle, in turn, shared stories of Tenebrae, tales of shadowed valleys and skies filled with swirling nebulae. As they explored the planet together, they encountered many challenges. In the deep woods, where the light was dim and the path uncertain, they relied on each other. Nyx's glowing presence illuminated the way, while Ryle's keen senses guided them through the hidden dangers of the forest floor. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that sparkled under the twin moons, Nyx asked Ryle about their journey. Ryle explained that they had been seeking a place where light and shadow could coexist, a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Nyx listened intently, their heart warmed by the Tenebran's dream. It was then that Ryle shared a secret, a device they carried that could harness light and shadow, a tool meant to bring balance and harmony. However, it had been damaged during their landing. Without hesitation, Nyx offered to help repair it, using the luminescent energy that flowed through everything on Luminara. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of stardust. As dawn broke, the device flickered to life, casting a harmonious blend of light and shadow across the clearing. In that moment, they realized the true strength of their friendship. the ability to embrace their differences and create something beautiful together. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nyx and Ryle stood side by side, their bonds stronger than ever. They had discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about appreciating and supporting each other despite their differences. With a renewed sense of purpose, Rael prepared to continue their journey, but not without a promise to return. Nyx watched as the Tenebran spacecraft lifted into the sky, a trail of light and shadow intertwined in its wake. And so, under the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the most unexpected of places, light and shadow could dance together in perfect harmony. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Bridget painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Aurum steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, That is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial. Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the dance of the seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The keeper of waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Aelwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Aelwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Aelwyn's words. "I understand, Aelwyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Aelwyn's eyes sparkled with approval. "Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you." As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Aelwyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Aelwyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. "Thank you, Aelwyn," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude. "For everything." Aelwyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. "Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you." With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Elder Grove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, Like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final, joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. "Dear Lyra," the letter read, "I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. "Welcome, dear Lyra," he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. "You see, Lyra," he said, "change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path." As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. "This," Finn explained, "is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness there is beauty waiting to be revealed." Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, She listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. "Dear Lyra," the letter read, "I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. "Welcome, dear Lyra," he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. "You see, Lyra," he said, "change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path." As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. "This," Finn explained, "is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed." Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willowglade. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willowglade, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willowtree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak. But how do we banish it? Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home.